Hello. Call the Board of Supervisors, San Joaquin County Board meeting for Tuesday, February 15th, 9 a.m. Actually, it's 9:03 to order. Before we start, we'll have a moment of silence, silent prayer or reflection. Please join me. Thank you. Now I have Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Laputa, could you lead us in the pledge? Okay, Clerk of the Board, roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Supervisor Miller? Here. Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
And Chairman Nguyen?
Here. Before we get in the agenda, I'm going to make some minor changes because Supervisor Patty has to leave after or before 1 o'clock. So we're going to move the COVID-19 discussion to after the Water Board discussion, and we're going to move the appeal forward to after the appointments by Vice Chair Rickman. So moving forward, so we have the recognition of proclamation. The Clerk of the Board, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition is of retiring Human Resources Deputy Director Kathy Harris, who I invite to the podium for a presentation of a plaque by Chairman Nguyen on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, which reads that this plaque is presented to Kathy Harris, Deputy Director, San Joaquin County Human Resources, for employment between September 19th, 1988 and February 25th, 2022. For 34 years of conscientious service to the employees and citizens of San Joaquin County. Your dedication and service to the community is sincerely appreciated. Congratulations and best wishes on your future endeavors, presented this February 15th, 2022.
Excuse me. Kathy, before I make any comments, I'd like to turn it over to the board, and then I'd like to see if you had any comments. So we certainly appreciate all that you've done. So with that, I'll turn to
Chairman Nguyen. Kathy, the very first board I ever had the privilege to work on, it was the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, and you were part of that board and our advisor, and we worked on several things throughout that course of a couple of years I was there, and I just had an indelible impression of your dedication, your knowledge, and your engagement on behalf of the county and our citizens and the task we have. So thank you for that. I know that's surmising a lot of years and just a little bit of recognition, but thank you and we appreciate that.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Kathy, it's been a pleasure working with you. Your expertise, your calm demeanor, you bring a lot to every committee that you've been assigned to and all of the work that you do in our HR department, which is challenging work. And it is really appreciated both on behalf of the board, but also on behalf of our residents in San Joaquin County. We wish you the very best in your retirement. I hope you have just a wonderful time. You deserve it. Thank you.
Supervisor Laputa.
Kathy, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for this county and in our community. Done a great job, and I enjoyed to work with you, and I hope you have a wonderful retirement.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Harris, thank you very much for your dedication and service to San Joaquin County. Even being the newest member on the board, I didn't get to have an opportunity to work with you one-on-one, but I've heard great things. You're leaving behind a great legacy. But you know what? Congratulations on your retirement. That's what we all work for, right? So please spend quality time with your family and friends, and God bless you all. Thank you.
You'd like to make some comments, Kathy?
So good morning to Chairman Nguyen, members of the Board of Supervisors, Administrator Wilverdink, and County Council Mark Miles. I prepared some statements here that I want to just go through really quickly. Chairman Nguyen and members of the board, I would like to first express my sincere appreciation and humble gratitude for this recognition of my years of service to San Joaquin County. I do not take it lightly or for granted. Thank you. I have been very blessed to be a part of San Joaquin County and have served with and worked with some very great people over my 33 plus years with the county. I am very appreciative for many individuals, far too many to name, that supported me, mentored me, coached me, trained me, trusted me, and saw potential in me to do greater, even when I did not always see it in myself. Many of them have since retired and continue to keep in touch, which I appreciate greatly. I am forever grateful to those who interviewed me through various competitive hiring processes and gave me opportunity to serve and grow personally and professionally. Through my county experience, I have gained very meaningful and long-lasting friendships that I would not have experienced without my county journey. I want to thank all of the department heads, assistant department heads, managers, and the great workforce of San Joaquin County. I have enjoyed working with you all and appreciate all of the well wishes, including the special messages from some of our labor organizations who I worked with over the many years on behalf of their members and our great employees. I want to especially thank the staff of the County Human Resources Division, an awesome group of hardworking, dedicated, and committed individuals who take their jobs seriously. Thank you for your support over the years and what you have helped and supported every HR administrator accomplish, many of whom I have seen your children grow up and now work for the county as well. I am humbled to have served as your Deputy HR Director for 14 years. I'm also very grateful to my supportive family, my godparents, who understood and supported me through the many sacrifices that come with being a committed public servant. To my husband and children, I say thank you for cheering me on when I had little left to give at the end of a long day and had to work during vacations and weekends. Today, I accept this recognition in memory of my father, who I lost this past fall, who was my #1 fan, even when I would tell him that HR people are not always popular people. My parents, Henry and Ollie King, came to California from the South and settled here in Stockton in the early 60s, seeking a better life for themselves and their children. I am grateful for the better life that resulted in not only me, but my siblings, the King children. Because I was always taught to stay humble and stay little in your own eyes and never forget where you come from, I want to give a special thank you to the University of the Pacific's Community Involvement Program, a program for first-generation college students, a program that provided opportunity for local students in this community to obtain a college education with the goal and purpose of pouring into us as students so that we would then pour back into our community. Thank you to the university's CIP program and those who saw potential in me for greatness as a young 17-year-old from Franklin High School. Thank you to the Chair Nguyen and members of the board. I have endeavored to serve with honesty, truth, and professional integrity. I have endeavored to treat others the way I would want to be treated or members of my family to be treated, with the sole goal of doing the right thing for the right reasons for San Joaquin County. In closing, I leave you with a quote that I've shared often in our county HR leadership training that I've taught the role of the leader for many years. If your presence doesn't make an impact, your absence won't make a difference. Words that I have focused on and hope will speak for the time I have served in San Joaquin County. Chairman Nguyen, members of the board, again, thank you and God bless.
Kathy, it's a true honor to recognize you. And the reason I say that is for a variety of reasons. First, your example. and your leadership and all the things you've done. I know that especially when we recognize our retirees and our service awards, I always appreciate you there helping and organizing, et cetera, because the employees of this county are special. And as you know that, and certainly in HR and all the other departments, but you represent, I think, the best of the best in regard to what you've done. And certainly the example you've provided to others, like yourself, who started early in their career and can look forward to what you've accomplished over your 33 years. So I want to say that from the bottom of my heart to what you've done, you will be missed, but on the other side of it, you leave a legacy that others can follow. And I think that's probably one of the most important things we can do in whatever job we're in. So again, thank you for all that you've done. Thank you from the board and certainly all our county employees and all the residents of San Joaquin County. You've done a fantastic job. And with that, I will make the presentation. So there you are. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Next, we have the proclamation of February 2022 as Black History Month, and I would like to invite Robert Bivens of the NAACP Stockton branch to the podium as I read the proclamation. And the proclamation reads, whereas the County of San Joaquin is proud to celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas historical records show that African Americans have contributed to the history of San Joaquin County since its founding in 1849. And whereas Black History Month grew out of the establishment in 1926 of Negro History Week by civil rights advocate and historian Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas the observance of Black History Month calls our attention to build a society that lives up to its democratic ideals. And whereas the County of San Joaquin continues to work towards becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions and potential contributions to our community, the state, and the world. And whereas San Joaquin County has committed to honoring the diverse and significant histories of African Americans in our community throughout our state and nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of African Americans past and present in our community, this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2022 as Black History Month in San Joaquin County and encourage all citizens to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture and continue our efforts to build a just, inclusive, and prosperous world for all. Presented this 15th day of February 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Bob, before you make some comments, I'd like to have our board weigh in. So, Supervisor Villaputa.
I just want to say, sir, thank you for all the efforts you do for our community, and it's a great day to be honored, and I appreciate everything.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Gibbon, thank you for being here and everybody being in this audience today. You know, it's an honor to sit up here and honor February as Black History Month, to honor the diverse and significant histories of our African Americans, not just in San Joaquin County, but throughout the state and our nation. So thank you, and God bless you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Bivens, it's a pleasure to see you here today. It's been a pleasure working with you for, it's been well over a decade now on different issues that impact us here in Stockton. And I always appreciate the passion, the passionate advocacy that you and your members bring on behalf of your community and, frankly, on behalf of working people of all ethnicities here in the city of Stockton. Keep up the good work. It's a real pleasure today to honor Black History Month, and I look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Month of February, Black History Month, is an important month. It's a reflection of America's history and the important value and the contribution of from the inception and what's now called African American history. And I remember watching an interview with Muhammad Ali, and he quipped, why is it that the shortest month of the year is Black History Month? And it would, he kind of said it in pun or in jest, perhaps. But the reality is, every day of the year is Black History Month because it's American history. So we're glad that you're here for this recognition, and it's right and just that we are giving recognition at this time, but it's all year long. So thank you.
Bobby.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the recognition on the behalf of the Stockton Branch NAACP and all the African American citizens in San Joaquin County now and in the past for this recognition. Black History Month is, as you said, Supervisor Patty, not just this month, but every month, every day, every hour in America. We just saw some Black history with Kathy receiving a plaque. So today, for the county of San Joaquin, it's a Black History Day. But it's important that as we recognize this, we don't just recognize it with a proclamation. We recognize it with the hiring of people. We recognize it with providing contracts for Black-owned businesses. We recognize it that with the recognition of the medical issues that take place for Black people within San Joaquin County, the lack of health care for all people and our children. We deal with it from the cannabis program that you put that no Black people have received contracts on. When you talk about Black history, we prefer that you be serious about Black history and that you make history with Black people. The people that built America and America's economy from the very beginning were Black folk. That's why we got this day recognized. That's why we have this month recognized. And we would ask that you all step up the recognition and action within San Joaquin County. So thank you again on behalf of the citizens of San Joaquin County. And last weekend was Founders Day for the NAACP. It was our 113th anniversary of being an organization fighting for equality for all people.
Bobby, I just want to say a few words. I've known you a long time, and I truly appreciate your leadership and your passion for the African American community. I think one of the things that stands up is that in a variety of different events, going back most recently to our redistricting committee, where you stepped forward and contributed greatly to the discussions in regards to how we would change the state and federal offices. I think you did a tremendous job. So again, your organization and you personally, because you've been doing this so long and because you're recognized as a powerful influence in our county and in a leadership role, I want to thank you and your organization and all African Americans throughout San Joaquin County for their contributions. And I look forward because I think, like everything else, we look at the past, maybe we glance at today, but it's really the future that's most important. And you are the individual in our discussions we've had. You are the one with the vision that has an opportunity to make a difference in your organization. And I want to thank you for all that you've done and what you're about to do. So congratulations on that. And with that, I'll make this presentation. And thank you again for all that you've done. Thank you, Bobby.
Our next proclamation is of the third week of February 2022 as Black Infant Health Week. And I would like to invite Dorisha L. Hart, Senior Public Health Nurse and Program Coordinator of Black Infant Health Program, to the podium as I read the next proclamation. And the proclamation reads, whereas 1 in 7 Black infants in California are born too soon and too small and are more than twice as likely as white infants to die before their first birthday. And whereas Black babies have higher rates of infant mortality, low birth weight, and prematurity than any other ethnic group. And whereas Black women are much more likely than any other ethnic groups to die of pregnancy-related complications. And whereas Black women at all income levels and social statuses experience worse birth outcomes than other ethnic groups. And whereas the California Black Infant Health Program aims to improve health among Black mothers and infants by empowering pregnant and mothering Black women to make healthy choices for a brighter future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the third week of February 2022 as Black Infant Health Week in recognition and honor of the Black Infant Health Program staff for their dedicated work to the African American Black pregnant population and the San Joaquin County community. Presented this 15th day of February 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Before you have some comments, I'd like to turn to our board. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say what a pleasure it is working with you and the rest of your team at Public Health. You are all so dedicated and so committed to improving the health outcomes of the residents of San Joaquin County. You're an inspiration. And I love working with you guys and helping promote all of the good things you do, all of the education that you provide to families all over San Joaquin. Keep up the good work, and thank you so much for what you do.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Prior to being on the Board of Supervisors, I was very proud to be part of the March of Dimes. I was on the Board of Directors for Northern California, and we had done many fundraisers and raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and did support for, those dollars went to our local area hospitals, research, medical services, all that could help those at-risk children, at-risk families, children that are born premature, and those at-risk situations that when a baby is born, that hope that you have that the baby is going to survive and how important that is, it was vital. I really hadn't had much experience until I started serving on that board. And it's really an eye-opening experience to see that those risks and the things that some of the additional care and services and prenatal care that's important, and then again taking care of those babies that are born premature and at risk. It's vital. It's highly important, and I'm glad that there's local outreach as well. I know that there's partnerships with our county hospital. They have a great prenatal program over there, and thank you for all the services you do. Babies are our future, and we certainly appreciate and recognize that effort and that contribution for healthy babies, for a healthy community, and a healthy future. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here. And again, thank everybody for being here today. And thank you for promoting the education and awareness. And, proudest, and if you look here in the audience, I know there's a lot of parents in here, and a few little ones. And I know, the proudest day of my life and my spouse's life is when we had our two little girls. And, to make sure that people are aware and educated, to make sure our kids are healthy, because as Supervisor Patty was talking about, is our children are our future. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Supervisor Lapudra.
Yes, thank both of you for showing up today, and it's an incredible day to talk about babies, prenatal care. Everybody wants a healthy baby, and appreciate everything you do in public health and your staff. Thank you.
If I may invite my team down while I address you all really quickly. Black Infant Health, could you please come down? I could not do this work alone, so I must incorporate them and invite them as well to come down. So on behalf of myself, my awesome and wonderful Black Infant Health team, our Public Health Services leadership team, and our state Black Infant Health leadership team, we want to say thank you so much for this recognition. We believe that it is well deserved, and a special thank you to Supervisor Kathy Miller for opening up the door and leading us to this opportunity. We are so grateful. The Black Infant Health Program has been providing services in San Joaquin County for 30-plus years. We aim, well, not just San Joaquin County, but across the state of California for 30-plus years. We aim to improve health among Black mothers and babies by empowering pregnant and mothering Black women to make healthy choices for a brighter future and ultimately a healthy baby. Black babies have higher rates of infant mortality, low birth weight, and prematurity than any other ethnic group. Within a culturally supportive environment and honoring the unique history of Black women, the Black Infant Health implements an evidence-informed intervention that uses a group-based approach, client-centered life planning, goal setting, group intervention sessions, and referrals to services for participants and their families. Ultimately, this approach impacts not only participants themselves, but future generations of Black women, infants, and families. We thank you once again for this opportunity to celebrate our Black infants and their mothers by showing them that they are valuable. And we as a community will work together to assist them with reaching their fullest potential. And I want to close with a quote by Maya Angelou. She once said that people will forget what you've said, they will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So on this day, we are grateful, we are humbled, and we're honored for this recognition. Thank you.
Sarah.
I would like to add a little bit for what my fellow supervisors talked about. One of the opportunities I had in my prior life was the opportunity to be a college instructor. And the reason I bring that up is because I found that there was probably no greater reward than turning lives around, allowing young people to have a prosperous future. What you're doing starts at the other end. And by what you do on a daily basis, allowing some of these children who may not make it otherwise without your help, or the mothers who are caring for them, you are providing the opportunity of a lifetime for special children who will make a difference in our community. And so every one of you contribute to that. And by virtue of that, I want to thank all of you and the rest of the staff on what you do on a daily basis, because without you, we would be in a different place. And I think this is the thing that we all, as supervisors and certainly residents of San Joaquin County, want to say thank you and continue to work on that and improve those lives so they do have a better future. So again, thank you all, and I'll present this proclamation. Why don't we all get here so somebody can take a picture of all of you. Thank you all. All right, moving forward, we have an opportunity for public comment. So, okay, now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form, which I have several, if you want to address the board in person. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. Yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of 3 minutes. With regard to public comment. The law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. And comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. And when you come forward, please state your name, and again, so moving forward, I have is it Brianna Southern?
Hello, everyone. My name is Brianna Southern, and I'm surprised I'm the first one. I'm here to advocate for mask choice for students. First, I want to say, Tom, Patty, it's really nice to see your smile. And many of the people in the audience here are also peacefully unmasking. And I didn't really write anything down, but I just want to speak from the heart for a moment, and hopefully this resonates with all of you up here as well. There's been a lot of talk about our children today and children's health. And one thing that I think we can all agree on is that mental health of our children has declined dramatically over the last couple of years due to the pandemic, due to the isolation, and I really believe due to these masks that are preventing our children from really being able to connect with each other in the way that we're meant to as human beings. And I just really ask each and every one of you to put politics aside and put special interests aside, and whatever else people who are, the lobbyists and all of those people, they don't have to actually be in these schools. And if our state can host the Super Bowl with 70,000 people, and Robert, nice to see your smile too. If our state can host the Super Bowl with 70,000 people who, if you look at pictures, they weren't wearing masks, most of them, why should our children who are just trying to get an education be forced to wear these masks? And there's videos all over the internet of kids just, they're crying and they're depressed, and all they want to do is be able to breathe. And even the CDC has released data showing that the cloth masks don't really work in preventing the spread of COVID. So if we're going to talk about health of children, and if we're going to talk about their education, I think we need to address this issue and give them mask choice. And so I only have 30 seconds left, but I really hope that this message reaches you guys and you really actually think about the kids who are being forced to wear these masks for hours on end. And if they don't, they're being segregated and they're being, kicked out of school, and just there's terrible things happening. So please lift the mask mandates. If we can have the Super Bowl, we should be able to let our kids go to school unmasked. Thank you.
Jessica Wagner.
Good morning. Hi. I expect that what I really want to talk about will be spoken by many other members in the audience, so I'm going to talk about something that is on the agenda. You all work for us, so stop spending our taxpayer money on testing. If you need to test to resolve if you are sick, then you aren't really that sick. My son had strep throat last month, and I panicked, thinking that surely my whole family needed to be tested. The doctor said, unless you have symptoms, you don't need to test. I assured the doctor that we're a very close family. We cuddle, we share food, we share drinks, and we probably all needed to test. The doctor seemed a little annoyed and reiterated, unless you have symptoms, none of you need to test. My paranoia clouded my common sense, and as a county, our common sense has been clouded on a grander scale. The more this testing is paid for by taxpayer dollars, the more you are incentivized to continue funding it. So just stop. People are losing their jobs over this, and people that are actually sick are not getting treatment as hysteria clogs the system. Stop wasting our taxpayer money on unnecessary COVID panic. People are catching and passing COVID regardless of testing. Most symptoms are mild cold-like. We don't need to test for the common cold, and neither should we. If you're sick, stay home. If you're not, live your life without fear. The science is out, and this is not an emergency. Additionally, I know you all enjoy going maskless, and so do children. The schools claim their hands are tied, and everyone points to someone else in power, saying that they can't do anything, but you can, and you can, and you can, but they can't. What are you doing to give our kids their lives back? You have the power to end this county emergency, so please represent your voters and our children. Stop accepting COVID relief funds. The only relief we need is from funding this nonsense and prolonging this misery. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony McNeil.
I'm not talking about COVID today, yay. Good morning. County Board of Supervisors, good morning. Mr. Miguel Villapudua and Robert Rickman, Chair Chuck Wynn, Board of Supervisor Miller, and Tom Patty, good morning. I am here today to just address something that was brought to my attention a couple of weeks ago. As I was watching one of the supervisor meetings, I recognized that Supervisor Miller placed something out to be agendized in regard to creating a fair and equitable policy for process and approval of county proclamations. And so leaned in, listened to the conversation. After that, there was some concern. So I actually scheduled a meeting and pulled together about 45 influential leaders, organizers throughout the county in order to discuss it and just kind of lean into that conversation. And one of the things that I wanted to lift up as a concern in regard to that, I know that it's not on the agenda. I know that it was voted against to be on the agenda. I do know that it was opportunity to put back on the agenda and then maybe pulled off. So I wanted to just lift up a couple of things that were concerns for me as a community organizer. I organize with Faith in the Valley, as most of you know, that I have met with, and I'm the lead organizer with Faith in the Valley, primarily in the San Joaquin County. I organize with 66 clergy and faith leaders in specificity. So I have deep relationship with over 66 and 359 community residents, and those are your voter constituents. My concern today, as voicing on their behalf, is that if we only have one individual that actually exercises whether or not a proclamation goes forth, that is not an equitable process. It eliminates the voices of those that are put in seats to represent the constituents that put them in. And so I wanted to just ask that you would consider placing that item back on the agenda and further discussing it in order to truly make sure that one individual that only represents a voter base that voted that individual in does not speak and say and veto something or not allow a proclamation to go forward that should actually represent the entire county. We voted you all in order for you to represent us. In our different perspectives. Miguel, you represent District 6. And so District 6 then has no voice if you're not the chair. You don't take that, the chair won't take District 6 into consideration. And so I'm asking that you all would consider putting that back on the agenda, further discussing it, and discuss it from the lens of you have voters that put you in the seats to represent us, and one person doesn't reflect the entire community.
Thank you. Tracy Avila.
Morning. Hi, guys. This is my first time doing it. I was super nervous, but I'm talking about the mask mandates. You guys are all intimidating. Sorry. I'm talking about the mask mandates. When the schools first opened, I have 4 kids. I was super excited. I'm like, yay, they get to get educated. I don't have to do the education. Awesome. Everything was great. I'm like, I don't care if they have to wear a mask. They get to go to school. But since then, I have a child who is suffering. He's suffering with the masks. And I don't have anything special to say. I don't have anything that you don't know. I don't have anything that you don't know about the data, the statistics, but my child suffers and they don't care. He gets migraines now. Sorry. He gets migraines and he gets headaches and he has a neurologist to help him, but he just wants to go to school. Sorry. I know I should have just wrote it down in the comments. He just wants to go to school, and he goes to school and he suffers. And so many kids are suffering, and I know the masks can provide a little bit of help, and that's great. They provide a little bit of help. But the damage they're doing, I just need you guys to see that. There's so much damage out there. My little baby threw up in his mask. He's a 3rd grader. We live in Tracy. We're not rich. There's private schools that provide mask choice. We cannot afford that. My husband's a commercial driver. We can't afford the choices that provide our children the opportunity to be educated and breathe. So I'm here just saying, please, please think of those kids who are suffering, who can't afford districts that provide mask choice or private schools that provide mask choice. My child is suffering. And I have all these notes, and really just comes down to he gets migraines. He threw up in his mask. He's borderline on the spectrum. He's so afraid to get in trouble. He did not remove his mask, and he threw up, and everyone made fun of him. And I just want to send my child to school and breathe and not be made fun of. We even buy the masks that help him breathe a little bit better, but the mask makes him anxious. He's afraid he's going to throw up. I get called at least twice a week to go pick him up, to give him a breathing break, because they don't provide that at school. Please help those kids that you guys represent. Thank you, guys. So sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryder Ford.
Good morning, board members. I wanted to first thank Mr. Patty and Mr. Rickman for asking the unpopular questions that never seem to really get answered. As a part of my civics, I watch your meetings and I have observed a lot. One thing that stood out was how Mr. Villaputa has seemed to switch from being pro-choice to pro-mandate. Mr. Villaputa, I met you at Town Hall last year. You were not masked and amongst at least 30 people. Yet lately, you wear a mask here for meetings. In opposition of anyone having free choice, isn't this you, Mr. Villaputa, at the crab feed over the weekend? Miss Miller, isn't this you right here in these chambers, the same place you attacked other board members for breathing freely? I may only be 10 years old, but I know the difference between right and wrong, and this is wrong. We need to end the emergency orders now. I've never agreed for my rights to be sold for COVID funding. My freedoms are not for sale. Stand up and do what's right. Thank you for your time.
Is that last name is Cole? Is that correct?
Good morning, board members. I don't have anything written today. I write in every week, and I probably sound like a broken record. We're calling to ask for the termination of this false imprisonment. My son said it best. I really can't follow up after his comment there. Stop using the funding for testing. Stop with this fear-mongering. I'm so tired of seeing people lined out in parking lots in the rain like cattle because you guys promote this get tested, get tested. You know, it's not the cure. We need to move past this. You guys out in the public, you're not masked. You're moving along in your normal lives. Enough is enough. And also, just thank you for your time. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Layla Ford.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. Governor can't mandate anything. Can I guys a video to listen to?
I'd like for you to listen to this.
To wear face coverings, to practice the social distancing, the physical distancing. And please, in closing, again, I can't mandate anything. I can only help influence. Just
Mandates aren't laws.
And this is to follow up for you, Ms. Miller and Mr. Miles. Last board meeting, you guys had mentioned that the governor mandates are laws. They're actually not laws, and that was a recording of our governor letting you know that he actually can't mandate anything. So please stop confusing the public and in your wording telling people that these mandates are laws. They are not. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Angela May.
Good morning, supervisors. Miguel Villapadua, you are my district member. I live in District 6 of the city of Stockton. And frankly, I couldn't be more disgusted at your display over the weekend. And this is not to be an attack on you, but really a demonstration of the behavior being displayed by the board members here. A crab feed of over 700 people. And you're standing there without a mask, and yet you have the audacity to virtue signal that you care about preventing disease. Take off the mask already. It's already a joke. Mr. Rickman, no offense, you've touched your face mask more than a dozen times in the last 2 minutes. Take it off. It's already contaminated. The same with the rest of you. Ms. Miller, you've touched your mask with the inside more than 30 times in less than 3 minutes. It's a joke. You know nothing about air control, you know nothing. And I'm just going to say, I am certified in indoor air quality management, environmental protection for respiratory conditions of people who actually have real lung diseases that need these protections for real life measures. You have made a mockery of real health care. To pretend that your county hospital measures matter, you've made a mockery of it right here. You walk outside, no mask. A crab feed of over 700. That doesn't mean suddenly, from today forward, let's everybody wear a mask and do it the right way. It's too late. 2 years in, guess what? I have been absent for the last 2 months, not because I figured, you know what, I'm done with what I have to say, but because I was dealing with my own losses. Not because of COVID, but because of normal health conditions, being deprived of hospitals, denying care. I warned this board months ago, over a year ago, that people were being denied care. Now widowed, trust me, I'm going to be the thorn that's going to remind you of all of your wrongdoing. Your coughing, Ms. Miller, is another contamination of your mask. You might as well just be sucking on a tailpipe of your car because you're breathing in your own exhaust. Numbers 32 and through 36 of the COVID discussion, I'm not going to waste my time with Ms. Parks. She needs to be fired, terminated, and criminally investigated because these are third-degree murders, people, policies, and deaths that are being caused where she creates the policy and her name is on the death certificate. That is a conflict of interest. This money, I said before, was blood money. We have almost 2 million documented VAERS injuries. What is enough? A friend's 5-year-old is now dead less than 48 hours after receiving a COVID vaccine, and you still want to posture about a goddamn mask. We're done. We the people will not comply.
Shannon Lutz.
Good morning. My name is Shannon. I'm here today to read this. By definition, the meaning of a state of emergency is as follows. A situation of national danger or disaster in which the government suspends normal Constitution procedures in order to regain control. 2 years later, California has demonstrated the ability that we have indeed regained control by having just hosted the Super Bowl with over 70,000 people in attendance, unmasked nonetheless. By that alone, I would say California has regained control and does not warrant a state of emergency, nor has the right to hold our normal constitutional procedures hostage for the sake of funds. If the governor, as well as our own Board of Supervisors, feel safe enough to sit in a room with over 700 people in attendance, we have regained control. If the mask mandates are lifted for adults, then they should be lifted for our children. There isn't much more that I could add to what you have already heard 10 times over. I came here today to question your moral conscience and ask all of you the following. Are you able to wake up each day and say with a clear conscience, a clear heart, that I am using my position of power towards the best interest of humanity, doing what I know is right for the children and their future? Are you all able to wake up with a clear conscience and practice the same restrictions that are enforced on our community, businesses, and more importantly, their children? Do my own actions match these words? Ending an emergency has already begun in all of your daily lives. We see it. We are here today to demand our children be held to the same standards you publicly display. We are all given the gift of discernment. You were placed in a very powerful position to use that discernment by exhibiting keen and insight and good judgment. Every man was born with a conscience. It is a gift from God to mankind. However, man can quench his conscience by continually ignoring its voice over a period of time, which we see 2 years later. The result is that his heart becomes hardened and seared so that it no longer speaks to him. Corinthians 10:3-5, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you discern what is the will of God. I ask you today to please use the gift of discernment Ms. Kathy Miller, and do what you know to be right. Thank you.
Denise Aguilar.
Hello, my name is Denise. I'm co-founder of Freedom Angels, and it's nice to see Miguel here. You know, I saw you this weekend at that crab feed along with many other politicians, including Carlos, who actually is sitting right over there masked, with over 700 people drinking and having a good time while our children are being masked while serving the crab. I'm going to read you something, a part of Agenda 35 and 36. This is a memo sent out by the Office of the Sheriff, LA County. This letter is to inform you the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department will not participate in COVID-19 registering or testing with Fulgent Genetics Corporation due to the fact that the DNA data obtained is not guaranteed to be safe and secure from foreign governments and will likely be shared with the Republic of China. You will be approving or denying your agenda item with over $1 million allocated to Fulgent corporations that they will be selling our data to the Chinese Communist Party. Is this really the kind of legacy you want to leave in San Joaquin County? We may be very few, but we will be a thorn in your side. It is campaign season, and we will be there at every event, regardless if you are Republican, Independent, or Democrat, because this is so far away from political parties. We are sitting here with our children, sending them to schools muzzled while you all are at events and bars and restaurants, living your best life, including you, Kathy Miller. We are going to call on everybody because we have locked arms with counties up and down the state of California. I don't think that you understand how powerful and mighty the small voices here in San Joaquin County will absolutely be. I will not allow you, Miguel, or Carlos, after voting to approve an extension of the public health emergency, to continue on this theatrical charade, using our children as pawns. How much were our children worth to you? How much did you receive in COVID relief funding and continue to receive for this theater? Our children are not for sale, and I will be damned if I let any of this happen in my county, in my state, or in my America. We are done. And by done, I mean we will be following you to your events. We will be there every single turn because this is America, and we will behave accordingly.
Kaylee Mahoney.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm back again to request the removal of the state emergency powers from our local county health department. Many people, including those of you sitting here, have wondered what this would do practically. Let me read an excerpt I received from our Lincoln Unified Superintendent, Kelly Dextrace, in response to my legal argument of the unconstitutional enforcement of masking my TK child and denying his right to education due to not wearing a medical device over his face. It reads as follows. Recognizing that the CDPH guidance is a recommendation, the district will continue to align conduct with the local quarantine protocols established by the order of the San Joaquin County Public Health Department. The county's determinations regarding quarantine and other safety measures, including masking, are based on local figures related to the spread of COVID-19. You can read the county's quarantine order in detail on the Public Health Department's website. Again, this is an excerpt from Lincoln Unified Superintendent Kelly Dextrace. That's in your district, Kathy. I live in your district. You guys need to understand that the buck keeps being passed. You guys need to understand that the school districts are following our county Department of Health. When we talk about the local figures related to the spread of COVID-19, I want you all to know there has been one child in the last 2 years that has died from COVID-19. One. All of these restrictions are based on one death of a child. Do you know how many homicides happen with children in our district? Do you know how many suicides have happened? Do you know how many car accidents have happened? Have we stopped driving cars? We haven't. So tell me again after hearing this, that it's still up to the school districts to determine these protocols. They are telling us in every form of documentation that they are following the order from our County Department of Health. Yet I've heard multiple times from Dr. Park and Mr. Dietrich that during these meetings, it's up to each individual school district to follow these protocols. So I guess we're in a game of who's lying. I am asking your lawyer to clarify this, or we will do the work for you and properly remove the overreaching power of the County Department of Health. A little reminder of what your role is as a Board of Supervisor. You were elected by your constituents to represent us, not the interests of Big Pharma, not Gavin Newsom, and definitely not the teachers union, which is the most strongest union in the state, which, by the way, is the main driver of keeping our children masks. I encourage all of you to get back to basics in your roles and responsibilities. It will save you from entering into liabilities that you cannot run from. We are giving you an opportunity to stop this. Thank you for your time.
Bobby Bivens.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here this morning on this issue to speak about the fact that we believe there should be a policy whereby when the issues are presented to give resolutions, that there is review, that there is knowledge, that there is education. And we don't think that having one person be able to veto what goes on the agenda or does not go on the agenda is important. Today gave recognition for Black infant health, but then previously it didn't get on the agenda to be recognized. Today, we have you all getting knowledge that a high number of Black children are dying. There's a high mortality rate for mothers and for babies because of the lack of adequate medical care or recognition. So you undid a wrong today, and in terms of the recognition of Black infant health and mortality. So we're asking that you take another step and go use your 4/5 rule to veto out items that are coming before the agenda, because all of you or none of you do not know everything that's going on as it relates to various issues in various segments of the population. But to say, well, you know, these dying Black babies is not very important. That's not a good thing. To veto that was not a good thing. And so when we have individuals that make decisions that may not be the best decision even for themselves, then we maybe need to spread this out and take a look at it and give the veto power to at least 3 members of the board rather than just one. I wear a mask, and I've never seen a mask kill anybody, but I've seen a lot of Black people die from not wearing masks and from other people not wearing masks. So I'm not going to be a popular person with some of these folk that don't think that children should wear masks, because my daughter is a teacher, and I don't want her to die from somebody's child coming in because their parents didn't care enough to put them in the mask. So I'm not here to be popular, and I do believe that we need to follow the direction of the Public Health Department, and I'm out helping getting people to get shots and masks.
Thank you. Roberto Franco.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Roberto Franco. I live in District 5. I have 2 boys in elementary school. They both have to wear masks while indoors at school every day. That's why I'm here today. Masks do not work to contain the spread of the coronavirus. There's plenty of evidence for that. Our state leaders have shown us that they believe that is true on many occasions by their actions. Our children should not have to wear a mask at school either. You should let the parents decide that. There is no longer a public health emergency in regards to COVID. That needs to end. Let reason and common sense be your guide, please. Please be courageous. Lead well. Listen to the people. We can weigh the risks and the benefits of our actions and make our own health decisions accordingly. Thank you.
Rachel Thompson.
Morning, Board. I'm Rachel Thompson with the People's Empowerment Center. And I am a community organizer, activist, advocate, social worker, and trauma therapist. Thank you so much. You're tall people. That's excellent. I first would like to acknowledge and thank you for acknowledging Black Infant Health Week and Black History Month as an official proclamation. This is monumental in the movement to equitable, achievable health resources, as well as further bringing awareness to the disparities within our community health system. And standing with our Black history, healing and progressing in equitable laws exemplifies our principles to achieve equality for all people. Acknowledging the past of slavery and the years of unequal treatment of Black and brown people was unfavorable at first. Many leaders of the past, like yourself, came against great adversity. However, with leaders who choose to progress in the most humane treatment of all people, we stand with the principles of equal treatment. As a lifetime social worker, a trauma therapist, I often hear these voices within your communities. Currently serving as the Black and Brown and LGBTQ++ community as a trauma therapist, it is imperative that the board understand the responsibility to create an equitable, fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. I respectfully ask that you place the point of reference back on the agenda to be discussed in the most least implicit, biased way. Furthermore, the most marginalized individuals are ones who we tend to forget. And we tend to forget because most of them are not empowered to be their voices to be heard, right? To come before a board that often sometimes doesn't look like them. I want you to keep that in mind when you all come back together. Thank you.
Jasmine Leak.
Can you all hear me? Great. Good morning, Chair Nguyen and supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment at today's meeting. My name is Jasmine Leak, and I am a resident here in Stockton. And I'm here today to simply congratulate and stand with our Stockton NAACP branch and thank Chair Wynn and the board for acknowledging and bringing awareness to Black History Month today. As some of you know, this is the first time this has been done in 17 years, which is unacceptable. But here we are, and it's a good step forward. And also bringing awareness to Black Infant Health Week for the first time ever. As Mr. Bivens noted earlier, this month is designed to acknowledge the histories associated with Black History Month, the histories of slavery, civil injustices, and continued marginalization of Black people in this country, and the tremendous contributions they've made to our society, despite the insurmountable challenges they've faced and barriers they've faced in reaching prosperity for themselves and their families. Your action today brings critical awareness to county officials, healthcare professionals, and community members that will lead to future actions that affirm, protect, and prioritize the health, safety, and economic security of Black Americans in this country, and it will provide dividends to our region. Furthermore, like Ms. McNeil, I'm asking that you revisit the policy concerning proclamations and the powers granted to the chair to veto requests to deny or veto acknowledgements and proclamations. Supervisor Patty, I just want to say I saw the comments you made at a previous meeting likening things like LGBTQ History Month to National Pigeon Day, and honestly, I was really disappointed to see that. I believe that
that's not what that statement was. Sorry.
Please don't interrupt me. I'm in my public comment. I still have 45 seconds.
Don't come in here and lie about me.
Clerk, can you please add 15 seconds to my time? I would appreciate it. Thank you. I believe that supervisors, your fellow supervisors, will be discerning enough to not bring such irrelevant things as pigeons to this body. And I would also note that this power has been used to deny visibility to other causes, such as LGBTQ history and transgender awareness. This is not right. You have constituents that identify this way and would benefit positively from this acknowledgement. And so I just really hope that you all consider your words when you're on this dais. And I'm respectfully requesting that one of the three of you who decided to continue the policy would revisit it so that it could be discussed more fully. And I do respectfully request that you bring the policy back at your next meeting. Thank you very much.
I would like to remind the board members this is not a time to engage in discussion with the public. Moving along, Courtney Camacho.
Okay, hello board. My name is Courtney Camacho, and I don't really have anything prepared today, but I just want to talk about the mask mandates also. My kindergartner was a half an hour late to school today because she wouldn't put on her mask. I mean, I'm not going to force her, so if she doesn't do it, then she will miss school. Because of COVID, this is her first year in school. She didn't even get to go to preschool. And so I'm just asking that you lift the mandate. If somebody wants to wear a mask, that's their choice. And they have every right to wear it to school, but we should also have the freedom to not have to wear it. My husband's in the military. He works for our freedom every single day. And I feel like you guys just so easily want to take that freedom away, which is a big deal to me. We, as a parent, it's always kind of been somewhat of a gamble to send your child to school, right? There's always been the cold, there's always been the flu, RSV, strep throat, any of it, but we've never treated any of that like we have COVID. And my question is why? Why do you see the need to treat it the way that we're treating it? Why should I have to get a test, by the way, that supposedly lasts for a week? Well, what if you get sick within that week? I just personally really don't see the point in it. So I'm just asking also for just fair treatment for our teachers and for our students. They shouldn't be forced to do things that they're not comfortable doing. And that's really all I have to say, because everyone has said everything else. But thank you.
Thank you. Is it Ashley Sneed?
Hello, everyone. So I'm here standing in support for the mother in the back of the room who was crying because her child vomited in his mask and had a migraine. And people were laughing at him for it. I was not going to speak, but that had me step up. For a teacher and a school to remain anonymous, but this is what was said. Our headmaster had an oxygen meter with him today. He took measurements on several students whose parents made them wear masks. He found several of them with the blood oxygen below 90, a couple even at 85. This is where brain damage happens. And for those of you not looking up while I'm speaking, shame on you. Shame on you for everybody who was not looking up at anybody speaking in this room. And anybody looking at their phone. Because in common conduct in the world or employment, that's a write-up, a write-up, a write-up, and you're fired. Once again, we are causing damage to these children. And I don't just say you guys, parents choosing to do this to their children. Please choose different for these children. Thank you.
Joni Grip.
Hi, good morning. So I'm a resident of Stanislaus County, and I've been speaking there for 2 years. So my face is new to you guys, but I would speak at every podium up and down this state for my children. So I hope that you take my words to heart this morning. This is very personal to me. This is a declaration of a national mental health emergency in our children as declared by the AAP, AACAP, and CHA. I hope you all have seen it before. If not, please give this to Mr. Wynn. That was declared in October, so we are in a state of emergency. We're just in the wrong one. So here's my thoughts. Masks. I'm going to have to speak quickly here. At school, I'm a registered nurse as well as a mom and wife of a firefighter paramedic. I've spent more time and brain power on masks in 2 years than I ever wanted, and I still hold the same conclusions about masks as I did pre-pandemic. They have very specific uses in specific circumstances. They are important PPE. They are not for healthy children in everyday life. Anyone who tells you that they are, that 700 days into this, that they are still an absolute necessity for all healthy, asymptomatic children to wear at all times in every public indoor setting is either grossly ill-informed or a liar. A liar. We've been lied to. I know that sounds harsh, but I have no other conclusions, and I've heard it argued. Well, Joni, is it really too much to ask that healthy, asymptomatic child to cover his face, because it might protect someone else, and it will help others feel safe? Don't be selfish. My answer is yes. Yes, it is too much to ask. It is too much to ask a healthy, asymptomatic child to cover their face for 700 days to make someone else feel safe. It's too much. Trust. Trust is important and trust is vital. Transparency and truth are to be valued, and we've gotten to a point where all I can think of is that old story about the boy who cried wolf. Do you remember that story? Our public health department is that boy. It has been an awful 2 years. There has been illness. There has been loss. That breaks everyone's heart. No one is lacking empathy for that. We understand. And we are reasonable people that do want to protect each other, reasonably. We've been told over and over and over that the wolf is coming for our children. It never was, thank God. But we were not able to recognize that early data for some reason, and we've been forced to sacrifice our children. Trust is lost, and God forbid another once-in-a-lifetime pandemic happens in our lifetime. I will not be so quick to trust anything the government is selling. Not happening. Evil. When good people do nothing, evil prevails, and evil is after our children. And when I read Senator Pan's SB 871 and Senator Wiener's Senate Bill 866, I see an evil agenda. Evil is after our children. Please stand up for them. Please, I'm begging you. I'm tired of begging. I've been begging for 2 years. Thank you.
Isai Mendez.
This is my son, Isai. He's 7 years old. He's homeschooled, and he'll never be able to go to public school because of the ridiculous policies by our government.
My freedom is not for sale.
Good job.
Jennifer Mackey.
Hi, good morning. I wasn't planning on speaking. Oh my God. I have never done anything like this before. I wasn't going to say anything. I just wanted to let everyone know in context to what the gentleman added, that his daughter's a teacher and all the kids should wear masks to protect her. My son brought COVID home from his masked, vaccinated teacher. And a week after she was out, and I found out he had a substitute, you know, the worst case scenario comes to mind. She's out because she has COVID. The school didn't call us. They didn't tell us. We all started having cold symptoms and were tested. I was probably sick for about 3 days before I got a test, and we all came back positive. So I just think that the masks don't really work. They don't really do anything. The vaccine, I don't think, really does a lot. And I think that there's definitely more bad than good going on with that. I took ivermectin, by the way, the human kind, not the horse kind, and I was better in 3 days. My husband, who was scared to take it, was sick for 2 whole weeks. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it works, but it worked for me. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Eileen Wick.
Good morning. I am a freshly retired teacher from Stockton Unified School District, actually a substitute teacher. August, the second day of school, all the way till the middle of October, I was a long-term substitute for a kindergarten class. I loved every day of it, and not one day did I ever get sick. But I hated seeing those little children with masks on. Fortunately, my school allowed them to go to recess and be able to breathe. And then before we'd go into the classroom, I'd say, take a deep breath, get some good air in you, and then put your mask on. But they were so obedient, they did it. But I had children that had speech impediments, and they were too shy. I was fresh in the class, just kind of put there abruptly because the real teacher was sick with COVID. And so I didn't know all the little peculiarities of those little children. Some of them had speech problems. And so when it came to every week we had another letter, M, N. Well, with my mask, they couldn't tell that I said and put my lips together, They couldn't say and put their tongue up and say They didn't know how because my mask was on all the time. They didn't know. I asked them once, hey guys, do you guys know that I'm your friend? Because it was the beginning of school and they would cry. I said, did you guys know that I'm your friend? You guys know that I'm smiling? And they go, no. I said, do you know that I'm smiling at you guys all the time? I love you. But they could not tell my emotions. I couldn't see their emotions either. In fact, it was a while before I even knew what those kids looked like. Their little eyes compared to their smiles, couldn't tell. I couldn't see their emotions. I couldn't see the little boy, I couldn't tell the little girl at the back of the classroom that she was having a bad day or that she was crying that day. I could have found out that the little girl that threw up in her mask, I would have been able to see maybe an hour earlier that she wasn't feeling well, but I couldn't tell that with her mask on. I couldn't tell the little boy that had in the back of the classroom that he had an allergy problem. And I said, Hugo, I hear you sniffing. Are you okay? He's such a sweet boy. But then I said, can you take your mask off? And here he had a long string of snot. And he had it in his mouth the whole time. I could have had him gone earlier. So please, please remove these masks. They don't do any good. And they're hurting our children. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay. What was your name?
I also gave a comment card, and as a matter of fact, I was the first to give the comment card.
Okay. All right. Mr. Colangelo.
Liberty is meaningless where the right to utter one's thoughts and opinions has ceased to exist. That, of all rights, is the dread of tyrants. It is the right which they first of all strike down. That's a quote from Frederick Douglass. My ability to speak to you as our elected representatives is a freedom I take very, very close to my heart. Thank you. My name is Steve Colangelo, and I've been a small business owner in San Joaquin County for over 3 decades. When a state can host a successful Super Bowl with thousands of people gathering, and amusement and theme parks are open and attracting tens of thousands of visitors daily, we are no longer in a state of emergency. I'm here today to urge you to end the local state of emergency and send a message to a governor that clearly isn't getting it. That local governments like San Joaquin County are willing to end a status that no longer makes sense. Families, workers, small business owners, and people across our great county are getting back to living their lives. We all know how serious COVID-19 was. I had it despite being vaccinated, and many in our region needed great medical care from our local heroes, doctors and nurses. However, now we must learn to live with COVID-19 like we have with other serious diseases from the past, like polio and measles, developing better vaccines, better treatments, therapeutics, and growing in our understanding of how they work. But now, let's face it, this state of emergency is a political state, not one protecting our public health. As I began, when the largest city in your state can welcome hundreds of thousands of visitors, produce one of the biggest sporting events in the world, and television viewers seeing everyone from the city's mayor to LeBron James gathering closely without masks, around 50,000 of their closest friends, we are not in a state of emergency. I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to put an overdue end to this state of emergency. Thank you. Again, my name is Steve Colangelo.
Okay, AJ Hartford.
Thank you, Chairman Wynn and supervisors. As a voter and LGBTQIA veteran, we need to stand up for what's right. As a constituent of your district, Supervisor Villapadua, I would request that you re-agendize the guidelines for accepting proclamations, recommendations, etc., certificates, etc. No one voice should be able to approve or disapprove proclamations, etc. Need to create a fair and equal process. Unilateral agreement or disagreement is not fair and equal. So, as I believe Tony said, after watching your previous meeting, I only wish you would give this much consideration to other county matters. So, Supervisors Rickman, Patty, Villapadua, please reconsider your vote. Thank you.
Daniel Hudson.
I'm also going to talk about I'm Daniel Hudson. I'm from Stockton, California. I've been a resident here since 1979. I'm also going to talk about the mandates in the schools. I think it should stop. Also, just to let you know, if anybody ever looked up what an N95 mask is used for and what it's capable of doing. I see people masked up with different masks on here. The N95 mask, which is better than, if you don't have one, it's the best one you could use. So what does it actually filter out? It'll filter out a particle at 0.3. So I said, what is the virus? What is the particle of a virus? A virus is 0.07 to 0.09. So basically, what you have on your face is doing nothing. It's going right through that frickin' mask just as fast as it's going in and out. So it's doing nothing. And these kids, you got them in schools with the masks. It's ridiculous. It's stupidity. And then the big party you guys had, I have to reiterate on that too, that's an embarrassment. That's disrespectful to us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
James, and I can't read the last name, but it starts with a P.
My name is James Patnod, just to clarify that. Good morning, Chairman Chuck Wynn and the Board of Supervisors. My name is James Patnod, and I'm the Data Analyst and Transgender Service Specialist at the San Joaquin Pride Center. Statistics show that 1 in 5 identify as being part of the LGBT community. To put this into perspective, in our county alone, there are over 150,000 people who are LGBT. Now, further statistics show that those who identify as being LGBT will face disproportionate amounts of violence in the form of hate crimes and discrimination. Further still, studies show that 1 in 12 transgender folks will be murdered due to their identity. Increasing further, 1 in 8 individuals will face murder if they are transgender women of color. In 2021, our community saw a worldwide record of 475 murders of our transgender siblings, 75 of which were here in here in the U.S. 1 was here in our county. I actually knew this victim personally. Her name was Jessica. Nearly everybody who stepped through the doors of our center knew her. She volunteered with us almost every day for years. She was full of life and love for her community to the very end. This year, at Transgender Day of Remembrance, we mourned those 475 lives, and we grieved the loss of Jessica. The importance and sheer weight of this Awareness Day should not have to be expressed, but recent events has made it a necessity to do so. We observe this day year after year because every year we see the violence against our community increase. Last year, our county's proclamations to acknowledge our LGBT Awareness Days was vetoed. Among those were our Transgender Day of Visibility, Transgender Day of Remembrance, LGBT History Month, Coming Out Day, among others. Our community relies heavily upon our allies in order to sustain the work, progress, and visibility we have made towards gaining our equal rights, from the Stonewall riots to the day same-sex marriage was made law of the land. In voting down the acknowledgement of these awareness days, you have ostracized 150,000 people here in our county. You have invalidated those 475 lives that were cut short. You have erased the visibility that our community so desperately needs. You have empowered those perpetuating the violence against us by silencing our voices for them. Our community deserves visibility, respect, and dignity. We have been denied the very basic recognition of our existence, and as such have been denied the very worth our lives hold. We demand the respect and recognition that we deserve. The current policy, which allows the chair of the board to unilaterally veto proclamations, is anti-democratic and empowers the prejudiced to foist their power over the marginalized. I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villapadua to re-agendize the guidelines for accepting proclamations and call for a revote. In addition, I respectfully ask Supervisors Miguel Villapadua, Tom Patty, and Robert Rickman to reconsider their position on this policy. Thank you.
Simone Reyes.
Good morning, Chairman Joaquin and Board of Supervisors. My name is Simone Reyes. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin Pride Center. The mission of the San Joaquin Pride Center is to serve the diverse LGBTQ+ community in San Joaquin County and the surrounding areas by creating a safe and welcoming space, by providing resources that enrich the body, mind, and spirit, and by educating the public in tolerance and respect for all people within within the community. I am here today because I am bothered to learn that last year's chair vetoed requested county proclamations to recognize LGBTQ Pride Month, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and others supporting LGBTQ+ community, and others supporting the LGBTQ+ community. I am more alarmed that this board has a policy to allow the chair the power to unilaterally veto proclamations. This is anti-democratic, and in the case of last year, morally wrong. These practices show where you stand with the LGBT community, and we will remember these individuals as you seek to represent San Joaquin County locally and nationally. By you denying the visibility and recognition of Pride Month, Transgender Day of Remembrance, Coming Out Day, and LGBTQ History Month, and also Black Maternal Health Week, you have perpetuated institutionalized racism and discrimination. Additionally, to deny a supervisor the ability to recognize the community or issues through the form of proclamations is to deny the voters their voices through their elected representatives. 53 years ago, when Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera decided enough was enough and stood up to local officials by fighting back the abuse and kicking off the modern LGBTQ+ movement, it was not a fight for extra rights. It is not a fight for special rights. It was a fight then, as it is now, a fight for equal rights. Supervisor Villapadua, I ask that you re-agendize this item for conversation and discussion and a revote. I also ask that you reconsider your position on the current policy. The Board of Supervisors and the clerk of the board's office, it is up to you to create the process that is equitable and does not block the voices of your constituents. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great day.
Isaiah Merriweather.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. Hi, my name is Isaiah Merriweather. I use he, him, his pronouns, and I'm the lead outreach director for the San Joaquin Pride Center. I'm here to speak about the lack of proclamations for Pride Month, LGBT History Month, National Coming Out Day, Transgender Day of Remembrance, Transgender Day of Visibility, and Black Maternal Health Week. Part of my role as outreach is to connect to other communities and ascertain ways to assist each other. However, a vital part of my role is to help maintain visibility not only of the San Joaquin Pride Center, but of the LGBTQIA+ community of San Joaquin County. One of my first tasks as lead outreach was to ascertain why during the month of June of 2021, why the pride flag was not raised at City Hall here in Stockton. There was a notable lack of visibility. So much so we received numerous calls from members of not only LGBT community, but other communities that we call our allies as well, asking why it was not raised. Well, however, years prior to this, it was raised at the start of the month and was always discussed and proclaimed without any complications. After weeks of correspondence and through the enduring work of community members and our allies, on June 23rd, 2021, at 8 a.m., the flag was raised. However, this was on the 23rd of June. Particularly, like around 3 weeks have already been passed and barely a month to celebrate it. It is our elected officials' duty to support and maintain safety for marginalized communities. That's including, but not limited to, the LGBTQ+ community. I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villar-Padua to re-agendize the guidelines for accepting proclamations and call for a revote. In addition, I respectfully ask Supervisors Miguel Villar-Padua, Tom Patty, and Robert Rickman to reconsider their position on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Atlas Rivera.
Hello and good morning, Chuck Wayne and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Atlas Rivera, and I am the social media manager of the San Joaquin Pride Center. And being a social media manager, I understand the importance of what visibility and acknowledgement can do for a person. It allows individuals who may not have had allows people to not feel shame who they are or what they have experienced in life. It allows individuals to not feel shame for who they are and It allows individuals who may not have had previous knowledge or vocabulary help find out things about themselves they didn't know existed. I am a non-binary individual. I have been alive for 25 years, and for 22 of those years, I have felt different. I felt as if I was out of place, and I had no idea as to why I felt like that. I didn't have the visibility that I needed to figure out why I had this emptiness inside of me. A part of me was missing, and because of that, I grew depressed and even suicidal, which is why I come to you today to ask that you acknowledge Trans Day of Remembrance, that you acknowledge Trans Day of Visibility, LGBTQIA+ History Month, Pride Month, Coming Out Day, among many other days and weeks. It is estimated that in this country, at least one LGBTQIA+ youth between the ages of 13 and 24 attempts suicide every 45 seconds. I ask that you understand that it is your undeniable duty as not only our Board of Supervisors, but as our allies, that you use your privilege to help prevent the youth of our county from becoming another statistic. Denying the visibility that our community desperately needs is an act that can perpetuate mental health disparities among other health complications. Our youth is our future. Don't allow our youth to be harmed in this way. I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villar-Padua to re-agendize the guidelines for accepting the proclamations and call for a revote. In addition, I respectfully ask Supervisors Miguel Villar-Padua, Tom Patty, and Robert Rickman to reconsider their position on the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolene Goulart.
Thank you for giving us this platform to be able to speak with you. And first, I just wanted to thank everybody that has come before me, that has spoken on behalf of our children and unmasking them. I've been very moved by listening to everybody, and to be honest with you, I'm trying to piece together what I can say that wasn't already said, but I really appreciate everybody's vulnerability. Coming up in public speaking takes a lot, and I'm here on behalf of a lot of people that are unable to be here due to work. But I am a local small business owner and a mother of 2, 1st grade and 7th grade, and I am just at my wit's end with all of this. There has been so many things that have been said, and I could reiterate all of them, but you all already know that. The one thing that I can't get out of my head is this photo that has been shared everywhere, and photos apparently of yourselves. And full disclosure, I get it. I get why you were out doing what you were doing, because I've been doing it as well. I want my kids to be able to go to school and communicate with their teachers and see them in a regular light. So now is the time that change needs to be made, because everybody in this room can acknowledge that we don't wear the masks. Sitting down and wearing a mask, coming up here, taking it off to speak, and sitting back down is ridiculous. It's stupid. Kids go to school every day. They are allowed to go outside to recess and remove their mask. They sit with their friends at the lunch table, remove their masks, touch the tables, touch paper, touch their face. It is just obnoxious at this point for us to be forced to send our children at this point. The one other thing that I would like to touch on that I feel is a little different from what we've all been hearing is the health factor of all of this. I do own a local fitness center in Tracy, and nobody wants to acknowledge the science. The science about this is that your health is your responsibility. If you choose to get a vaccine, if you want to wear a mask for the next 10 years, that is awesome. That is your right to choose that. But your health ultimately is your responsibility. The science has shown huge, massive numbers of that everybody should be concerned about their health, their individual health. If you take that into account and you look at the comorbidities of what has happened over the last 2 years, that's where the focus needs to be. Not on shielding our child's faces, not on making administration and teachers take time out of their day and curriculum to send children out to get tested like they're in a hospital. Enough is enough. Parents need to make choices if they want vaccines or not, but masks need to go. They don't work. My kids' classes were proof of that. All sick within the first 3 weeks of the new year. All of them sick. Masks do not work. They need to stop, and you all need to make the right decision for your people, because San Joaquin County can make a statement. We can be the ones that start all of this and change in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Pruitt.
Well, I have some prepared things to say, but so much has been said ahead of me, and I just want to thank all of you for serving us. And I just want to, I was thinking that we all say how you're here to serve us. Well, all of you on this council and the districts, you wanted to serve us. You all gave us thought, and you decided to run. And then we could choose you to serve us and to listen to us. So I just want to put that out there because I think we all need a reminder. I just think that I could feel like a pressure cooker in here. There's just, and I know you guys are under a lot of pressure, so I just want to acknowledge that. And we just implore you to do the right thing for our counties, just that we can live our lives out in liberty and freedom. I teach school. My name's Pam Pruitt. I teach school out in Linden, and I've taught school for over 30 years. And it's been very difficult, especially during the COVID season where we were doing it online. And I have third graders now that, frankly, are first grade in a lot of levels. It's been very difficult. We have gotten a new program called SIPS in, and it's a phonics program. But imagine teaching a phonics program like that prior teacher had said, with a mask on. And the kids have masks on. And there's speech impediments we're dealing with. And they're sitting right in front of you, but you can't see. You can't see how they're forming the words, and you don't know if they're forming them right or if they have the right word. So it has been a big problem. And another thing I was sitting here thinking about is the opening for abuse. You know, I do a lot of training every year. It's hours of training on children abuse, how not to abuse children, and how we have to call in any abuse we see. But this has been an opening for so much bullying and abuse, because children that are not masked, or children that show up that don't wear masks, or children that are masked, they're pitted against each other. It's just not a good thing in that sense, too. And I've heard horrible stories where children without masks are put in a closet at a school, you know, somewhere in our nation. It's just another opening for abuse, and we need to end that opportunity. The other thing is I have several children in my classroom that are afraid to take their mask off now. I have one girl, and I tell them outside, you know, you can take your mask off. This little girl will not take her mask off. Actually, there's two that refuse to take their mask off. So I just wanted to give you my personal experience, and it's pretty horrendous what this has caused. And I just ask you guys to lead us, to lead your people, to bring us together, and to eliminate these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Shoemaker.
Good morning, Board. My name is Jim Shoemaker. I'm President of the California Republican Assembly in San Joaquin County. We've taken on this agenda almost 2 years ago to fight this tyranny that we keep pushing on our people. I look at this mask mandate, I look at vaccine mandate, and I can't find anywhere, if you have a competent medical professional, look at this and see what the challenges are and what we should actually be doing when we're dealing with a man-made virus created in a country that has ulterior motives to the rest of us. At the same time, we're penalizing, as we've heard earlier, with our children. I owned a trucking company back in the 80s, and I hauled hazardous waste with that company. I had to go through a training for mask wearing, all right? It was mentioned earlier, the size of this virus. I had to wear special equipment on a number of jobs that I went on with air circulating or other masks. The other point in that is we could not have any facial hair at all because the mask had to seal your face. Now, just like all of you, you have your masks on and you're wearing them, and it's been noted how good they work. I've worked in the construction industry and in demolition. I go, when we deal with that, we're wearing masks, okay? Because, well, we're dealing with some awful big particles flying around. But our children are out playing, and they need to breathe, just like all of us need to breathe. And in that process, I would like to see this board take a stand against any more and all mandates that anything comes down from the state government or the federal government. And I have something I want to bring up here, and that is the standards of really what you should be operating on. And it's the doctrine of the lesser magistrate, so you can understand what your position is. And I'm going to read it because I can't memorize it very well, but I do know it, and I've known it for years. First, they are to oppose and resist any laws or edicts from the higher authority that contravene the law or the Word of God. Second, they are to protect the person, liberty, and property of those who reside within the jurisdiction from any unjust, immoral actions by the higher authority. Third, they are not to impediment any laws or decrees made by the higher authority that violate the Constitution. Necessary, you need to resist them. So I'm asking, remove all these restrictions, put no more on us, and free our children. Thank you. Jim Shoemaker.
I have some other requests here which are, I guess, directed towards a later agenda item. If you would like to do it now or wait till we get to the COVID, which will be later in the meeting, it's up to you. Jennifer McGill.
Jennifer McGill, residing in District 6. The time has come to end the state of emergency. If we were truly in a COVID state of emergency, the unmasking of top California representatives and even San Joaquin County representatives, the unmasking in public would not have occurred. However, our school children, smiles are still being covered. Our children's ability to grow and develop naturally and freely continues to be sacrificed for COVID fundings. The government does not have a right to restrict ours or our children's breathing and to tell us what chemicals we must and our children must put into their bodies in order to participate as a functioning member of society. We are sovereign beings. Our birthright, our existence is freedom. No more mandates. You as Board of Supervisors have the ability to end the state of emergency in San Joaquin County. For the sake of our children, this has to end. We must preserve their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Elena Orozco.
Good morning, you guys. My name is Elena Orozco. Thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Elena Orozco, and I'm a resident of Stockton. I don't have anything fancy prepared today, not on paper, not on my head. I'm just a humble, educated Latina here to advocate for our children, okay, to advocate for medical choice. I became a mom in 2015, and ever since then, I have been affected twice already for having my medical freedom taken away from me because I used to be a teacher and I couldn't go back to that without certain vaccines. And now the possibility of my children getting a public education is also out of the question. So I want to ask something else about me because I don't want to repeat what everybody already said. For the past 2 years, I've been kind of out of the loop, you know, taking care of my own sanity, my own problems that were generated thanks to 2020 and my own family. And so this is my first time here, as well as many others that already came up here. So I just want to say that I hope that the fact that I'm here shows you that we are still paying attention. We know what's going on. And if you ever think that we're going to be quiet, that's not going to happen. We're not going to back down. We're informed, and we will stand up for our children. Thank you.
Yeah. Angela, this is for the COVID discussion, but since you either want to do it now or do you want to wait till we have the COVID discussion?
Okay, Angela May, regarding the COVID-19 discussion, thank you for allowing me to speak now instead of having to wait. Many people have made comments, and while I appreciate their position is from a 2-year-long public emergency of mass hysteria, that's what this really is. We need to actually address this because we have elders in our community who are actually telling people, and telling people here, and telling you, that it's my child's job to protect them. Excuse me, any minor's job, it is our job to protect them. It is nobody else's job, and certainly not the government, to say, für ihre Sicherheit, for your safety, that it is my child's job to comply with the government. It is my child's job to be a child. It is not their job to protect another person. It is their job, if they are a sibling, to be loving and caring and friendly to another human being. That's our job as the adults, to give them that role model to follow. It is not their job to be anything but the fun-loving kids that want to go out and play on the playground and smile and learn and be a part of society as they grow up to be functional members. Part of that means that they grow up to maybe one day become one of your positions. But what are you robbing them of? With all of your mandates, with all of your blood money, because that's what it is. Every time you take another dollar, extend another deadline, put things out in your COVID agenda out through December of 2022. You've just drawn this out to the end of the year. Now it's 2023. Now what do you tell the children? It's still their job to protect you? But you're an elder. When do you step back and say, when is enough? Enough. When is für ihre Sicherheit in America acceptable? Enough is enough. Ms. Parks needs to be investigated. I have seen so many fraudulent, falsified death certificates that all say COVID-19. People are dying of other things and for nothing more than money. And this is where the term blood money comes in. For nothing more than money to our hospitals. Over $100,000 per person. This is criminal. At this point, this is mass hysteria. Are people dying? Yes. Are people sick? Yes. Just under 10% of people die of a common flu, pneumonia, bronchitis, or lung disease every year. Where is that hysteria? What about the heart attacks? What about the aneurysms? What about the fixed, dilated, and blank stare pupils of people dying when the dead are ignored because they can't speak for themselves anymore? Where do you speak up for them?
Okay, anyone else would like to speak?
Chairman, at this time, Chairman,
yes.
I'd like to request 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you.
I think that's what we have.
I'm allowed 3 minutes. Thank you. We can do the green light if you want, so we stay on target. I'd like to say.
Let me clarify. What are you asking for? I'm not quite sure I understand.
I can't hear you, sir.
I said, what are you specifically asking for? I'm not quite sure I understand.
3 minutes of public comment.
By yourself?
Yes.
Well,
I can go down there. I can go down there and fill out a request form, or I can be given 3 minutes. I'm told by clerk of the board and county council that that's legal.
It is, but I would say that probably the public comments from the public take priority, but I will certainly entertain that at the end. So, thank you.
I won't be able to be here for the end of the meeting.
Well, I mean, the end of the public comment.
I can't hear you, sir, with the mask.
The end of the public comment is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I still can't hear you.
At the end of the public comment, for those who are wishing to speak, who've already signed up, which we've gone through those requests, and we have a number of public comments that the clerk of the board has received. So when we finish with those, I'll be more than happy to entertain your request. And I think that probably should happen before 1 o'clock when I know you have to leave.
Very well, I couldn't hear you. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, anyone else? Mr. Crangelo, you've already spoke once, so.
Different item. That's on the agenda.
Okay, and what item is that?
Number 35.
Okay.
This agendized item it looks like it's for a maximum of $825,000 that's going to Fulgent Therapeutics, LLC. I would request that the Board of Supervisors review the letter that was produced by the Los Angeles County Sheriff in regards to this item. There are some implications that were brought up in this letter that was brought to the attention of the sheriff by the FBI, that patient information is being shared with the Chinese government. I think before we spend taxpayer dollars, before we proceed with any kind of an expenditure like this, I'd rather be safe and make sure that we understand the ramifications of spending that money and putting our county residents at risk. My request to you is to table the issue until we can get clarification from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department about these allegations. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sure. State your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Larson. I'm part of District 2, and I came up here the day you guys passed the resolution and told you if you held the line, I'd walk with you, and I'd hold your hands, and I'd be there. But I also told you that if you strayed, I'd be a thorn in your side. Now, I do owe Miss Kathy Miller an apology. If she doesn't mind looking up, I would like to give it to her, because the day after that resolution, her and I had an interaction on Facebook where she stated it was political theater. And I got offended. I took it personal. Thought she was relating to us that all came here to speak on our family, friends, and community. But then I realized over these last few months, it was the political theater that I've gotten from the Board of Supervisors to give us tidbits of what we want to keep us compliant. My children got forced into homeschool by COVID. I'm so happy that they did. But at the same time, closing parks, closing playgrounds, making masks mandatory to go to a aquarium, you guys have robbed them of their childhood. And as a father, I'm not only offended, but I'm mad. You have a lot of parents mad right now. You have a lot of voters mad. And I get, because I'm up here with no mask. I walk around every day with no mask because I don't feel that I should have to worry about my decisions affecting anybody other than my family. Okay? And I get, everybody wants to go back to normal. Everybody wants this over. But we're using CARES Act funding for security systems at airports, steel plates on the ground. But we're not doing this to just get rid of this COVID funding that we keep getting dangled in front of our faces every time we ask for a resolution, a mandate, or something to change what's going on in this town. We get, well, the funding. You guys have already spent the funding. Stop spending it so we can get rid of this emergency now. Because you guys robbing our children, you won't be in those seats very long. I promise you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Clerk of the Board, if you could read the comments we've received.
Thank you, Chairman. The first public comment is submitted by Roberto Franco, who writes, Supervisors, please be courageous and resist the LGBTQ agenda to recognize this group and its random commemorative days and ideas. Treat all people equally. Do not treat any groups in special ways because of their chosen lifestyle. The next public comment is submitted by Yadira Herrera, who writes, Good morning to everyone. Unfortunately, I am 4 days post-surgery and cannot be there in person. You all have been presented with the facts of the harm that these COVID policies are causing. I want to once again share a very few of my experiences. My family and I have been greatly discriminated against for not masking. We've been kicked out of grocery stores. My kids, 8 and 5, have been harassed, denied, suspended from school. Most doctors refused to provide us services. We were denied entry to public meetings, all while LPD just stood by, watched, and stated they would arrest us if we didn't leave the public building. Security officers kicked us out of the public building in downtown Stockton, all for not wearing a mask. The most frustrating thing is that they all stated, quote, we are just doing our job, end quote, but they are not. Their duty is to American and uphold their oaths to the Constitution. When did USA become a dictatorship? When everyone agreed to accept the millions of COVID relief. We the people are done asking. We demand you put an end to masking, testing, and this whole planned pandemic. We the people will not let history repeat itself, and we will not wear the yellow stars. It's been 2 years. Everyone that has implemented and helped enforce these policies need to be held accountable for crimes against humanity. When you allow government to break laws during an emergency, they will continuously create emergencies. Stop this Holocaust. The next comment is submitted by Sally, who writes, the Board of Supervisors in all California counties have the power to rescind all health orders, mandates, and end the hoax. They are refusing because they have gotten millions of dollars for COVID, massive amounts of bribery money to look the other way. Did the government's credibility die with COVID or of COVID? California is in decline. It's being led by hypocrites in the state of emergency and their tyranny. The next comment is submitted by Robert Wilson, who writes, Dear Supervisors, it is way past time to remove all mask mandates and end our local state of emergency. It is especially outrageous that while removing mask mandates today for adults, Governor Newsom is still demanding our children be masked in schools. This age group from 0 to 18 years old is virtually unaffected by COVID, and there is no science to support masking our kids. In point of fact, requiring kids to wear masks is child abuse and needs to stop now. Do the right thing and end this virtue signaling, unscientific mask nonsense today. Thank you, Robert Wilson, Stockton, California. The next comment is submitted by Amy Portello Nelson, who writes, Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Amy Portello Nelson, a resident of Stockton. I am writing today because I am disappointed that the board voted to give the chair unilateral power to veto proclamations, and now our proposal is out requiring unanimous approval, which seems just as ridiculous. I know that proclamations are mostly symbolic, but recognition does matter. Proclamations allow for a few minutes when supervisors, department heads, administrators, and the public get a stage to learn more about an issue that is important and relevant for our community. These are decision makers who propose programs, identify funding priorities, and approve budgets. When one supervisor identifies an issue to be lifted up and recognized, we should have the right to highlight that issue as long as it falls within the approved guidelines. Last year, several proclamations were vetoed, including Black Maternal Health Week, Pride Month, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and others. These proclamations would bring awareness to those populations with huge health disparities and have been identified through our own PHS and statewide epidemiological data. There are also marginalized communities that have faced violence and discrimination. No one should have the right to unilaterally deny visibility of these issues when all supervisors were elected through a democratic process to represent their community. Supervisor Miguel Villapudois, we need you to re-agendize this conversation for discussion and a revote. We also ask you to reconsider your position on the current policy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Clerk, excuse me. Supervisor Patty, could you join us back up here on the podium? Okay.
The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Supervisor Villapudois, as my representative on the board, I've come to understand you are a man of integrity who bases his votes on his understanding of all sides of an issue. I implore you as a man who has spent his entire life in the city of Stockton and understands the impacts proclamations and designations have on the undervalued and underrepresented segments of our population to reconsider your vote from last week regarding the proclamation policy. Allowing one person, irrespective of chairmanship, the ability to single-handedly veto the recognitions of an entire class of people is abhorrent and undemocratic. Making light of the work being done in our community by the LGBTQ+, Latinx, Black, and overlooked populations by comparing them to pigeons is appalling. Please use this policy for what it can be, not what a handful of men dictate it must. This policy can demonstrate to our constituents that you are truly working on their behalf, that you see them as a constituency worth working for, not because they have deep pockets, but because they are worthy of our county government's protection and investment. I know you to be a considerate vote on this board. I ask that you re-agendize the proclamation policy and change your vote. The next comment was submitted by Mayusotic Zaragoza, who writes, comparing the existence and recognition of human beings to pigeons is a violation of their human rights. Absolutely dehumanizing to a person being placed in the same category as an animal. Just because you do not identify as LGBTQ+ or with Black maternal health does not mean you should get the sole right to erase their existence from the community. We are here and we are listening to the abusive words and actions from our board. tired of repeatedly proving their existence matters against willful ignorance. Shameful. This policy is a disaster and gross power against human rights, as we have already witnessed. Not only do these historical suppressed identities deserve recognition, they deserve the funding resources to thrive and survive against their own erasure. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to create an equitable, fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, the Board of Supervisors should be embarrassed by their handling of the retaliation findings against Steve Bester-Larides. You were all quick to try and dismiss the findings of an independent investigator. I can't help but wonder if it had anything to do with at least 3 of the BOS meeting privately with Mr. Bester-Larides in his office in the days leading up to meeting. Did you give Ms. Weber the same opportunity and time? Your behavior has been shameful. You are all very quick to dismiss findings by an unbiased person. Is it really that hard to believe when this is in the same department that had settled a PERB charge against it for denying employees the right to have union representation? A department that had a disciplinary action overturned because they overstepped. A department that has a manager have 2 findings of discrimination and retaliation against her with no action taken by Mr. Bester-Larides. A department that is soon to have a DFEH finding against it. A department with large turnover in employees, all within a couple of years. It really shouldn't be hard to believe the findings against Mr. Bester-Larides and his staff. You missed an opportunity to do the right thing, and in the process, you embarrassed yourselves in San Joaquin County. The next comment is submitted by Melissa Ford, who writes, the campaign by Supervisor Miller against Supervisor Tom Patty is nothing more than a smokescreen designated to thwart Patty's campaign for Congress. Supervisor Patty wants nothing more than to abide by long-standing board precedent by allowing whoever serves in the position of chair to control what proclamations are being issued as official county documents. This is good for the reputation of the county, as one supervisor could issue a county proclamation to radical fringe groups like the Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, and militia groups. This keeps a unified, cohesive voice against extremism. Let's continue existing precedent to ensure no craziness comes from the board and gives a stain on San Joaquin County. The next comment is submitted by Dan Zimmer, who writes, there is nothing wrong with current board policy on proclamation issuance. It's being used as a wedge issue by political opponents of other supervisors on this board against the majority. What is real is the partisan divisiveness that a certain supervisor's legislative aide has brought to county government. That office is using the clout of the office to engage in a target and destroy mission against Tom Patty's effort for Congress. That's what this nonsense over pronation issuance is all about. It's time for the board's minority faction to act like adults instead of ungracious losers. The next comment is submitted by Serena Garrett, who writes, what is the current specific algorithmic process for determining which county proclamations are approved or denied? Where can I find a list of all current proclamations and their dates of duration? How are you ensuring the voices of all San Joaquin County voices are honored via proclamations and not just the ones you agree with, VR? The next comment is submitted by Amy O'Sullivan, who writes, enough is enough. The constant waste of time and taxpayer dollars emanating from the offices of Supervisors Miller and Wynn against their colleagues must stop. There is no concerted effort by 3 supervisors to ignore GLBT events and occasions, even though there are apparently several. What there is a desire to continue long-standing board precedent so political operatives who somehow find themselves hired in the final 2 years of a termed-out member's term doesn't unilaterally choose which entity gets a county proclamation. Supervisor Miller frequently invoked precedent and long-standing board policy practice to deny changes and reform. In this case, let's also stand up for precedent. It protects the county from embarrassment. The next comment is submitted by Chase O'Sullivan, who writes, I find it funny that some members of this board, Supervisors Miller and Wynn, repeatedly attack their twice-elected colleague Tom Patty because Supervisor Patty wants to continue long-standing board precedent. Supervisor Patty has been a county supervisor for just over 5 years. He was chair for only 1. How is it his fault the county didn't recognize Black History Month since 2005? Regarding this issue, where were those on the board now on the 2 years prior to Patty's arrival? Why is it important now but not then? If it was important then, it wasn't Tom Petty's fault that the current longest-serving members dropped the ball. Stop the obvious and blatant political attacks. The public sees right through it. The next comment is submitted by a concerned and voting citizen who writes, as a gay woman, a grandparent, and an activist in San Joaquin County, I urge you to reconsider your recent vote on proclamations. Last year, Supervisor Patty prevented acceptance of Gay Pride Month, commonly celebrated and acknowledged throughout the United States, Black Maternal Health Week, and LGBTQIA History Month. These proclamations are important in highlighting community efforts and raising awareness in the community. Many populations have been discriminated against for decades, and we are finally making some progress towards accepting each other and treating each other with kindness and respect. Giving one person the power to veto any proposed special acknowledgement will set equality and equity back decades in our county. No one person should have that power. My grandchildren deserve to live in a county that respects its citizens and its input. Supervisor Villapiedra, you seem to be the swing vote here. As a Latino male, you have started to separate yourself from the typical white male power on the board. Please do not stop now. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to create a fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. The next comment is submitted by Susan Loftus, who writes, Chair and Board, everyone is important. We make this community together, all of us. This is your chance to show the voters and future voters that you do mean what you say. Show us that each of us matters every day, not just on Election Day. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to create an equitable, fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. The next comment is submitted by Rosemary Atkinson, who writes, to the Board of Supervisors, in response to the question of proclamations from the public, the people of Stockton must have a method of expressing their needs and views in a civilized and legal manner. Those who are elected by the community members are beholden to hear them out. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to create an equal, fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. The next comment is submitted by Jaime Harrison, who writes, hello, I am a resident of the Santos Ranch neighborhood where the ongoing issue of cut-through, commuter, and big rig traffic continues to plague our neighborhood. I would like to start off by saying I wholeheartedly agree with what Public Works has been saying since day one. Traffic is like water. If you plug one area, it will reroute and flow to another area. I still don't understand why the County Board of Supervisors and Public Works refuse to completely plug Hanson Road, which will reroute the traffic to Mountain House Parkway where the traffic was intended to be since that main artery was built. By only plugging Hanson Road partially by allowing northbound traffic, there are still thousands and thousands more vehicles on our neighborhood roads than was ever intended and deemed safe. Thousands and thousands of commuters that use our neighborhood, including the front entrance to Lammersville Elementary School, as their personal highway to save 3 minutes getting to work at the Prologis warehouses. Please keep in the forefront of your mind that our streets, including Van Sosten Road, where Lammersville Elementary School sits, have no sidewalks and no safety barrier from this cut-through traffic. Our neighborhood now looks like a construction zone, while still allowing thousands of misplaced cars and big rigs to plow through our streets, putting our residents and children at severe risk. I implore you to do the right thing. Close Hanson Road completely and push traffic to Mountain House Parkway. The next comment was submitted by Robin Cole, who writes, the decision on February 1st, 2022 that silenced the voices of many in the county was the very definition of council culture. That any chair has the authority to arbitrarily veto a proclamation goes too far and is antithetical to democracy. I am requesting that the supervisors who went along with this autocratic decision, Miguel Villapiedra and Rob Rickman, rethink their position on this policy. By not doing so, you are basically saying that the thousands of people, in this case Black women and members of the LGBTQIA+ community in the county, don't matter. While I don't fall into either of these groups, they do matter to me and they should matter to you. This lack of respect will be remembered. I hope that one of you will have the decency to re-agendize the item regarding the prevailing policy for decisions and re-vote to move forward with the requesting proclamations from Supervisor Miller's office to recognize Pride Month, LGBTQIA+ History Month, Black Maternal Health Week, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and Coming Out Day. This autocratic and discriminatory policy must be reconsidered and eliminated. It's unfair and undemocratic. Kathleen Moody writes, Supervisors Villapadua, Patty, and Rickman, please reconsider your stance on the chair's authority to unilaterally veto any request for a county proclamation. These proclamations often symbolize support for some of the most marginalized groups in our community. Allowing such power to just one person on the board seems mean-spirited and against the values of democracy. Thank you for your consideration. Ann Lisa Butcher writes, the Board of Supervisors represents each person in our region and is not elected to serve our own preferences. This denies voters voices through their elected representatives. Allowing a chair to veto proclamations is anti-democratic. It is dangerous to vulnerable people's lives and well-being. Supervisor Tom Patty denying visibility and recognition of Black Maternal Health Week, Pride Month, Transgender Day of Remembrance, Coming Out Day, and LGBTQ History Month is an example of institutionalized racism and discrimination. The board is not comprised yet of these communities, so it is your job to represent them well, even if you do not see eye to eye. These groups deserve visibility, respect, and dignity. I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villapadua to re-agendize the guidelines for accepting proclamations and call for a revote. In addition, I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villapadua, Tom Patty, and Robert Rickman to reconsider their position on the policy. Allison Aranda writes, the current board policy allowing the chair to veto any proclamation request is anti-democratic. Last year's chair, Supervisor Patty, used his power to silence marginalized communities by rejecting recognition of Black Maternal Health Week, Transgender Day of Remembrance, Pride Month, LGBTQIA+ History Month, and Coming Out Day. It is completely undemocratic to allow one person to wield such power, aside from reprehensible that that power has been used to silence some of the most vulnerable communities among us. Thank you to Supervisor Kathy Miller and particularly Board Chair Chuck Wynn, who voted for the policy change even though it would gain him less power over the proclamation process. We need more elected officials who will act in good faith and stand up for democracy. I am respectfully asking Supervisor Miguel Villapadua to re-agendize the guidelines for proclamations and call for a revote. I'm additionally asking Supervisors Robert Rickman, Tom Patty, and Miguel Villapadua to reconsider their positions on the policy. Thank you. John Crary writes, giving power to one person, the chair, to approve or veto proclamation requests is an overreach of singular power. Each member is elected equally. Each one has their vote. No one person was elected by the residents of San Joaquin County to have a louder voice. Sophia Colon writes, hello, Chairman Chuck Wynn and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sophia Colon. I am a resident of Stockton in District 2. I am shocked and saddened to find out that last year's chair, Supervisor Tom Patty, vetoed several requested county proclamations to recognize Black Maternal Health Week, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and others supporting the LGBTQ community. Voters will surely remember this as we approach elections. I believe it is undemocratic to have a board policy that would give just one person, the chair, such power to unilaterally veto proclamations because it silences voices across our county and denies recognition by their elected representatives. This act perpetuates institutionalized racism and discrimination. Supervisor Miguel Villapadua, I respectfully ask you to re-agendize this for discussion and a revote. Please reconsider your positions on this policy and the voices the proclamations uplift. Respectfully to the board and the clerk of the board's office, we must create a process that is equitable and does not silence the voice of your constituents. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is submitted by Nancy Huante Tzintzen, who writes, good morning, Chairman Chuck Wynn and Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Nancy Huante Tzintzen. I am a resident of Stockton. I am here today because I am upset to learn that last year's chair, Supervisor Tom Patty, vetoed requested county proclamations to recognize Black Maternal Health Week, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and other supporting LGBTQ community. I am more alarmed that this board has a policy to allow the chair the power to unilaterally veto proclamations. This is anti-democratic and in the case of last year, morally wrong and shameful. By denying visibility and recognition of Black Maternal Health Week, Pride Month, Transgender Day of Remembrance, Coming Out Day, and LGBTQ History Month, the board members who vetoed on this have perpetuated institutionalized racism and discrimination. At a time when books are being banned discussing social issues, including institutionalized racism across the country, it is equally as important to recognize the importance and influence of local government leadership in our community. Additionally, to deny a supervisor's ability to recognize a community or issue through the form of a proclamation is to deny voters voices through their elected representatives. Supervisor Miguel Villalpudua, I need you to re-agendize this conversation for discussion and a revote. I also ask you to reconsider your position on the current policy. To the board and the clerk of the board's office, it is up to create a process that is equitable and does not block the voices of your constituents. Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Patricia Barrett, who writes, good morning. Recently, the issue of whether or not the chair should have the right to veto a proclamation brought to the board by the people of this county should be acceptable. No, this should not be right because it is a one-person censoring, which is not how our governing body works. If a proclamation is brought to the board by the people, then it should be implemented by a vote of the majority. Quote, I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to create an equitable, fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations, end quote. The next comment was submitted by Nancy Gonzalez St. Clair, who writes, I believe that the chair of the board mustn't veto proclamations because it is not democratic. The 5 Board of Supervisors represent the whole San Joaquin County community and should all vote on proclamations. Supervisors should recognize a community or issue through the form of a proclamation. Proclamations are the highest form of board recognition designated a specific time to bring public awareness of important causes, events, or achievements. Proclamations must represent voters' voices and diversity. The County Board of Supervisors represents a very diverse and multicultural community. When Supervisor Tom Petty vetoed requested proclamations from Supervisor Miller's office to recognize Pride Month, LGBTQIA+ History Month, Black Maternal Health Week, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and Coming Out Day, he shut out part of the community. All those groups deserve visibility, respect, and dignity in San Joaquin County. I want to respectfully ask the County Board of Supervisors to create an equitable policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. It is imperative that the County Board of Supervisors truly represent, honor, and include everyone in the community, especially those historically marginalized and denied acknowledgement in local government. The next comment is submitted by Chris Estrada, who writes, I'd like to thank the board members for acknowledging how transformative the PIA project will be. How this neighborhood is so not on board with your plans. It's like I just woke up one morning and decided to watch a video of a prior BOS meeting. I met with the Public Works Director who assured me the unique quality of this neighborhood would be preserved. I asked to see renderings. I was told they don't have any. Creating anything requires a mock-up, not just a key or index map that only an engineer understands. The recent letter and photos that I sent to all BOS explains what our intentions are. I am asking for a PIA is not outlandish or extravagant, really. I do see the homes around me and my own. I am only asking that what you do is aesthetically in line with the surroundings. All projects must be consistent, must be considered with 21st century thinking. It should be a given. This is a neighborhood that has a very rural feel that people love. To take away the culvert and put in gutter will likely be like a punch to the gut. To put in a straight linear sidewalk is mundane, sad, and boring. I need to please fix this. Is it the money? Someone could be the hero of this project. Thank you for reading this, Rochelle. SJC business owner writes, here we go again. At the previous board meeting, Kathy Miller attacked Supervisor Patty as usual. Of all of the LGBTFJB recognition, it is so important to her all of a sudden. Why didn't she do it the previous year in 2020 when she was chair of the board? What changed? Why the attacks? Why can't the District 2 representative just do the job that she was elected to do without petty insults? This county needs leadership and direction, which, by the way, I've seen a video circulating. Does Miller really only show up for work once every 2 weeks, less than part-time? That's putting the taxpayers first. The next comment is submitted by Mario Enriquez, who writes, as a resident of Stockton, I find it heartbreaking to hear that the board, a governing body is elected by the people, chose not to see the full diversity of this community represents. Now more than ever, it is important to acknowledge, respect, and honor various identities through proclamations, commendations, and certificates of recognition. Choose people over politics and support women, LGBTQ individuals, and all voices. We need to be seen, we need to be valued, and we need to know that the elected officials that we voted for here are here to represent all of us. We are one community. Please let a majority decide. The prevailing policy which allows the chair of the board to unilaterally veto proclamations is anti-democratic. I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villalpudua to re-agendize the guidelines for accepting proclamations. Additionally, I respectfully ask for Supervisors Miguel Villapudua, Robert Rickman, and Tom Patty to reconsider their position on the prevailing policy, and for the Board of Supervisors to create an equitable, fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. The next comment was submitted by Renee Elliott, who writes, as a gay woman, a grandparent, and an activist in San Joaquin County, I urge you to reconsider your recent vote on proclamations. Last year, Supervisor Patty prevented acceptance of Gay Pride Month, commonly celebrated and acknowledged throughout the United States, Black Maternal Health Week, and LGBTQIA History Month. These proclamations are important in highlighting community efforts and raising awareness in the community. Many populations have been discriminated against for decades, and we are finally making some progress toward accepting each other and treating each other with kindness and respect. Giving one person the power to veto any proposed special acknowledgement will set equality and equity back decades in our county. No one person should have that power. My grandchildren deserve to live in a county that respects its citizens and its input. Supervisor Villapudua, you seem to be the swing vote here. As a Latino male, you have started to separate yourself from the typical white male power on the board. Please do not stop now. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to create a fair policy for the process and approval of county proclamations. Sincerely, a concerned and voting citizen. The next comment was submitted by Kathleen Chapman, who writes, as a constituent of Supervisor Villapudua's district, I strongly disagree with the past practice of unilateral approval, disapproval of proclamations, commendations, and certificates by the chairperson. You must find a fair and equitable solution that allows the people's voice to be heard. I respectfully ask Supervisor Miguel Villapudua to re-agendize the guidelines for accepting proclamations. Additionally, I ask for Supervisor Miguel Villapudua, Robert Rickman, and Tom Patty to reconsider their position on the prevailing policy. And Chairman Nguyen, the remaining comments are with regard to the COVID discussion and the public hearing, if you'd like to continue with those later during the agenda.
I would, thank you. Though haven't received any since that list was created, correct?
We do have 2 comments that have come in. One of them is related to COVID and the other is not, so I'll read one of them now.
Right.
This one was submitted by Concerned Citizens, who writes, to the LGBT community, instead of wasting your time trying to emphasize who you sleep with, start expressing concern for the mask mandates. The county doesn't care who you sleep with, and it definitely doesn't need to be celebrated. And that concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you. Just for a point of information, Vice Chair Rickman asked me in regards to the agenda order, which I shared with him, so that's it. Supervisor Patty, you're up.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. And for all of those that are still here, and unfortunately a lot of people came to speak, I'm sorry that you've been used in this circumstance, in this situation, as if there's some sort of nefarious act to silence or marginalize. Speaking to the clerk of the board, our past history is that local organizations that are without national recognition make a request to the clerk of the board for recognition and proclamation, and that's been the basic protocol. Now, factually, on April 12th, there was a request to proclaim April 11th through 17th as Black Maternal Health Week. It was too late to make the agenda. By the time we would have had our next meeting, it would have passed. So what we did in consideration, I agree with the clerk of the board, and we added instead National Women's Health Week, since Black Maternal Week had passed, and we included language in the National Women's Health Week proclamation to address maternal health issues to Black mothers. Additionally, Supervisor Miller brought forward a discussion item regarding Black maternal health. No problem. Nobody was overlooked. On June 3rd, we received a request for June as Pride Month in San Joaquin County, just hours away from publishing the agenda. Unfortunately, I didn't get a phone call. It was sent by email. In the final last couple hours, the agenda was printed, so it missed the cutoff for it to be included on the agenda. But something that Supervisor Miller could have done through a discussion item, she chose not to, which begs the question, when Supervisor Miller was chairperson just weeks before I was, why weren't any of these items added to her list of proclamations? It bewilders the mind. Now, on July 29th, there was a request to proclaim Indigenous Peoples Days, Coming Out Day, LGBTQIA Day, History Month, and November 16th as Transgender Day, and so on. So These items, again, are normally done not by the supervisor, but by the organizations themselves. They didn't go to the clerk of the board by the organizations. We offered Supervisor Miller if she wanted to agendize them and include them as a discussion item. She chose not to. That was her choice. So where it does or doesn't, and so much as my veto power, not at all. We left the decision-making with the chairman of the board. There's a tradition and a policy that's in place that's been there for a long time. All the requests usually go through the clerk by the organizations themselves so that they can get a recognition. Normally, again, it's the local organization. Now, there's nothing surprising about any of this. This is political gamemanship. I am a candidate for Congress, and that's fine. That's not relevant, except for the fact that you have a divisive political operative just sits right next to me on my right. And ever since the very first day she was elected, she and the current chairman of the board marginalized our then expected chairman, Carlos Villalpudua, and didn't allow that Hispanic would have been the highest serving position in San Joaquin County for Hispanic, but Supervisor Miller and Supervisor Wynn negated that and deprived a person that has spent 16 years working as a clerk of the board, as legislative assistant and as a supervisor for his district. But Supervisor Miller, being as divisive as she is, marginalized a Hispanic man from holding that honor as chairperson. So what you're seeing here is gamemanship, and that's unfortunate. That's not what we're elected to do. I have absolutely, and I'll finish this, during my term in office, I have worked hard and focused on improving quality of people's lives in our community and promoting economic opportunity and increasing personal freedom for all people, no matter race, gender, sexual orientation, or economic status. It's my belief that we should not engage in social issue warfare for political purposes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a real brief minute here to rebut Supervisor Patty's typical temper tantrum. In regards to being too late to get Black Maternal Health Week or Pride Month on the agenda, 2 proclamations that were given today were turned around by our chair here in less than 24 hours and made it to the agenda. We also had an amended agenda come out. Both of the others that he states are too late could easily have been agendized. What he fails to mention is that the July 29th requests that were submitted, he didn't even respond until September 28th or 29th, effectively making it too late to agendize those items to bring forward to the board for a vote in October, once again citing too late. So he can split hairs however he wants, but the bottom line is the list speaks for itself. Those requests were made by my office last year, and he had the power to allow them to be agendized. He chose not to. That's fine. He had that power. And based on the vote of 2 weeks ago, that power is retained by the chair of the board. And finally, in terms of this being political, I did not bring up this matter, nor did our chair. This item originally came to this board on the recommendation of the clerk of the board to revise the process and to remove the veto language to bring this board rule in line with the other rules of this board, which clearly state any supervisor can bring something forward because no supervisor should have more power than any other. That change, because before that, the chair had the ability to veto anything to come on the agenda. That rule change went into effect in 2017, and both Supervisor Villalpudua and Supervisor Patty, along with Supervisor Wynn and I, voted to make that change. So I did not bring this up. I didn't know it would be brought up. The clerk's recommendation was to bring the language in alignment with current board policy. It was Supervisor Patty who made this an issue, who brought it up, who strenuously argued to retain this unique power for the chair of the board. So again, it's always about everybody else. It's never about Supervisor Patty's actions. This was all in response to a board meeting and a vote that was taken publicly. As an elected official, under AB 1234, we have an obligation to be fair in our public service, and that includes an obligation to support the public's right to know in terms of what their government is doing and to promote meaningful public involvement. That's exactly what occurred on this item. There was meaningful public comment, and hopefully, because I don't think at the time the original vote was taken, I do not believe the other supervisors knew that not only could this policy be abused, but it had been abused very recently. Knowing Supervisor Villapudua, I don't believe he would have supported it. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments from the clerk of the board from the public?
No, there's not, but if I could clarify just very quickly, Supervisor Miller, the clerk's office did not initiate this item to come before the board. We had advised in November not to bring this item to the board for fear that it would create divisiveness. However, it was requested of the clerk's office by Supervisor Patty at the December meeting to bring a review of the guidelines forward, so we did.
I apologize. I didn't mean that you had originally generated, but it was agendized as coming from the clerk of the board. That's all that I meant.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the minutes. January 25th, 2022. Any changes, amendments, revisions to the minutes? If not, I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have moved second. Please vote. As 5-0. Moving on to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Board item is approve appointments to various boards and commissions and nomination to the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, and I make this as a motion also. Under attachment A, Agriculture Advisory Board, Category 4, Supervisorial District Representative, one position, position number 1104.1. I recommend for appointment Kenneth S. Vogel, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Allard Representative. There's two positions, position number 2701.3 and 2701.4. Recommend for appointment 2701.3, Kimberly Ann Turner, 2701.4, Linda Patrick. Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, 4th Supervisorial District Representative, there's one position, position number 3904. Recommend for nomination. Well, clerk of the board is going to re-advertise that one. Resource Conservation District, Category Director, that's one position, position number 5401.6. And recommend for appointment James Toming. And lastly, Revolving Loan Fund of Directors, 5th Supervisorial District Representative, one position, position number 5605. And recommend for appointment Jagdeep Sahota. And with that, Chair, that'll be my motion. I'll second the motion.
Okay, have a move and second. Please vote. Motion adopted 5-0. Moving on to the item COVID discussion is going to be moved to after the meeting or the discussion in regards to San Joaquin County Flood Control Water Conservation District consent items. And so we'll move forward to the consent items 1 through 36. Anyone wishing to pull any of the items?
Chair, with your permission, I'd like to pull consent item 1.
Okay. Any others?
None.
Which one?
None.
None? Okay, got it. Supervisor Miller?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Chairman, item 10 and item 35. Thank you.
And Mr. Miles, did you want to pull item 3?
Don't need to pull it. I just need to make a comment prior to the vote.
All right. Appreciate it. All right. Item number 1, Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to make a comment, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank Assemblymember Carlos Villapudua, who's sitting here in the audience today, for his efforts to secure funding for this local cause. And what we're doing today is accepting the $5 million in funding from the state of California to be distributed to Oasis Center for the funding period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. And I think it's remarkable that we have our state representative. In fact, I see him in the audience here today, working for San Joaquin County and making sure, even though it's not in my district, making sure our nonprofits in our Oasis Center and some of the great things that we have here in our county and folks that work for these agencies are being taken care of. So with that, Chair, I mean, I would love to give Assembly member an opportunity, since he's here, if you would like to say anything, of course.
Sure. Senator Villapudua.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thanks for having me here today. With me here, I have Heather Green to receive the funding. So it's going to go through the county first, right? And you guys are going to be the fiscal department. And I'm very, very thankful. And the reason why I'm here is because this is in an area of North Stockton that has been desperately needed. For the last 2 years, Heather and her staff have been working diligent in our community, not just food, but helping our children. You know, this has been a safe haven for many kids that sometimes don't know where to go. And they receive them there, they have food there, they feel comfortable being there. Mrs. Green is also going to be adding daycare, after-school programs, and many more other programs that we need in that area. And I'm very thankful for all the hard work that you've done. This is not a thankful for me. It's a thankful for what you guys have been doing at Oasis Center. So if you can, if you say a few words.
Well, thank you, Assembly Member. And members of the board, I want to thank you all. This isn't the first time I know I have been up here in front of you. But as we continue to help mitigate these food insecurities that many families are facing, our organization is able to work through these challenges that supply chain disruptions and inflation has presented, thanks in part to this funding. And I want to extend our sincerest appreciation to Assemblymember Carlos Villapudua for not just pioneering these efforts and helping us receive these funds, but for actually attending distributions, feeding families, being there on the front lines to see what's needed. We cannot say thank you enough. We truly appreciate your dedication in helping us ignite hope for so many hundreds and thousands of families that are here living in our community. So thank you so much. And to our board, thank you for continuing to support our work. You know, we are in this together. We are, especially as these families are facing these food insecurities. And, you know, as we've shared before, when you place a box of groceries into the car of a family, something happens. You can see a change in their demeanor because they see that someone truly cares. And today, that is each of you. Thank you all so much for continuing to support our work and for believing that together we really can make a difference for these families. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Assemblymember, and thank you, Heather, for certainly your activities and helping our communities.
Chairman.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Before you guys run off, Ms. Green and Mr. Assemblymember Villapudua, can you give us a little stat on some of how many meals you guys are serving? What are you doing? I know there's a tremendous level of engagement in the community, and you know, my former district was right across the street, so I know I've been there on a couple of occasions to listen, chat, participate, see what was going on, lend support. And my next question is if I know that our HSA director Woods is here, so perhaps, I don't know, you can give us an update. Are we engaging anything with maybe helping getting some additional and continuous support from the county through HSA and somewhat of a community center or anything of that nature?
We generously receive dry, stable family boxes from HSA on a regular basis whenever they're available. And we're able to accompany those boxes with the fresh groceries that we are able to give out during these distributions, which really does help because then families aren't receiving just a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk. They're receiving over 50 pounds of groceries that can help them build meals that they can keep 4 weeks at a time. So it isn't just something that they're able to eat within a couple days. It really helps build some sustainability for them. But just this fiscal year alone, we have distributed over 239,000 pounds of food, which brings our collective total over 2 million pounds since the pandemic had started. And when in 2020, when we initially launched our food pantry, the goal was to feed the students that were coming to our facility. And it quickly changed as we started loading thousands of pounds of food into the cars of families that were needing it most. And so this 239,000 pounds of food has been distributed just this fiscal year alone, so in the last 6-7 months, to 40,000 individuals across 6,000 families. And so again, we're able to do this work in part thanks to this partnership right here. And in addition to food relief, this year we're able to provide household essentials thanks to a partnership with World Vision. So not only are families receiving groceries, but we're able to help enhance their quality of life with furniture that's needed. Many of these families don't have kitchen tables, they don't have beds, they don't have couches. And because food is a tangible resource, they will wait in line hours for this food. And in learning what else is needed, we're able to then help meet other needs in their families. So this is just the start. We're able to help refer out so that other agencies can do the work that they are here to do. We believe that we do not need to recreate the model. If something already exists here in our community, we're going to establish that partnership and refer out. And food is just that initial resource that people were waiting for, and then in turn, we're able to then help enhance their quality of life across the board.
Excellent. I just want to compliment our former supervisor and now assembly member, Via Pudwa. Oftentimes people will go up and they hold an office, and there's lots of meetings, there's a ton of things going on, but to bring the greatest concerns and areas of need from your community up to Sacramento, and to be that voice and to be that action plan that brought in these dollars. And I'm sure we have to thank the governor as well and that partnership in the different agencies. However you did it, it hadn't happened prior. So it just really shows great community involvement, engagement, activism. I know that you've been there, whether it's be hot or cold, or no matter how difficult or how long the day, you're giving those boxes of food to the people that you proudly represent in an area where it's vastly needed. So I just want to compliment everybody from Pastor Joey down, Heather, you guys from the very beginning. I remember meeting and talking, and to our assembly member Via Pudwa, it's impressive to see what you've done, and to go from these chambers to Sacramento and do such an amazing, spectacular job and bring back something of such profound impact. Thank you.
Let me just add, supervisors. They go above.
I can't hear you. Take the mask off, please.
Let me just add that they go above and beyond. Okay, it wasn't. I mean, there were so many different organizations here in Stockton, and that do a lot of good work. Right. We needed one in North Stockton for a long, long time, and they go above and beyond. There's a lot of kids that come here that don't go to school because it's either clothing or they haven't had lunch, or they can't afford it, right? But if you go into the center, and you've been there many times, you see the food that they have. It's nutritionist food. I mean, they have food that I look and I go, wow, it is, and they don't discriminate by zip codes, right? I mean, a lot of areas you have to live in the city or the county. They don't go by that. They don't look at, what area you live in. They feed everyone. I've seen so many people come in need, and I've even listened to them and say, thank you, God bless you for what you're doing. I mean, the toy giveaway, the Thanksgiving, turkeys, that's just very little of what they're doing. They're doing so much for that community where folks before, kids before, didn't know what to do between like 2 and 5 after school. They're coming there because they know that that's a home. That is another safe haven for them. And we need to do more of that. And what they're doing, what Oasis is doing, is just a start. They're going to do much more. And I've seen it. I mean, when Heather and her staff says they're going to do something, guess what? It happens. We all know someone like that, right? This is the person I know. And this is where I knew that I had to get behind her and support her and everything they're doing because of that district, because of that area. You know, we think of South Stockton, that's great, big supportive. North Stockton too. Do not think that there's a need. There's a need in all San Joaquin County, Tracy, you name it, Lodi. But right there, they've been doing so good. And I just want to thank Oasis Center again for what they're doing. Thank you guys, everybody.
I also like to note that speaking with a couple of merchants in the area, having Oasis is a place where these young teenagers can go after school and not have to go steal because they're so hungry. So the merchants appreciate, and it's a great partnership in the region that you have kids that they're stealing out of necessity. They were hungry. Well, I mean, you're going to do things when you're desperate. So Oasis recognized there's many levels of mentorship, many levels of engagement and responsible behavior in the community. It's a really, truly, it's an Oasis. It's amazing what Pastor Joey's doing and the collaboration in the community. So, and did you guys finally get the forklift?
Yes, it came last week.
Excellent.
Finally.
We tried a couple years ago, and we got you the funding this year, so I'm glad you got the forklift because the volume of what you do over there, it was necessary. So thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Okay, item number 10, Supervisor Patty.
Director Dietrich, thank you. Can you give me a little breakdown on what's going on with the Housing Authority at the Sonora Square project? $4.5 million. What are they doing with those dollars during the course of a year, please?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. It looks like it's retroactive and it's up to 2023.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. So we are building a partnership with the Housing Authority because with the Mental Health Services Act dollars, we're able to use some of those funds for permanent supportive housing as long as there is a housing choice voucher, a 20-year voucher on those units. So the old Housing Authority headquarters in South Stockton, we converted a couple years ago with some of those initial fundings. There was a ribbon cutting and a groundbreaking there this spring, 8 months or so ago. Then in a partnership with them, we had a No Place Like Home, a competitive grant application that we tried 2 rounds there for the vacant property just, 50 yards north of there, as well as the commercial building to the northeast of there. The first round of No Place Like Home that we tried did not get funding. We went back and a board action. We ended up granting the Housing Authority additional money to purchase those 2 properties free and clear to elevate our score. We attempted another third round of No Place Like Home funding. Even though we elevated our score, we're competing in large counties. The counties that were funded basically got 200 out of 200 points. So then we basically wanted to move forward with constructing that project and granted them additional monies. Now they are completing their pre-development work, and obviously we're in atypical times with supply chain and costing. So the additional funds are now needed to complete that project. They've secured the tax credits, but this should be the last round or topping off of using Mental Health Services Act dollars to provide an additional 37 units of permanent supportive housing for our behavioral health consumers.
Excellent. And would they stay there for how long of a period of time generally? Is it indefinite until treatment has reached stability? I just want to get a chance to share with the public what we're doing to help some of those at-risk individuals.
So these are individuals that have attachment to behavioral health, so that is a severe and persistent mental illness that can, least restrictive environments. They might be stepping down from a crisis residential. They might be moving from a shelter into these permanent supportive housing, because we also have some wraparound services there, as well as being brought in via BHS. They could be there 6 months, that they could be there the rest of their lives. But ultimately, absent having permanent supportive housing with the vouchers associated, these individuals would probably be unhoused otherwise.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Any other? All right. So, Mr. Miles.
Through the chair, on item 3, approve the amended employment agreement with Jerome C. Wilverding, County Administrator of San Joaquin, effective January 15th, 2022. Pursuant to Government Code 54953, the following summary is provided. There has been no change to the base salary. There has been a front loading of 94 hours of sick time. Eligibility for an annual bonus based on performance has been added, and the total cost of compensation is $585,900. That completes the summary.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay.
Chairman Nguyen, I believe there was a request also for consent item number 36. Is that correct? Supervisor Patty?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It's 35.
35.
Yeah, 35. I was going to, we can proceed, maybe pull this for a separate vote and discussion.
Okay. So we have a motion second for all items except number 35.
Move to approve?
I already made a motion,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Okay. Motion second, okay. And that's adopted 5-0. All right, item number 35, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. There was a couple of public comments about this item. I'd like to get perhaps a little more clarity, as it seems as though this same service provider, I believe, is singled out and identified as some sort of international organization that may jeopardize the identity and or medical information from American citizens, as that's at least what was shared earlier. I don't have any knowledge of this at all. I'm just asking directly, is there anything about this or the questions that were raised or the public comments or the recent action by this Los Angeles sheriff that causes concern or pause or anything of this nature?
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, through the chair. We've actually had a partnership with Fulgent a little longer than in the board letter, but it hasn't been we've received test kits from them that we've had in stock for probably about a year that we provide to individuals that requested them, pre-positioning them. They would take the test at home and then mail them back to Fulgent Labs in Temple City. But with the Delta variant in the summer, we expanded our partnership, primarily in partnership with schools, to provide testing in support of safe learning and in-person learning. At that time, we stood up 5 Fulgent testing sites within high school districts. One in Ripon has closed, and I think we've pivoted, and I think the 5th one is going into the Mountain House area. They do PCR testing. And we're expanding that, continue to support that testing. Our contract with them, if it goes on under a certain volume, we pay basically a retainer. This particular letter basically is further support with the Omicron, and given that Omicron, the manifestation, the incubation period is shorter, we're looking to expand to not only have the PCR testing, but also the rapid antigen testing, the 15-minute testing coming alongside here. So that's really the nexus of the board letter. What's occurring, I think, in LA County, my read of it is obviously there's a push by the LA County Board of Supervisors to vaccine mandates and terminate Sheriff's Department employees. The sheriff is the appointing authority. He's the only one that can take action. My understanding is the Board of Supervisors are attempting to move that away from the sheriff to the board to maybe terminate unvaccinated employees. There was some meetings, but I think that the concept that Fulgent is sharing data with Communist China, I think is a little overboard. The PCR testing is not looking at individuals' DNA, it's looking at RNA of the virus. So I think it's a little unfounded. I don't know, ultimately, there's probably, Fulgent has filed suit against Sheriff Villanueva, and if I'm looking at it, I imagine there's going to be a settlement at some point in time.
So, as far to your knowledge, we're not taking information and sharing it with any foreign nation. We're handling everything local.
Absolutely not. Like I said, the testing goes in, at their lab in Temple City. They are a CLIA waived lab, a lot of oversight and regulations. Obviously, they're a healthcare entity and have to abide by the HIPAA laws and confidentiality laws. So I don't know how any nexus got to sharing information with Communist China.
So it's a closed loop as far as you know. There's no open collaboration of...
Absolutely not, to my understanding, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. With that, Supervisor Patty, did you want to make a motion to pass that?
I'd make a motion to approve item number 35.
Okay. We have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second, or motion and a second. Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. Okay, moving on to San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District consent items. Anyone wishing to pull any of those? If not, I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that's also adopted 5-0. All right, to facilitate Supervisor Patty's departure, we're going to move the public hearing regarding the appeal by Maria Dolan of the Planning Commission's denial of site approval application PA 2000-119. So, Mr. Kwong.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Chairman David Kwong here, your Community Development Director, and with me is Stephanie Stowers, our Senior Planner, and Deputy Director Jennifer Jolly. I'm just going to kick it off and actually hand it over to Stephanie here. I would want to ask, though, that if there are only 4 members of the board in a few minutes, if that's the case, that the applicant may want a continuance. So we're good?
I'm here for at least the next hour. Thank you.
Okay, so then I think we can proceed forward with the hearing. So with that, I'm going to ask Stephanie to kick off the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. This project is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a site approval for a small breeding kennel for up to 9 dogs. The project also includes 6 outdoor kennels totaling approximately 3,000 square feet that have been constructed on site. The project site is located on the east side of Tokay Colony Road, 1 mile east of Jacktown Road, east of Lodi. The site has a general plan designation of AG, which is general agriculture, and a zoning designation of AG 40, which is general agriculture with a 40-acre minimum. The parcel is below the zone minimum at 11 acres in size and is adjacent to AL 5, which is limited agriculture, 5-acre minimum parcels that are even smaller in size. The project is L-shaped and surrounded by agricultural properties with scattered residences. So this is kind of a zoom in for reference. So there's 3 residences on the subject parcel, which is the L-shaped parcel along the south. Those are annotated with blue stars on the map, so you can kind of see where those are located. And then the neighboring property, which is in opposition of this project, has 2 residences which are noted with orange X's, just to make it clear which buildings are the houses. The nearest residence is located approximately 235 feet northeast of the kennel site. So again, this is the site plan submitted by the applicant. You can see that it's the L-shaped parcel. The kennel area is annotated kind of in the middle of the bottom leg of the L with the numbered 1 through 7 kennels. To go over a little bit of history, this kennel was applied for originally in July of 2020. It was a result of two previous code enforcement cases, one in 2019 and another in 2020. Both enforcement cases related to the operation of the kennel and the housing of dogs, or were for the operation of a kennel and the housing of dogs in excess of the number permitted as pets. The pet regulations for San Joaquin County are based on residences. Each residence is permitted to have 3 dogs. So as a result, because this property has 3 houses, they could legally have 9 dogs as pets. Both of the code enforcement cases have been closed by our department upon the reduction of the number of dogs on site to fewer than 9 and the ceasing of the commercial breeding operation. The Planning Commission originally heard this item on August 20th of 2021. 3 neighbors spoke in opposition of the project, stating concerns primarily related to noise generated by the dogs on site. After hearing all oral and written testimony, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to deny the application based on the inability to make the findings for the site approval, including the findings for compatibility with surrounding land uses and that the issuance of the permit would not be detrimental on adjacent properties. The applicant for the site approval appealed the Planning Commission's denial on August 30th of 2021. This item was previously scheduled to be heard on December 7th of 2021. The appellant requested a continuance on the item to a date to be rescheduled based on the input of the appellant and the neighbors. After communication with both parties, this item was placed on today's agenda. The appellant states that the noise complaints are not necessarily related to her dogs, but rather the property owner's dogs, and the conflicts between the property owner, her landlord, and the neighbor are unrelated to the operation of her kennel. As stated previously, the property contains 3 houses, one of which is occupied by the appellant. 9 dogs are permitted on site as household pets. However, code enforcement has opened 2 cases related to the operation of a kennel facility. During their investigations, code enforcement staff witnessed numbers of dogs exceeding 9 on site and confirmed the operation of a breeding kennel prior to opening the cases. Noise was the primary discussion topic and concern stated by the Planning Commission. The Commission stated concerns that noise impacts could not be appropriately mitigated and that increasing the number of dogs on site would compound the existing noise issues. The Commission could not make 2 of the necessary findings for approval, including finding 4, issuance not detrimental, which states that the issuance of the permit would not be significantly detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or be injurious to the property or improvements of adjacent properties. Or finding 5, compatibility, which states that the use is compatible with adjoining land uses. As stated previously, the Planning Commission's denial of the application was based on the inability to make the findings for approval. The appellant has stated that the operation of the kennel has been a positive experience for her and her family, and that she is open to modifying the application to help mitigate the impacts on neighboring properties. The appellant stated she could modify the project to specifically reduce noise from the facility, but no specific mitigation measures were provided. And the previously proposed mitigation options were not considered adequate. For instance, the appellant states that fencing could be added for noise reduction, but no noise study was prepared to demonstrate that this modification could reduce the noise impacts on neighboring properties. So this is a photo of the existing constructed kennels. There are 7 chain link kennels with a black mesh along the chain link to kind of cover weight so you can't see into them. So this is another photo from the other side of the kennel, so you can see that black mesh that has been added. Tokay Colony Road runs along the rear of this photo, so you're kind of looking at Tokay Colony. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal of Maria Dolan and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of site approval application number PA 20-00119. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Any comments, questions from the board? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak in support of the appeal?
Hello. Hi.
Please state your name.
Yeah, my name is Nestor Piva. I'm husband of Maria Dola. Okay. This is Marco, my translation, because my English accent maybe not understand me too much. Okay.
That's fine.
Traigo un video y pruebas.
He has a slideshow and some evidence.
Okay, mientras buscan, le cuento un poco cómo es el proyecto.
So while they're trying to find it, we'll kind of explain what the project is.
El proyecto es.
The project is, sorry.
Estamos creando una
We're creating
raza.
A breed.
El nombre es Aussie Dog.
It's called Aussie Dog.
Aussie Dog. Es que cruza.
They're
cross between Lab and Australian Shepherd.
So we cross them
Like
between
yeah.
Lab and then the Aussie Shepherd to make that breed.
Esta raza.
This breed.
Es muy inteligente.
It's really smart.
Está probando para trabajar con niños con special needs.
So basically, this kind of breed it's for the special need kids, and it's used for a lot of the special need kids.
Yeah, like el autismo.
The autism.
O la que de la compañía.
If anybody needs like a company dog or
Que es muy ansioso.
for anxiety or any kind of disability or anything like that.
Thank you, sir. Estos son los ADN de todos los perros que traje dos nomás, pero los perros tienen ADN para chequear.
All these dogs have a DNA to check.
Por no tengan enfermedades.
So they're not carrying any kind of disease or anything like that.
Genetic.
And for genetics and everything, for health purposes. Huh? Okay, so he wants me to read that. Training should start as early as possible, just like socializing your dog. It's equally important for your dog to feel comfortable with other dogs. The temperament is known as being affectionate, loyal, soft, and friendly towards those they recognize. They also tend to bark a lot. And those just are comments from people that follow them on their online. And those are comments from each different clients that they've been having. I'll go with the first one. Here's a photo of the yellow female we got from Piedra Mora Breeders. Would highly recommend them. Another one that says, thank you so very much for this beautiful puppy. She fits right in with our family and has already learned more than 10 commands. She is the most wonderful puppy I've ever have known. There's another one too. Unless thanks, I'm bored. Thank you, and I assure that next time we're ready for another dog that we can work with you again. She has won all of our hearts. So.
Sorry. Estos son, todo esto se basa al complaint que hizo el otro que dijo muchas cosas en la.
So this is basically the way that they, after all the complaints they had, this is all that they did to make it compliant. Or in August 20.
La primera la casa.
First is the house, the kennel house.
La cama de para donde duermen.
The second picture is basically the bed.
Caballo, sí. Planta aromática.
The third picture is more of like a smell, like a scent for them.
Otros son los techos donde
And
tienen la sprinkler.
and the fourth one is they have like a mist and a overhang shade for them too for when it's sunny or hot days.
Lo monitoreamos todo el tiempo.
So these are monitors that we always have to monitor them and see how's everything going with them every day.
Tienen los controles con vibración.
They have some collars with like a vibrator.
La última foto.
The last picture that you see there.
Ajá. I can watch. Puedo ver televisión en el living y está viendo los perros.
And he has that actually in the living room, so if he is watching TV or anything while doing family activities at home, he can still watch them 24/7. Those are the collars, lights, cameras.
Un sonido que es ultrasonido, que cuando ladran hace que le escuchan los perros y se callan.
So the last picture that you see, it's like an ultrasound that gives them like a signal.
Like a bark control.
Yeah, like a bark control that makes them calm down.
El vecino la otra vez se quejó que con los kennels no podía, que el drain de la casa, que no había cosas. O sea, la prueba que tienen drain, que tienen todo, que tienen salida y que no afectan nada el drain de la casa.
So I guess last time that they had a complaint, he said that I guess the kennels didn't have a drain built in, so they actually have a drain that can form, I guess, for when the dogs or for the water.
Yeah, when the raining water.
Also, when the water's draining, when the water hits the kennels, everything.
No lo mío, sino lo del vecino.
Oh, for the neighbor's side.
Neighbor's side say when make the kennel, water not coming out the home to home 3. Got a drain, I got everything. The kennel not in the way.
So this way, his property doesn't flood, but it has a drain for the water to proceed and not make a big flood. So it has a drain in there between his property and the kennels.
Hay más de 20 perros y que no son los míos. No solamente mi perro ladra.
Okay. So, and basically in that whole radius of the whole neighborhood, in that block, there are more than 20 dogs that don't belong to him, that are from all from different neighbors. So there is other dogs that are there, not just his.
Son videos de otros perros de los otros vecinos que andan sueltos y todo.
And these are just some videos of other dogs from the neighbors that are just loose and random, just wandering around at the neighborhood.
What you doing here? What you want, Maggie? What you want, Maggie? Esto, el perro del vecino que se queja de mi perro, que mi perro ladra mucho.
So this video shows how the neighbor complains about his dogs, but this is the neighbor's dog.
Or de my bathroom.
That's from his bathroom window.
My dog no barks.
And that's all the neighbor's dogs barking, and his dogs are not barking at the moment.
This is more proof the bark dog you want to see. No, every time it's my dog. Más fácil decirle echarle latino.
He's always saying that it's always his dogs, but as you can see, that's his dogs are commonly barking too.
Una alarma que son de un vecino para que se vean que no ladran por cualquier cosa.
So this is an alarm from one of the neighbors, so that way you can see that his dogs are not barking just for any reason.
My dog no bark. Neighbor. Okay. Esta es la pregunta.
This is a question.
¿El problema de mi perro que ladran o es discriminación? Porque ¿en qué afecta ese shit que hice para que me llamen a la ciudad y que me hagan complaint con eso también?
So the question is it the dogs are barking or is just a discrimination thing against them?
¿Qué afecta que me hayan hecho complaint por el ship?
Because they made a complaint after he built that shed. Or is it because of the dogs barking, or was it just a discrimination thing something that's against them?
I don't know why it affect they make it one sheet inside my home, no cover the view, no cover nothing. Only one sheet for putting my tool. That's it.
And it's only a shed just to put his tools in.
Make a complaint for this one.
And I guess they made a complaint over just building the shed.
Okay. El problema más que tienen ellos es con el dueño de la casa, no conmigo.
So the biggest problem that they do have is with the owner of the property, not with him, but as you can see, it's always a complaint regarding the dogs or regarding anything.
En esta muestro
This way you can show
El Salvador, que el dueño,
El Salvador, the guy's the owner of the property.
le dijo,
He told the neighbor
le dijo que no hablara con la mujer porque la mujer se pone nerviosa.
for him not to talk with the wife because she gets nervous.
And complained to the wife.
And he started complaining to the wife.
Y Salvador dijo que hable directo con él.
And Salvador, the owner of the property, told him to talk directly to him.
Y es por eso que en el meeting anterior,
The previous meeting that they had,
en
August 20,
the neighbor,
the neighbor and the owner,
the neighbor showed with one video
the neighbor showed a video
que está Salvador insultándolo.
that shows the owner of the property insulting the neighbor with bad words.
Okay. La razón
Because the reason was
que él estaba hostigando a la mujer de Salvador.
because he was going after the owner's wife at the moment, harassing her. And that's his website, 79 breeders in San Joaquin County. Okay, I want to read I'm the director of Christian Education in Lodi and work with children and young people with different needs. And I know and have seen improvements in many of them who interact with these dogs. My own kids enjoy working with them and keep the mind busy. My neighbor? Oh.
Este es un video que estaban quemando trash, basura,
Mhm.
y eso agita para que los perros ladren. No colaboran tampoco para que los perros no ladren.
So this shows just, it's they're burning garbage at middle of the night, afternoon, and this doesn't help really, the dogs or anything like that with the smoke and everything and the burning of the trash.
Son posibles cosas que se pueden hacer.
So these are just improvements that he's thinking about doing too for the dogs and for the kennels.
In the back of the other fence, make it
Como una big shed.
Ajá.
Como una- So overall, he's talking about maybe next year, if this does go through, to make these kind of improvements, to be able to have, like a bigger, stronger sheds for them too, and provide better, a lifestyle and everything for the dogs.
Con eso ya terminamos. Les doy yo, ya terminamos.
Yeah,
Ajá.
he's done.
Okay, ahora voy a hablar un poquito.
Okay, he's going to talk now.
Lo que yo pido que necesito tener 9 perros.
What he's asking to 9 dogs.
Okay. ¿Por qué necesitarlo?
Because he needs to mate them and mate the dogs.
For take the best de each dog.
Take the best breed that comes out of the dogs.
We one thing is the temperament. I got a good temperament. And the other thing is I got a not too high.
Muy activos. Okay. So the way when he mates the dogs or breeds the dog, he's trying to get the best dog possible for their, their customers, the kids, or wherever they, and to get to the purpose of having the best dog, and the best breed possible for them to have.
For working, para que trabajen con la gente que realmente necesita.
So they can work with the people that really need them.
Eso en cada cosa tengo un poco de cada perro. Por eso que necesito.
So that's why he's asking for multiple breeds to be able to perform and get the right breed out for his customers and everybody that has a special, disability or anything like that needs a companionship or things like that. So that's why he needs so many dogs to breed and to make the best breed possible. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions? George, Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. Did you say you need 9 dogs? 9?
Yes.
How many breeds a year are you doing? How many times are you breeding?
One time a year. For each female.
One time a year for each female.
How many females?
I got 6.
6 females, so 6 litters.
Yes.
Through the chair, Director Kwong, what's our protocol as it relates to kennels? If there's somebody, we have a breeder here, and it's zoned only for 3 dogs. Is that correct? Am I understanding this? And we now have an applicant that wants to be a dog breeder.
So they're allowed by right because they have 3 homes that they can have 3 dogs per home, just for general purposes. But if you have a small kennel, which is in this case, and they're asking for up to 9 dogs, then I'm going to defer to staff about in terms of the litters. Litters, how many dogs you can have.
So we wouldn't count like puppies or anything on that number until they're weanable. So they could have the 9 adult dogs in addition. What they're asking for is the 9 adult dogs in addition to the 9 pets. So this would be a total of 18 full-grown dogs on site. And then we wouldn't necessarily count any puppies or anything in that number until they're weanable. So we don't have like a cap on the number of times they could do that per year, but we wouldn't count dogs until they get up to the age when they are independent of their mom.
Okay, something just happened in conversation. We went from 9 to 18 dogs. How did that just happen?
So you have 9 dogs just for whatever purposes, but if you want to run a business as a kennel, you can have 9 more, and that's what he's asking for. So that's the 18. But in terms of the litter itself, as I understand, we don't count the litter of puppies.
Okay. And is this zoned for a kennel? This is a kennel. This is a puppy.
Correct. It's the zoning allows for them to ask for a site approval, and that site approval basically was denied by the Planning Commission, and they've appealed the denial to the board for your final decision.
And what's staff's position at this point?
Staff originally recommended approval to the Planning Commission. I will say that throughout the testimony by both the applicants as well as the neighbors, as well as hearing the testimony from the Planning Commission, the driving force or concern, in my opinion, was noise. So if you could mitigate some of the noise concerns, that would help alleviate some of those overall concerns. But our original recommendation was approval as a staff.
So question I would have through the chair again, my family used to breed dogs, German Shepherds, once a year. We had show dogs.
Yeah.
And we just got another German Shepherd down in Southern California, great bloodline, great dog, all dogs are special. And they had a barn where the dogs were in kind of inside, not just an outside fence, because when you have that many dogs outside fence, you know, different personalities, different ones get upset, different ones are more energetic, different ones are going to behave. So I could see the neighbors' concerns when you have 9 or up to 18 plus puppies and all sorts of things going on. As you're looking at potential improvements, would a barn or a closed facility be in consideration?
¿Qué me dijo?
Si en el futuro pensar que
vamos a cerrar,
tenernos más cerrados, más cubierto la.
Yes, with the commission proof, I would have been a start because I wanted for East VA, you know, the small business company, and it went legal business for make it with credit or give me money for make it. I own 9 dog. You don't need more. My 9 is okay, but the
the law
say for each house you can 3, right? My house I need only 9. That's it. But the owner having the property have 3 houses, mine and 2 more. He got a 5 little Chihuahua, like a small dog. But no, no es la intención de put it more dog. With this dog, I working very hard to find the right dog with good genetic, loyalty, and no make it too crazy, a lot of energy, because my goal, make a housey dog that cross the two dogs, make it very good for the people need it, the housey. In the future, they got it, because no it's easy make it. I need working hard. Take out one dog, one puppy, growing, look at it, how big, how is interactivity to the person, the outside with other dogs.
So his intention is to create the right breed and the dog for it not to be aggressive or not to be, but to be loyal, to be, a dog, and to be a friend or a family member to the family. So that's his purpose, and he's only asking for the 9 dogs because he knows after so many dogs you can't, get to the point to create or to make a breed that it's friendly and loyal and be able to be with any human being. So he said he does his best to try and work with the dogs a lot so they become very friendly and
Understood.
aggressive.
All right, thank you, Chair. That's all for now.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, Mr. Kwong. So, what are we looking at here today? So, one's what, the noise complaint, and the second being whether it's zoned to allow a kennel. Is that?
I think you probably heard it from the neighbors as well, but I think those are the general focused issues.
Okay, so it's general ag, and what you just stated that it is allowed, kennels are allowed, correct?
Are allowed subject to a site approval being approved.
Right. And then what about the noise complaints? We have, looking at the paperwork or the report or agendized item, you have statements from from neighbors. Do we have any other independent evidence or anything like that?
Only from our own staff. I had sent out our code enforcement staff, I think, no less than 3 times, including Friday of last week, just to see what was making sure before the hearing. and we didn't find anything. So, but that doesn't mean there aren't any noise complaints that occurs whenever they occur.
Right. So how many over, I don't know, I'll say 6 months or 3 months, how many complaints were called in, for example, to the sheriff's department or code enforcement?
So I did pull some of our records this morning. It looks like we had, between 2019 and 2022, we had 9 complaints that appear to be about the kennel. So that's either the noise or the excessive number of dogs, but primarily the noise.
And I know looking at some of the project history going back to 2019, but that was corrected. So would some of those complaints have gone away if, because he or the property owner or the appellant corrected those mistakes? So would that reduce those complaints?
Yeah, so all of these have ended up, the recent ones have been unfounded. So they had cases in 2019 and 2020 that were founded that led to enforcement, but the recent cases last year and this year were not founded. So when staff went out to investigate, they did not witness anything that they thought was excessive.
Okay, how many times was that?
In 21 and 22, they've been out there 3 times between March and just this last month.
So 3 were unfounded.
Yeah.
So of a total of 9, so of the rest of the 6, were those founded, or did we even get involved?
Those were founded, and they resulted in those code enforcement the code enforcement cases that have since been closed, though.
Okay, so those 6 have been taken care of, remedied.
Mm-hmm.
So since then, we had 3 more complaints, which all 3 have been unfounded.
Yeah.
And then and it is zoned, so their business is illegal.
So as of right now, they do not have an approved site approval to be operating, but our staff hasn't witnessed the operation of the kennel or dogs exceeding 9.
Okay, so if I guess depends on what the board does, but if the site plan goes forward, and that's site approval plan goes forward, that is what's required in order for it to be legal.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
And when it went to the planning commission, you both approved that, correct? Or
we
recommended it, excuse me.
That's correct. I got to speak.
So just looking at the noise complaint, I mean, being like this, being a quasi-judicial hearing, and I guess we need to base our findings on facts. So, as it applies to the ordinance as to noise complaints, has there been a violation that had been founded since
In the past, only not recently.
the past, but those were corrected, correct? So, take those out of the way since they have been corrected. So we've had 3, and those have not been.
We did not find anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for your time.
Okay, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. Could you lay out for us again, what are the 2 findings specifically that the Planning Commission did not feel that they could make? And these are required for approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the ones they couldn't make.
So the 2 that were discussed at the Planning Commission were finding number 4, which states issuance not detrimental, which is that the issuance of the permit will not be significantly detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or be injurious to the property or improvements on adjacent properties. And then finding 5, which is compatibility, which states that the use is compatible with adjoining land uses. So those were the 2 that were of concern.
Okay, and was there any discussion about moving the location of the kennels to an area that was further away from adjoining residences on the properties?
That was not a discussion point at the Planning Commission, no.
Okay. All right, thank you.
A couple of questions in regards to, one second. Oh, Supervisor Villaputa.
Well, thank you, Chair. Director Kwong, how many acres is this property? Oh, how big is it?
It's 11 acres in size.
11 acres. So, just want to get this straight. He's allowed 9 right now, but he's asking for 9 more?
Correct, but the 9 more is specifically for the operation of a kennel.
Okay, so if we were to imply that he has to build a shelter, a closing shelter, would that make him compliant?
You can modify the site approval design in both location as well as construction of materials. So right now, as you saw, it was open, but you can do that as part of your decision if that's the way the board wishes.
Yeah, I think it makes sense if you were to build a shelter. That way they're enclosed. I can see 18 dogs making some noise. So I'm thinking more of a enclosed structure. But let the meeting carry on. Go ahead, Chair, thank you.
Yeah. Patty, did you have another comment?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I tell you where I'm struggling with this is knowing a little bit of history in shelters or professional breeders. You usually have 2 males that are top tier and then a couple of females that would give you, a couple litters a year, which you're looking at about, a litter could be as little as 1, but average litter might be 3 to 7. Let's just say average. So maybe it's 5 puppies. I'm struggling with this. Do we have any laws in San Joaquin County for lack of no disrespect for the breed that you're doing here, but this seems like a puppy mill. When you have this many dogs for breeding purposes, I just have this concern. We have shelters that are overrun with abandoned dogs that are homeless and they're euthanized on a regular basis. We're looking at a large-scale operation for puppies at this point. Just because of my history of knowledge and knowing that there's, a couple males, a couple females, and you're going to do the breeding and you'd see the matches and the puppies come out accordingly and you do breed temperament and bone and structure and a lot of things, disposition and such. What is California's, not only California, but the county's laws as it relates to, a puppy mill, for lack of a better term?
Supervisor, they would still need to get whatever permits through county animal services. So from that perspective, if there's no limitation, then they're able to do whatever the county ordinance allows. I don't know if you want to add to that, Stephanie.
From a planning perspective, what we're looking at is the numbers, but there might be licensing and other things, but those are beyond planning's purview, unfortunately.
I think through Chair, Supervisor, I think I understand what you're saying, but to the extent that you're dealing with a land use issue and not the issue of how many in a litter that they might have, that might be kind of the challenging part. And so, particularly as it relates to some of the concerns, we're hearing about, loose dogs or noise or temperature, making sure the dogs are covered and not exposed to heat. Those are the type of things we're working with in regard to the site approval and the design, of course, right? So not as much as addressing whatever licensing requirements there are.
Understood. As it relates to the conditions, I mean, if I see a cyclone fence and a rooftop on it, that doesn't mean the sun is at different angles and it can be penetratingly hot. So I'm not seeing anything that's amazingly impressive with air coolers and fans with moisture and fresh water flowing through for the dogs. I'm not seeing that. So if this part of this decision is kind of conditional and site approval, I've not seen anything that's impressed me so far.
So without jumping the gun too much, if I can ask through the board and chair, you'll have a couple of neighbors to hear from as well. And maybe through that testimony, you might decide to add things to any kind of approval or denial. But should you decide to go through something where you want to go add conditions, I'm thinking at this point we probably don't have enough information as a staff to know what that looks like. So if you go down that route, I was just sending it back to staff to say, okay, if you really want a site approval for a kennel, then you have to do it in this manner, and we would look at what that actually means.
Understood. Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Just a quick question, because I know we're pushed on time to have everybody here. When you talk about the 3 dogs per house, and there's 3 houses in 9, are all 3 houses run by or at least rented by the same family?
I think only by one, but I'll defer to the family to respond to that.
Yeah, well, they're the ones that run all dogs, and him and his wife. Ustedes son los que hacen todo lo de la cría, ¿no?
Well, my question is, okay, so we have 9 dogs that are permitted by ordinance, and I guess my question is are these dogs controlled by, the appellant or whatever? But the other part of it is, then you're asking for 9 more dogs for the kennel. That's 18, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking about 9 dogs in a kennel environment. We're talking about 9 dogs that could be just household pets. Is that correct?
If you can have 9 household pets, that's a good characterization of it right now. 3 for each household. I think your question maybe if we can refer to the applicant again. I think there's a different owner. In my understanding, there's a different owner. But do you rent all 3 homes?
It's just to confirm and to clear things. It's only 9 dogs total. All 9 adult dogs. It's not 18. It's only for him.
Yeah. The owner, the other tenant, I don't know what he.
Yeah. Okay. They're the only ones that are breeding the dogs, but there's only 9 total adult dogs for his kennel and everything for his breed.
All right, but are we talking about the other 2 houses? We're talking about 3 houses with 3 dogs each, which is 9. Are we talking about?
He can do it 9, one and the other guy, but I don't know.
Okay, so we're talking about the other 2 houses having 6. He has 3, and then he wants 6 more to add 9 to his kennel. I'm not quite sure of the numbers.
Well, the thing is that every household, the owner of the property has 3 dogs. 3 dogs. The other brother, how many? 2 dogs. But he's running a separate business, a separate kennel, separate everything. So it's not all put together. They're all separated in different houses.
So that's 5. That leaves 4 left for the total of 9 for 3 houses. Is that? I think your friend is asking for 9 dogs for his property, correct?
Just 9 for his property.
So that means that what everybody else has is just added to the 9. So we're not talking about 9 total. We're talking about 5 or whatever plus 9, 14 or whatever. Okay. I would like to. Anybody speaking of? Thank you very much. Well, okay. So anybody want to speak in opposition to the appeal?
Chairman Nguyen, and we also have additional comments in support of this appeal as well, including one member participating telephonically.
Okay. Well, let me get the people here first, and then we'll move to that. Thank you. So if you just state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Gene Stoddard. I'm from 14939 East Oak Calling. My brother's on a break right now, and he's on the phone. Can he go before me because he's at work?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
So Russ Stoddard, if you can hear me, it would be time for you to speak now. You will need to unmute your microphone to speak at this time.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Are you there?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear us?
I'm not. I can see Rochelle. Can you hear me if you just nod your head? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. All right, so, hey, thank you, everybody, for this opportunity to speak. John Funderburg, who was working for there before, Stephanie, nice gentleman. I'm not kind of prepared as well today because he told me this would not be another hearing, that the appeal would just be based upon on their denial. So anyhow, I don't think there's a ton to be added to the record, but I believe that the Planning Commission, I thought that the Community Development Department has asked that you uphold the Planning Commission vote of not approving this. That's what I thought we started with today. I thought originally all of the Planning Commission, through the Community Development Department, as my understanding was, once they met all the requirements, then they approved it just only based on land use and such. I just touch real quickly to Mr. Supervisor Rickman. In regard to calls, after we had exhausted everything back in 2019 and 20, I stopped making calls. So I just kept making recordings based upon an attorney, because at some point this would have to be a civil suit, and that was based upon the sheriff's contact with them and some other stuff. Sorry about that. I'm so nervous here. So all we're really asking is that you completely deny this kennel, uphold the recommendation of your planning commissioners, and all of the adjoining property owners, who some of we have no contact with, who wrote in to deny this, that also heard the barking and did not ever file a complaint or call the sheriff about the barking. As a matter of fact, I believe one of the adjacent property owners has never called the sheriff's department and indicated that the barking was an issue. We did not solicit that letter or anything. In addition, when we spoke to the sheriff's department, the nice gentleman there, who I forget his name, that deals with the community, he said that it's very common that a lot of neighbors will not call just because they don't feel there's anything that they can do. Some of our neighbors have been asked, and they said this is still going on. So this has been going on for a long time. Speaking directly to the applicant's appeal, he said that there was confusion. There was no confusion. I had a presentation for the Planning Commission, and I'll just say that back in when I spoke with the owners, and let's just say, I forget when, I said, hey, if you could do the dogs. We had I have an email from her to contact her by her, at her email and her phone. But on August 8th, 2019, code enforcement opened a case and then closed it. They did it again in December of 2019. So less than 6 months, or about 6 months apart, 2 cases. And then on December 2019, after they had already been cited, 15 barking dogs were documented on their property, just in the kennel area. Once again, I think, as you pointed out, this is not for a conditioned kennel. When it's 30 degrees outside, or actually out there it gets to be in the 20s, those dogs are out in exposure. Now, according to the Sheriff's Animal Control, these kennels meet the minimum conditions of what's ever required. And so I guess I would ask that, I think, we always like to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But if I would ask that you deny this based on, the neighbors and the Planning Commission, and then if they want to build a building and do that, I think they should put in maybe a new application. But to continue this at this level, I would just hope that you would put an end to this. Anyhow, so thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate your consideration here. And I wish I sounded a little bit better, but even not in front of you, I'm real nervous. So thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Not at this time. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, right, fine. All right, thank you very much, and we'll move on. I would ask any subsequent speakers if you could just not repeat what we've already heard, because I think we can remember what's been said already.
Yeah, once again, Gene Stoddard, 14939. First of all, I want to say I know there's 113 pages in this packet on this, and I know it's almost impossible to go through from my history of being in my job. I kind of feel odd. I have a lot of weight on my shoulders. I'm carrying a lot of people that couldn't come here today, and this has been an ordeal since 2019. And once again, I believe it got quieter once after it was illegally cited twice to not run it. Then the dog numbers went down. I think that's why. And then also there are people thinking that waiting for this process to go on and to get finished. So just to cut out everything else, I just want to reemphasize what happened at the Planning Commission. We had a lot more people here. We had a presentation with slides. What it came out to, there was a 5-0 vote by the Planning Commission. Today you have a recommendation to deny site approval. Some comments by the Planning Commission. 18 dogs are too many for this property. That doesn't include puppies. Fabric does not stop barking. Sounds travel out in the country. Not in favor of a permit staying with the owner. So that's probably some of the things about building something. A renter would be building something on somebody else's property. The commission, we can't approve as we have 4 of 6 neighbors in opposition. Non-friendly property owners and unwillingness to work with neighbors. Chairman Hamilton, in my tenure, the only approved kennels were when dogs were kept in buildings indoors. As for barking, one sheriff report said noticeable for incessant barking. It's not noticeable for incessant barking. The definition of incessant barking, defined as frequent incessant barking for a period of 10 minutes or more. We've had neighbors that asked us for help to help with noise issues. We've called out animal control. A dog will bark, 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 bark constantly. That's not incessant barking. But you can imagine living next to that and having this reverberate through your house. Personally, just something about me and not speaking on behalf of everybody else. After all we went through to get a 5-0 decision vote, it sure didn't feel like a win when we walked out that night. I can assure you, because these people are good people. I don't deny that at all. Do the property owners have a problem? Yes. There's been many issues with other property owners surrounding that, but that's not what we're here today for. I know a couple meetings ago I was here to watch what you guys deal with. You deal with anonymous people writing in, and how that doesn't hold water, really, because anybody can throw that out. You have 4 of 6 property owners that live right on next to this property that were willing to write in and put their name on it. In addition, you have property owners out and about in the area that have put their name to it, whether they call it a puppy mill or it's the noise. It's one of those issues that is causing the people to write in. And then as for discrimination, I cannot let that go. In their rebuttal, all I can say is I have given 29 years of service as a firefighter in Lockford, Linden, Lodi, San Joaquin County, statewide, and recently as a fire chief for City of Lodi. I have been a Rotary member for many years, have helped up with Love Lodi, MD Fill the Boot, Make-A-Wish Foundation, and many other nonprofits that most firefighters and people of my position dealt with. You can ask anyone throughout my career that I give the shirt off my back and would jump in to help anyone at any moment. My wife is a nurse practitioner, has worked in practice, led pediatrics, the lead pediatrics professor at San Joaquin Delta College, and is now a school nurse for Lincoln Unified. I can assure you discrimination is not a part of this at all. It is the noise. This has caused stress on marriage, friendships with other neighbors, as well as my own sibling that I live right next to. Our houses live very close to this. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. I wouldn't wish it on them for sure. I feel bad for what they've had to go through and what they have to put up with. But the thing is, they didn't talk with anybody when they put this illegal operation together. They got cited once. Then they should have known, hey, we should have done something correctly. They got cited a second time. And then this is where we're at today. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else to speak in opposition to appeal? Okay, before we go to any comment, Clerk of the Board, could you read the comments, please?
Thank you. The first comment is submitted by Juan Flores, who writes, "Hello, I hope my words can help to Maria Dolan and her husband to continue to protect her dogs. I am very sad thinking they can separate. This is their house. They are part of the family. Please touch your heart and keep their dogs with this family. Someone who don't have a love for animals and neighbors can be a good neighbor and need to learn from others. These dogs have a lot of love. Please keep them together. Thank you." Analia writes, "My name is Analia, and I am just sad Miss Maria Dolan and family have a good dogs. They deserve stability and a loving place. They grow up in a good family. They give to them a lot of space, feed them and take care of them in love. Any of this dogs are abuse. I saw them, how they protect them. I hope you can give an opportunity to stay together and hope the neighbor who's still always around her family and house bothering their peace and accusing for things with no reason." Next comment is submitted by Veronica Bambil, who writes, "Hi, I know Miss Maria Dolan. I know she is wonderful with her dogs. She takes time with them, feeding, playing with them. I know her family take care of them like a family. I hope she can be free of the anger and fear that she is suffering from her neighbors. They are a good family. I hope you consider it. Thank you." Union Rincon writes, "Maria Dolan is the head of the children's ministry at IBC Lodi, a Hispanic Christian church of this community. She has dedicated 6 years to this ministry, and I can honestly say that she loves the children. With this project that she is now embarking with these dogs, she is hoping to work with kids and special needs, and I know that it will be a great addition to our community. She is an honest, hardworking, humble woman that puts her whole heart in all that she does. She has a vision to help these kids and help the youth who are struggling stay out of drugs and other problems. I know that this will be a project that our community benefit from, and I believe it in wholeheartedly." And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the comments.
Thank you. I'd like to offer the appellant just a quick response because we're going to lose one of our supervisors soon. So if there's anything you would like to say in rebuttal, please keep it short.
Ok. Esto no es una granja mil casi de cachorro.
So this is not just a business just to multiply and keep going and like a big, like a milk farm. It's more of creating the right breed, the right dogs, and
El costo de cada cachorro que yo tengo está entre $1,500 y $3,000.
And color dog. Sorry, I'll start talking Spanish. So the cost of each dog goes from $1,500 to $3,500. And
okay, que no es solamente mi perro que ladran, que tienen que hacer una investigación como fue el Animal Control 10 veces y nunca hubo problema. Que chequearon todo.
So he would recommend for like an investigation regarding all the dogs around the neighborhood too, so that way, because the 10 times that the sheriff went, the animal control went and checked the dogs, he didn't have no issue. So
everything fine. My dog no bark. He make a report everything here, and the city. The working the field inspector coming a couple times to my home and look at it. I stay 45 minutes in the front. My dog no bark. Okay, and my neighbor dog, as I show in the video, bark. Why? He dog bark. I make a complaint to my dog bark. Here, the other neighbor have more dog, bark, bark, bark. But it's more easy. Call, hey, no, the neighbor, the Latin neighbor is the bark dog.
So it's always easy to blame the guy that has the most dogs in the property than the guy that only has one dog. So basically, every time somebody comes over, or when the sheriff used to come over, they'll hear more of the neighbor's dogs barking than his own dogs that he had there at the moment.
Yeah, and check it out, make an investigation, look at it. Not my dog bark, only. Every neighborhood. Oh, it's more easy. Call, he say, hey, bark, we coming to look at it. Exactly what dog bark, yeah? And, last time, the meeting I lost, you know, I will really not bring nothing. I come like in my word, I did no video, nothing. He and his brother bring a lot of video, a lot of proof. Yeah, he fly one drum over my home, over my dog. Of course, my dog bark. Any dog bark when something drum fly over my home. Yeah. Okay. Other thing is very frustration every time the neighbor with video. I can put in my two little girls. I got a two-daughter, 11-year-old, come outside to swimming in the pool because he and wife and brother every time like a paparazzi. Yeah, I don't know. And he said, "Oh, I fire department. The wife is."
I understand your point. So anything else you'd like to say?
Fire the garbage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, close public hearing. I'll turn back to the board. I do have questions, but I'll leave it up to the board to make their comments and the motion in regards to appeal.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, Mr. Kwong, so what are the issues? Just the issues. Take all the emotion out of it. What issue is before us that we have to prove? Or hear, I should say.
Probably first and foremost is the noise issue, as the disturbance of the neighbors, as you're hearing today, and how you address noise is through sound insulation and relocation. I don't know if there's any. I mean, it doesn't sound like in a kennel situation it's a loose dog issue. So I don't know if that's necessarily applicable if you control the security of your site. So if there's concerns about that, you would look at obviously fencing. But besides that, they would have to comply with any kind of licensing requirements.
Right. But since we're supposed to be just looking at facts from the Planning Commission. So the barking issue, and when you're looking at the site plan, which would be the next step, the other factor could be addressed, correct?
Correct, and that's the site plan before you as proposed today.
And then the other issue would be what, the land use?
The land use in the ag zone, you can have a small kennel subject to site approval. And so when you look at the site approval and the findings, you look at whether it's detrimental to the health and welfare to the surrounding neighbors. You look at whether it is injurious to the surrounding neighbors, and you make the staff makes a recommendation to the commission, and in this case, obviously, appeal to the board regarding those issues. So if you believe there are ways to mitigate those issues through the things I've talked about, then you can add those things. Or if you believe similarly, the Planning Commission's findings that they are incompatible, basically. So if you can't make the finding they're compatible, then the reverse in my opinion, is true, that they're incompatible, and therefore they could be injurious and they could be having an impact to the neighbors.
So my question, going back to my question, was land use is permitted, correct?
It is permitted, but it's still discretionary.
Right, and then there was some other talks about conditional of the kennel, and these all these other different things. But per the ordinance, does it meet that definition? Does it meet the minimum requirements?
It does from a land use perspective, and that's why we recommended approval. And then one of the conditions, of course, is following the rules, which is you have to still get your licensing.
Right. So
it might be minimum requirements, as you've heard, but that's what they are.
Right, and if this board or this county wants a more strenuous, then it should go back and redo the ordinance, correct? Or add on?
Yeah, and I would really defer to Animal Services at that point,
right,
whether they feel it's adequate or not.
As to, I mean, you haven't did a site check, though, have you? I mean, the site plan hasn't been pushed forward, correct?
No, it has been.
It has. Okay, I thought. But you did the site plan, but then you approved it before the planning commission.
We recommended approval before the planning commission. And
based on that site plan.
That's correct. And the planning commission did not agree with staff, which is their prerogative.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just a couple of quick comments. I understand where Vice Chair Rickman is coming from, certainly from Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Miller. One of the questions, though, and I don't want to drag this out because I did talk about the number of dogs that are available. The incompatibility, obviously, is often based upon the comments from the neighbors, which obviously in the Planning Commission meeting, which unfortunately we didn't have everybody here, found it. But I also have over the years realized, which was stated earlier, that on a variety of issues for code enforcement, oftentimes neighbors quit complaining because nothing happens. And I know community development is working on changing that process, but that's true, and oftentimes things continue. The other concerns I have in regards to those who create things or build things that are in violation, which code enforcement then goes out and takes action. We have two instances where action was taken, and the other concern is, and the reason I bring that up is because, as has been stated, I mean, if you're going to do something, you need to look into it, what the county requirements are. The other part is that if in fact, in this particular case, we're not talking about a property owner, we're talking about a renter, and therefore most renters are not inclined to invest a lot of money on property that they don't own, and I certainly appreciate the appellant's at least description of a potential upgrade in regards to it. But I think Supervisor Patty makes a good point that doesn't protect from the side because it's simply chain link, and there's a whole host of other things which may or may not mitigate the temperature issue and the shade issue, but it doesn't necessarily mitigate the noise issue. So these things, I guess I've seen too many, even going back to my planning commission days, a lot of promises, for lack of a better term, of this will happen. It rarely happens unless, the city or the county goes out and forces the issue. So I would say that in my particular position that you got off on the wrong foot. I think there's certainly, and let's face it, if we were neighbors to this particular kennel operation, I think we'd all be probably saying pretty much the same thing. And that, in my mind, as Supervisor Miller touched upon, is incompatible in regards to land use when it disturbs the peace of people who live out in the country for a reason. And part of it is the peace and quiet. And I understand dogs, I get all those things. But anyway, those are concerns. And I touched upon the numbers. I don't know when they're weaned. I don't know, what level that would be for this breed. But dogs grow and puppies bark and all these other things. I can't imagine a whole litter of dogs. And I don't know what age they were actually sold, because it does talk about training, et cetera. So there's just a whole host of unknowns that I would be reluctant to move forward without some more information, but certainly based upon what I've heard, I think that this is probably not, at this time, a good idea, certainly based upon the input of the neighbors. But anyway, I'll leave it to the rest of the board members, because I know Supervisor Patty has to take off, so. I need a motion in regards to the appeal, whether.
Good.
Here.
That's me.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'm just going to say that I agree with the Planning Commission. I think the potential for 18 dogs plus puppies with a residence only 300 feet away, I just think that's just a recipe for ongoing conflict. I don't think it's compatible. I will also say I read in the operations, they're planning to keep each litter of puppies for about 90 days. And we heard they're probably going to have 6 litters a year. You multiply that times 90 days, they're going to have at least 1 litter of puppies at all times. And for a good part of the year, they're going to have 2 litters of puppies. So that's a lot of dogs. And I just have to say I agree with the Planning Commission. It's incompatible. And I could not make the findings either. So that's where I come down on it.
Okay. We have a second.
I'll second the motion.
Please vote. And this is to deny the appeal, correct?
Correct.
Correct, to deny the appeal.
It's adopted 4-1. Thank you. Thank you, Director Kwong and staff.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? Be back at 1:45. Supervisor Patty has departed, so we will move forward with the remainder of the board. Next item of discussion is COVID-19 discussion. Mr. Diederich.
Public Health Officer Dr. Maggie Park on the line. I also have Jared Bagwell from EMS if there's any therapeutics, and I'm also going to present a couple slides at the end of Dr. Park's slide deck. But Dr. Park, if you could kick off the presentation, I'd appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So just showing you the usual EPI curve, which shows that we've had more than 162,000 confirmed cases by PCR testing thus far throughout the pandemic. And we now have a case rate of 66 per 100,000 people in the county testing positive for COVID. If you could see the latest Omicron surge curve, you can see how that is coming down. And that 66 per 100,000 is significantly down from 198 per 100,000, which I reported 2 weeks ago. Next slide. If you were to look at the makeup of which variant constituted most of the cases in January, you would see that 304 out of 306 cases that went on to whole genome sequencing for Omicron, so that blue bar basically showing that more than 99% of cases in the month of January were due to Omicron. And thus far, all cases in the month of February are from Omicron. Next slide. Along with our case rate declining, we're seeing some declines in our hospitalizations. So on the left, you see the number of hospitalizations with COVID positive patients in the blue, and the number of people in ICUs over time from the beginning of the pandemic. And then on the right, our EMS agency has also prepared a 30-day view of this going downward, you can see, in the last couple of weeks. So that now there are 173 COVID positive people hospitalized in the county, 52 are in ICUs, and 35 are on ventilators. Next slide. We have lost over 2,000 people to COVID to this date. And our positivity rate is the other factor that we often look at, and that's at 11.1%. That 11.1% testing positivity is still quite high. And if you see, the dark line indicates our county, the gray line indicates the state. So as we've seen many times before, our local testing positivity percentile is greater than the state's average. But this is down from 22% testing positivity, which I reported 2 weeks ago. And next slide. Just want to share with you our vaccination progress data, as I've done before, to show you that at this time in our county, for all those eligible for vaccination, meaning people age 5 and up, we are now at 62.3% fully vaccinated, 12.6% are partially vaccinated, for a total of 74.9% of our population having at least one dose, compared to statewide that number being 82.6%. Next slide. We continue to work with our community-based organizations and our faith-based organizations to do outreach, hosting events that would include testing and vaccines, education about the vaccines, sometimes food and gift card giveaways. These same CBOs and FBOs have assisted us greatly with the distribution of at-home COVID-19 test kits to high-priority neighborhoods. In all, 64,000 or so rapid antigen tests have been distributed through some of our county departments that interact with the public and through these CBOs and through the cities since January 14 of 2022, and an additional 20,000 PCR test kits have been distributed since May of 2021. The SNAP Nurse Mobile Vaccine and Testing Van gives access to some of these resources in the most at-need populations, and we continue to receive requests for their mobile services, resulting in vaccine rates that are now up in priority neighborhoods. and 264 SNAP Nurse Van events, administering over 4,500 vaccines. So next slide. The next slide shows the actual areas of service where the SNAP Nurse mobile van has been. And you can see from June to December the number of events that were held and in what cities, and the same data for our most recent events. So this van is out and about basically 5 days a week. There's a teal colored schedule for their testing and vaccine events that is placed on SJ Ready. A lot of times the places that they're going are businesses that have asked us to come and do booster shots. Sometimes we're helping a business that needs assistance getting through an outbreak. So sometimes the predominant request is for testing, sometimes it's for vaccines, but in either case, both services are available when this van is out in the community. And I will hand over to Director Dietrich now for the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park. These next two slides are taken directly from Secretary Galley's press conference yesterday. As tomorrow, the mask mandate or the changes in the guidance that came about in mid-December in response to Omicron and the increasing cases. This is really showing what will occur tomorrow. We're basically going back to the state public health officer requirements that were in effect prior to December 15th. The move that basically takes place tomorrow is when you and I might interact in the public going into, say, the grocery store in an indoor environment, you will no longer be required to wear a mask. That is the big change that happens tomorrow. The rest of the items here, indoors for unvaccinated and retailers under state regulations can either post signage, make everybody wear a mask, assume that if you're not wearing a mask, you're unvaccinated, or do something where they actually verify. So it's up to those individual retailers. But if you're unvaccinated, the strict regulation is you still would need to wear a mask in those indoor settings. And as I mentioned, it goes back to the prior guidance prior to December 15th. So in other areas, specifically in healthcare settings, the controversial issue still is schools and child care facilities, long-term care. It's not mentioned on here, but public transit, incarcerated facilities, and even homeless shelters are still required to wear masks regardless of vaccination status. And again, I want to push that this is the state public health officer's order. It is not a local order. We do have local orders that mimic the state. Those are primarily for isolation and quarantine, but there's not a local mask order here. I've spoken to several people about what can this board do or not do, or school districts. At the end of the day, if we did not have a public health local order, we still have the statewide order that is in effect and is controlling, if you will. Next slide, please. Speaking of schools, I was a little surprised, but basically we got information prior to the press conference yesterday that essentially the state will revisit the school masking mandate on the 28th of this month. What they're saying is at that time, there might be some forward-looking guidance that it would be lifted at some point in the future. I don't know if that's on March 1st or March 15th. They talked a little bit about some statistics, but at the end of the day, the state mask guidance for schools is still in effect at this time, and I need to reiterate, that is the state public health officer's order. It's not a local order. Some additional comments. I know Stanislaus, I used to work there prior to coming to San Joaquin County. They had a Board of Supervisors meeting last Tuesday. And as our board's aware, we have two emergency declarations, a Director of Emergency Services one and a Public Health one. In Stanislaus, they did lift their general emergency declaration. Sometime during the pandemic, the Director of Emergency Services moved from the county CEO to the Sheriff Dirksey. He lifted it, and basically his rationale was that some of the extraordinary powers granted under that for purchasing timelines and competitive bids and other things have not readily been exercised for quite some time, so he felt there wasn't a need for it. They still have the public health order there. And as I mentioned, if ours was lifted, I don't think it changes much on the ground game because we're still under the statewide mandate. But for full transparency, Dr. Park's slides have mentioned, testing, vaccination. We get some resources from the state. You've heard the SNAP Nurse Van. You've heard of Optum Serve testing sites. We actually have state employees working under contact tracing and contact investigations. My understanding is those would go away because if we didn't have a local public health emergency, they would not be needed. So just for transparency, if we didn't have a public health emergency, that might go away. But at the end of the day, I'm not telling people to go to their assemblyman's office or their state senator's office, but ultimately, even absent a local public health order or local emergency declaration, we're still covered under these statewide mandates from the state public health officer. One thing that I think we've talked about in the past on the OES type order about FEMA recovery, and if we have a lapse, we might be on the hook for if there's another flare-up of coronavirus, on the hook for the next $6.5 million. What occurred in Stanislaus is that's not really a concern because Stanislaus, as well as the rest of the 58 counties in California, are still covered under a statewide order and can still continue to get a FEMA reimbursement based upon that. So with that, Dr. Park, I don't know if you have any additional slides or if we're ready to take comments from the board. As I did mention, our Mohawk, Jared, or pardon me, EMS is not here today, but not a lot of changes in the therapeutics. They are outside of Paxlovid, I think generally available. One additional item has occurred, and that is remdesivir, which is generally has been an inpatient therapeutic. The CDC has authorized its use for outpatient use, but I think there's a few takers, and Dr. Park could probably talk more eloquently about this because it basically is infusion over 3 days. We've talked about some of the monoclonals, and that's an inpatient or an outpatient infusion. So few takers there. There's also a push for another therapeutic that is really geared toward prophylaxis for severely immune compromised people undergoing oncology type treatment, and it's an IM injection. And I know we're working with San Joaquin General Hospital for them to be one of the distribution sites here in Northern California for that. But Dr. Park, I don't know if you have any other comments on the therapeutics, but I think the only thing that's in short supply is really the Paxlovid, and I know we are working with SJ Ready to have information on the county's website about what pharmacies have access to them. So with that, I'm not sure if there's another slide, but Dr. Park, do you have any other concluding comments?
No, I don't have any other slides, but there is one other monoclonal antibody that was just authorized by the FDA called bebtelovimab. And my understanding is that the state of California is awaiting shipment of this from the federal government. So that's new news, and another monoclonal antibody like sotrovimab that does have efficacy against Omicron. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Just a quick question in regards to the monoclonal antibodies, as far as, because I know for a while there was a lot of talk through EMS, et cetera, in regards to shipments from the federal government as to the allocations to California and certainly to San Joaquin County, et cetera. Have those numbers been updated in regards to what we can expect over the next, say, 30 days?
I talked with EMS yesterday. It's been pretty steady. I don't think we're getting a decline. We're not getting a rapid increase. For the monoclonal, I know there's been some discussions about there was initially 3, and then 2 have lost CDC emergency use authorization because they're less effective versus Omicron. I would comment that those 2 manufacturers concurred with the CDC guidance in that regard. But with my discussions with them yesterday, the one that is effective, SOTO in shorthand, it is generally available within the hospitals now. What I heard from the Mohawk is that it's not in short supply. There's less demand at this point.
So when you say less demand, even though we may have an allocation, we're not using a lot, is that correct?
My understanding, and I don't know if Jared Bagwell, if you're on the line, potentially comment, but there are certain hospitals that are not using their total allocation. I believe it's being distributed in quantities of 20, so that's the minimum orderable quantity, and some of our local hospitals have passed because they have stock, is my understanding.
Okay. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. This is really more of a comment, and I did read that the new therapy that Dr. Park mentioned, they believe that it is very effective against Omicron, but that it is also indicating that it is effective against this new variant that is just starting to pop up, and they believe that this one is going to not only help tremendously with Omicron, but it's going to carry us through. So it's looking very promising. And the last thing is, I share everybody's frustration about kids at school, and I know that it's really, really hard. One of the things, and I'm glad that you're stressing today that these are statewide public health orders. One of the things that I was reading about over the weekend is that many school districts there is a lot of, finger pointing going on. Well, it's not up to us, it's up to them. It's not up to us, it's up to them. But one of the underlying reasons why school districts are being slow to remove any of these public health requirements is that if they are recommended or mandated by the state and school districts opt not to follow them, and they either have employees who get sick and can demonstrate that they did get it at school on the job, their workers' comp insurance coverage, they're denying coverage to some school districts. And it's the same thing with other cases of kids who might get very sick if they can prove that they got it in the classroom, regardless of from whom, and they bring it home and someone becomes seriously ill. School districts, insurance carriers are denying coverage because they're saying you're not doing everything that's recommended to keep people safe. So I share everyone's frustration, but there's a lot of moving pieces to this in terms of why everybody isn't just immediately removing all of them. I don't know that I agree with it, but I do understand that for many school districts, it's a huge liability issue. So,
and Supervisor Merrill, I'd say beyond just schools, any employer. I know there was a movement at the federal level in Congress about tort reform and indemnification, because right now in California, if you catch COVID, in certain instances, it's presumed you got it at work. If there's an investigation, you didn't follow these orders, indeed, are you in jeopardy, kind of like analogous to a drunk driver getting in an accident? Is your insurance going to cover you? I mean, ultimately, it's going to be a gold mine for trial attorneys.
Right. Yeah. So, anyways, I know that it's complicated and there's a whole lot at play here. But thank you for stressing the fact that they're state orders.
I wanted to do that because I know there's a lot. Dr. Park gets a lot of public comment and pressure. At the end of the day, we do not have any mandate above the state floor. We're not a county that has vaccine passports or vaccine mandates for staff. And, if these were lifted, it's a sense of the board, but the game, we're still under the state's public health officer order, regardless.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Rittman.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. And thank you, Dr. Park. and Mr. Diedrich again for being here. So the endemic, when is that coming?
I think we're all tired of where we're at. Maybe Dr. Park could speak a little bit. I know our health officer region is looking at that. Can we pivot? You've heard a lot of comments about the Super Bowl. Are we able to manage it right now? I mean, we talked about flattening the curve. I was a little concerned about hospitalizations given flu coming up, but you saw that those are dropping hospital capacity. We want to get back to other things because we focused on basically everything COVID. What are we doing with congenital syphilis, large outbreaks of tuberculosis within our county, other core traditional public health measures? We still need to push vaccines as a primary preventative measure, but indeed there are therapeutics and mixed sciences. Are we ever going to do a hot wash of this pandemic and lessons learned or not? But not to get too out there. There's a lot of collateral impacts. We've talked about suicides and overdoses and loss of learning. Another thing I see is social cohesion in our country. That we're pitted against each other. It's just been too much politics, too much press, and too long.
No, and I agree. Because if you look at other states. Other states are dropping, mandates, dropping mask mandates. I think California is one of the few states that actually have our kids still in mask. And, I want to thank everybody that came here today. And it's, hey, we can't comment during public comment. It's not an agendized item. I'll lighten that a bit to do it. But, I agree. I think it's ridiculous to have our kids in mask. And, I know as a board, we get beat up, over this, but as you mentioned earlier, state law trumps what we can do. We've done, we filed amicus brief on a lawsuit from down south. We did resolutions for trying to give, parents and school boards, power over what they can do with the mask. And because it's not coming from the county, we have litigation against the California Department of Public Health and try to get the data and science for the Public Records Act. So, we're pushing. You look at other counties. Look at Sacramento, look at Contra Costa, look at Alameda compared to what we're doing. We're trying to be proactive and talking to our legislators and so on so we can try to end these, archaic, you could say, restrictions that they have on us residents. So, hey, I agree. And you bring up, like the Super Bowl. It's just ridiculous. It just goes to show you if you're rich and powerful or you're an elitist or if you're a powerful, big enough politician, you can pretty much do what you want. And then we, regular citizens, we have to carry out, and it's not fair. And it gives a horrible, horrible message. If it's worked so well, why aren't they doing it? And if you go out to, there's been mentioning crab feeds and stuff like that, concerts and people not wearing masks. Hey, I've been to them and I've seen it. And, people aren't wearing masks. I would say the majority of places, again, not all places, but at least I've been to, the crab feeds and concerts and stuff, people aren't masked. And I think, I know Supervisor Nguyen mentions this all the time, the public has had enough. And, I know in this county, we're not writing people citations. Have we written a citation for any of this? Have you heard of anything? Have we written a citation to anybody? We haven't, at least as far as I know. So it's not like we're out there going out and enforcing this. This one-size-fits-all policy has been a joke since the very beginning. You look at the Johns Hopkins study that just came out. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And they were talking about, that study finds lockdowns only prevented 0.2% of COVID-19 deaths and were not an effective way of reducing mortality rates during a pandemic. And that didn't even take into account of what you mentioned. How many cancer patients people have cancer or, could have been diagnosed earlier, could have saved their lives, could have prevented pain and suffering, but they weren't even allowed in the hospital. How many kids have committed suicides? And we've seen the suicide rates among, I believe, our youth, our females, up above like 51% or something, drug abuse, and all these different statistics. And so you're just looking at, and even some of the stuff that you're talking about that you just mentioned. So you're looking at one, COVID, and that's all the radar is on COVID and nothing else. So, and you look at the death statistics or hospitalization, I would love to see what it is compared, don't look at COVID, but what did COVID affect? I mean, suicide rates and how many actually, on that. Stanislaus, you mentioned Stanislaus. And, into their public health emergency.
Their OES emergency.
Right. So, I mean, what's the benefit of it for us to have it? And we're still have ours up and running, correct?
Correct. We have both still. That they rescinded one under the Sheriff Dirksey's authority.
Right. Well, why wouldn't we? If it's not a benefit to us, and it would free up, I'm not talking about both. I'm talking about what the public health side or the OES side. Why we still have it?
I know we had a prep call yesterday, and General Services was on the line, and I think the other thing that they're thinking about is disaster service workers. But as mentioned, I don't think we're exercising any of those powers, and I don't think any, from the point forward of a de-declaration, I don't think any future FEMA recovery is in jeopardy at this point. So,
but people do say, well, and like you said, if it's not a benefit. And, what's the big deal of keeping it? Some people would say, or, the other thing, but what's the big deal of keeping it? But you do send a message on that, just like resolutions. They may not have any teeth, but it does send a message to our representatives. And if all the counties did that, if all the counties were lockstep in doing the same thing, say, with the resolutions and so on, I think we would be in better shape than what we're out now. And if you do look, you talk about the endemic. We have treatments now with the monoclonal antibodies. We have vaccines. We have natural immunity, which CDC just came out and talked about. And if people want to wear masks, by all means, wear your mask. I don't think anybody would fault you for that. But to mandate other people to wear masks, and I mean, there was a study with cloth masks, so it's pretty much, you hear the, political theater. It's political theater. I mean, you put it on here, up here because, I was asked to do it, so, hey, I'll put it back up here. But, something needs to change, and, it's nice, and I'm glad to see the residents throughout the country or throughout California is starting to push back. Follow the science, right? How many times has this been just nailed through it? Follow the science, follow the science, follow the science. You follow the science, and then, well, that's, we don't care what the science says. This is what you're going to keep on doing. So with that being said, it's more just a statement than anything else. But the endemic, and, you hear, and I mentioned this, like a year and a half ago, if we're going to look at variants as a way, when we're going to end these lockdowns or these different things or these restrictions, it's never going to end. There's always going to be a variant. I mean, look at the flu is a prime example. There's always variants. So there's always going to be a variant. And, there comes a time when, like I said, people have to make a determination for themselves. We know the vaccines, you can still catch it, you can still transmit it. And yet, you still get, the blame on the unvaccinated, even with people with natural immunity. It just is mind-blowing, even though the study from CDC of all places, we're not even talking about Israel, the Cleveland studies or anything. So I'm hoping that, folks keep pushing, and then we come to a light. And I agree with the folks here. Our kids shouldn't, having our kids in masks is absolutely horrible. Mostly when other states and other countries have took it away and stopped it. So why is California lagging behind?
And I'd just say, Supervisor Rickman, that I think it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. And I don't know if that's going to be the 28th or how soon afterwards. But I think you talk about the science. I think the political science and that dynamic is changing a bit, and it's changing because of what it actually looks like, as well as the advocacy that you're starting to see a lot more of.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dietrich, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Shelley Lima is on the phone. Yes. Shelley?
Chair Wynn, this is Shelley Lima. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Clarify what Director Dietrich commented on. Our county continues to use our local emergency proclamation in that we still have disaster service workers that are working in the EOC. We also are using state resources to fund the SNAP nurse and other medication resources that we're getting in the county as well. So by continuing our local emergency proclamation, that allows us to continue those activities.
Okay. Any questions? Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted Dr. Park and Greg and all of public health, I just want to thank you for everything, for your hard work the last couple weeks, and we're almost through this, and keep your head up. We're good.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just make some final comments. From the very beginning, and Dr. Dietrich and Dr. Park and others have been, our county council have been involved, because we have questioned from the outset in regards to things that were imposed on us, going back to the, quote, essential, non-essential businesses, which was misguided at best. This county has worked very hard to take an approach in regards to treating our residents fairly. As I said earlier, we haven't cited, and I used to look back when we were heavily involved in this back in 2020. There was a daily statewide report of all state departments and their investigations, whether it be ABC or DOJ or Consumer Affairs, the whole list of them. And they would list their activities in regards to investigation, contacts, citations. I would go a couple of weeks and never see one citation issued by all the state agencies, and literally there was thousands of investigations. And I think through the sheriff's department, certainly I know through our cities and the police departments, I know they've taken this very seriously, but at the same time, I don't think they've been abusive or overreaching in regards to their authority. We don't talk about those things because they just happen, and we make sure that we do things fairly. The other part in regards to some of the discussions, and I know Vice Chair Rickman has probably a ton of studies, and I've got my own list, et cetera, but I think we've done everything we can to mitigate the impact upon this, not only the COVID, but also the direction that have been given both by the federal and state governments. And I think we've worked very hard on that. I think the reality, for example, in the slide you showed about schools and February 28th, I'm disappointed, because the question is, what about the other categories that were not listed as continuing on past tomorrow? And frankly, as Vice Chair Rickman talks about, I was out, as a lot of couples were out, went to a movie and a show, and, frankly, there's not a lot of compliance out there. And I understand the eating part of it, et cetera, but I guess my point is that the public is tired, and they're tired of these mandates. And my main concern has been, by all these things, is I think in a lot of ways, I think the public has lost faith, and maybe use the term trust, to some degree in our healthcare community, but also in our governments. And I know there's a lot of people who think we're not doing our job, but I will tell you that we have, through our county council and other legal sources, and our county council has looked at other litigation that we've joined in partnership with other agencies that have filed suits. I think we've done everything we can possible, and And to be honest, a lot of these things, and I've seen some of the, quote, resolutions, declarations, and these things going back to 2020. And I've talked to supervisors in those counties that I know. And back then, and I haven't looked at any recently, but back then, they always commented that, yeah, we know, because they'd have sometimes in bold red letters that understand that this doesn't affect the ability of the state agencies to come in and act upon your barbershop or whatever. So it looks good, et cetera, but I think, we tried to base our reactions on reality as best we can. But I'm looking forward to the 28th to see what they come up with. Certainly with the masking of students, but also with everything else. I can tell you what's going to happen, with this, quote, unmasking tomorrow indoors. I doubt if you'll find many people wearing masks, vaccinated or unvaccinated. It doesn't make any difference. And that's sad, because to impose rules and have the public ignore them is really sad for society in general, because I think we've all seen some of the activities out there that are happening because people just don't follow the rules or the law anymore, and that's unfortunate. So, any other comments before we move on? All right, any public comments? Okay.
We do have written public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Could you read those, please?
Okay. The first one was submitted by Alex, who writes, the parliamentary hearing in Poland is wrapping up, and the criminal trial for crimes against humanity is set to begin in just a couple of weeks. Mike outlines how the COVID crimes against humanity is a deliberate and premeditated mass murder of unprecedented proportions. The Luciferian sociopathic globalists, who Mike refers to as the Davos crowd, have stolen the worldwide pension fund. And part of the reason why they rushed their plan forward is that they were terrified the public would find out what they did. Using a combination of bribery and extortion through satanic ritual child abuse, the globalists have installed their puppets into positions of power in virtually every nation around the world. You are all puppets. Your corrupt government is using you all to push the agenda. Quote, I was following orders, end quote, will not save anyone. I pray for my enemies. I pray justice is brought to them. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, rather than focusing on testing and vaccinations, why not focus on health education? The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, the population is not aware that once they test positive, they may continue testing positive for the next 90 days. Why isn't this mentioned? The next comment is submitted anonymously and writes, Dr. Park, what are you doing to advocate for your county? Why are we in a state of emergency? Masking our children but holding Super Bowl? What's the stats on children in COVID and effectiveness of masks? What is the end date and goal here? Do you have the children of our county or state at the best interest? Tiffany Russell writes, on Friday I made a call to Dr. Parks that ended with her saying her piece and hanging up abruptly with my question still unanswered. I'm no longer accepting, quote, contact the governor, end quote, as an answer. As a resident of San Joaquin County, I want to know why children that reside in the state of Nevada 4 hours from us are allowed to go to school without masks regardless of vaccination status, yet my children in California must attend school wearing masks. When will this state of emergency end? What will our children be able to attend school without a face covering that hinders their education? What makes California more dangerous for our children than Nevada? What are the statistics to support why our children are still wearing masks? Why does my child not have the same breathing rights in school as children that reside 4 hours from them? I don't expect Dr. Parks to have all these answers right now, but I do expect her to be as equally as outraged as I am and to do her job as a paid and appointed public health officer of this county to get those answers from the CDPH, who puts those mandates on our innocent children. I'm requesting these answers and for the mask mandate to end for our children. Thanks, Tiffany. The next comment is submitted by Meta Rodriguez, who writes, hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Tomorrow the mask mandate is lifted for most of the people within California, but I ask why it's not lifted for the children who are least affected by COVID-19. I have a special needs child and many like her are affected by the mask mandate. My daughter learns by reading other people's expressions. That's how she understands what people are feeling. She had to deal with an incident the other day because she forgot her mask, and it's just absolutely unnecessary to be dealing with a grown adult getting upset at a child for not having a mask on properly or not having a mask on at all. This is not even about the mask or at the mandates anymore. This is about how much control one governor can have of a state. Why are our children masked when his children are unmasked and have been this whole pandemic? The hypocrisy of this administration is ridiculous. We need you guys to stand up and fight back. We need you guys to stop the state of emergency because we're not in a state of emergency anymore. These are our children. We are asking you guys to help us fight for their freedoms, for their children's freedoms. We refuse to sit around and watch this government overstep. Thank you for taking the time to listen again and again, but we need you guys to take action. Listening isn't enough. No more, at least not for this mama. The next comment was submitted by Katie Galvin, who writes, what does it mean when a California Teacher Association Board of Directors members, celebrities, and government officials, along with 70,000 maskless fans, gather indoors to watch athletes run a ball down a field? It means there's no pandemic. This is no state of emergency. How are you not outraged that our children are still in masks? Are you not paying attention, or are you simply unmoved that our children are suffering physically and mental abuse as they sit in their desks this morning? Referrals for speech disorders have increased 374%. Suicides among adolescents, especially girls, have risen by 51%. There are children who have lived their entire lives seeing adults and others in masks. A recent study showed that IQ points have dropped by 20 points in children over the last year. Study after study has come out confirming what we already know. It's not just a mask. Masks are physically, emotionally, socially, and intellectually ruining our children. Our society perpetuates this against its children. This is corruption and politics at its worst. You are put in these seats to represent the people of this county. We've asked for the past year for you to end this. If you don't end the local health emergency immediately, after the events of the past 2 weeks, you will all be remembered as part of the corruption. Enough in the local health emergency. Our children are worth your bravery and discomfort. Brian Ludell writes, hi, it's important that the pandemic is no longer a concern to the state and having 70,000 plus people in LA for the Super Bowl. Let's stop the charade. Do your duty. Uphold the oath you took to support and defend the Constitution. Take a stand against the governor that is clearly not upholding the same oath he took. The next comment is submitted by Linda Johnston, who writes, good morning. I am very upset that our children have to continue to mask in the classroom. As of end of day today, they will not have to mask for anything but their education if they want to be in person. Dr. Parks, I look to you with these questions since you have not returned my phone call. Why are we still in a state of emergency considering all things that have gone on in California for the past few weeks, Super Bowl, etc.? Is there a date set for when the mask mandates for schools will be lifted, especially considering the indoor mask mandate for the state is set to be lifted on 2/15/22? Where are the statistics data to support why children are still wearing masks? Why are our children being used as pawns in this game of chess? I work for San Joaquin County School Districts, and nothing breaks my heart more than when we walk in a building hiding our beautiful smiles with their forearm because they do not want to be in trouble. I am upset that politicians who were hired to serve in our best interest are doing just the opposite. There is no accountability in politics now or in a very long time. We the public have been asleep for far too long. We are awake now and we are paying attention. COVID has awakened the silent majority. We will be heard at the next election and most of you won't be happy. The next comment was submitted by Aubrey Brockmeyer, who writes, after watching our governor and many other people at football games and 70,000 at Super Bowl, maskless, and 700 attendees to a crab feed, which many of you were a part of, also maskless, does it make sense to keep our children masked? The group of people least likely to get COVID, or just because money is funneling and fueling your pocketbooks from the teachers union. Stand up for the kids. Money isn't as much value when you look at the problems this causes for our children. Speech delays, oxygen deprivation, etc. Let them breathe. And then the bills being passed, SB 1993 example, unconstitutional. We the people will show up, and we the people do vote on our positions. Think about when you vote. Think about the convoy in Canada. California is waking up. On both sides, we see the hypocrisy. We see the control. We see you. I hope you all start using your hearts and your brains and see that freedom to choose and to be is America. California will see exodus in our schools and in the state. This is an evaluation of consciousness. Do you want to be a dictatorship or a state that people come to because we stand up for rights and medical freedom, not tyranny? The next comment is submitted by Carmen Rose Duran, who writes, "Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm asking for you guys to end the state of emergency and the masking of our children. We have seen the hypocrisy from board members at crab feeds without mask, our governor and other elected officials at the Super Bowl without mask. Why should our children be in masks when the adults don't have to? The mask has affected children in so many ways that children having speech delays, oxygen deprivation, etc. Clearly, science isn't being followed here. We are masking our children who are least affected by COVID. Stop following the money and protect our children." Stanislaus County ended their state of emergency last week, and it's now time for San Joaquin County does the same. Do what is right and stand up for our children. Aubrey Borba writes, "Did you see it? Millions of people saw it. Gavin Newsom said he would know when the pandemic was over. I think the Super Bowl showed the world that there is no longer a state of emergency here. No masks, no physical distancing, just people living their best lives packed in a stadium full of 70,000 people. Meanwhile, children will be forced to cover their faces in order to learn and receive a public education in the same state where leaders make rules for thee but not for me. Our children have not and never will be the problem. Our problem is elected officials who are supposed to be leaders, honest people who work for and represent their people, but who instead consistently put money, power, control, and greed over the mental and physical well-being of the people, especially children. Where is the statistical data to show proof that children need to be masked? Where's the science to show that masking children works? I will wait because I know there is none. 2 years, still no data to support it. Healthy, asymptomatic children should not be and never should have been masked. 2 years later, we have plenty of data to support this. There is a pandemic here on the mental health of our children, suicide, eating disorders, anxiety, all rates at pandemic levels. Our job is to protect our children, and our leadership is failing them. How are you going to stand up and protect our children?" The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, good morning. I am a concerned parent writing in regards to the continued masking of our children in schools. When will the mask mandate lift in our schools, especially since the indoor mask mandate for the state of California will be lifted on the 15th? The masks are very distracting and detrimental to my children's classroom setting and learning. I do not understand my children are even still required to wear masks in school. I still receive notices that my child is on modified quarantine because someone tested positive in their class. If the masks prevent the spread of COVID, then it shouldn't matter that someone tested positive for the virus in their class, but that is not the case. They have suffered enough through this pandemic and lost enough learning, not to mention the mental and emotional effect this is having on them. Please let our children get back to a normal school setting and remove the mask mandate. Thank you, Hillary Vandepool." The next comment was submitted by Danielle Hagan, who writes, "San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, I have appreciated your forward thinking and stance on vaccine and mask mandates in months past. We are at a crossroads where as of 2/15/22, the indoor mask mandate will be lifted in California except for in schools. Dr. Park needs to address the rationale for the continuation of the unethical mask mandate for schools. I believe you all are in an important position where you can help us end the unnecessary state of emergency and help everyone in San Joaquin County have the option to choose whether to mask or unmask. Thank you for your time and understanding, as it is time to end the state of emergency and mask mandates for all, not just everyone outside the school system. Thank you." The next comment is submitted by Heather Cook, who writes, "When will they end the state of emergency? Why are we still in a state of emergency considering all things that have gone on in California in the past few weeks, Super Bowl, etc.? Is there a date set for when the mask mandates for schools will be lifted, especially considering the indoor mask mandate for the state is set to be lifted on 2/15/22? Where is the statistical data to support why children are still wearing masks?" Sherry Lang writes, "Time for the face masks to be taken down in our county. Our governor is incompetent and a hypocrite. The board members are able to go to crab feeds without masks, and the Hollywood elite and those that can afford Super Bowl tickets can attend the Super Bowl without masks. Yet we keep our children in masks at school. Makes no sense and everyone knows it. Do you not see what is wrong with this picture? I would upload all the pictures all over the internet from the crab feed and Super Bowl, but I am sure you have seen them. Do something about it. This is what you were elected to do, represent the people." Kate Brooks writes, where's the statistical data to support why children are still wearing masks? Anonymous writes, thank you, Dr. Park, for giving us information on our county. You help our community safe and informed. Thank you for your time every week to give us this information. Peggy Boyles writes, to whom it may concern, my name is Peggy Boyles. I'm a lifelong resident of San Joaquin County, a mother and grandmother. I'm against mask mandates anywhere, especially schools. There's no scientific evidence to prove they work at all. It is coming out now that the emotional and physical harm to their development is worse from wearing the masks. Thank you for letting me voice my opinion. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, please continue the indoor mask mandate for all K-12 schools in San Joaquin County. My children are students at Tokay High School, and I receive notification at least twice each week that a classmate has tested positive. Please be aware that the students can expose elderly and immune-compromised at home and in the community. I would also urge the consideration of mandatory COVID-19 vaccination for all students. Aubrey Brockmeyer writes, Dear Board, after watching our governor and many other people at football games maskless and 700 attendees to a crab feed, which many of you were a part of, also maskless, does it make sense to keep our children masked, the group of people least likely to get COVID, or just because money is funneling and fueling your pocketbooks from the teachers union? Stand up for the kids. Money isn't as much value when you look at the problems this causes for our children. Mandates lifted for indoor spaces, but not schools, cause speech delays, oxygen deprivation, etc. Let them breathe. And then the bills being passed, SB 1993 example, unconstitutional. We the people will show up, and we do the people do vote on your positions. Think about what and when you vote. Think about the convoy in Canada. California is waking up. On both sides, we see the hypocrisy. We see the control. We see you. I hope you all start using your hearts and your brains and see the freedom to choose and to be is America. California will see an exodus in our schools and in the state. This is an evaluation of consciousness. Do you want to be a dictatorship or a state that people come to because we stand for rights and medical freedom, not tyranny? And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the public comments for this item.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more comments, I'll move forward. Discussion item CEO, approval of resolution intention to participate proposed Mosdale Tract Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Mr. Wilverding.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. Good afternoon, members of the board. This item is proposing a resolution of intention to participate in the proposed Mosdale Tract Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, or EIFD, and the Associated Public Financing Authority, established to finance the construction and acquisition of capital improvements, planned to provide urban level of flood protection, or ULOP, for the Mosdale Tract area. I want to note that the EIFD is a component of the overall Mosdale Tract project funding. And the reason for this project is that it provides 200-year flood protection in the project area, and that's required for further development in that area, and the area is down around the West Lathrop area. This project was actually initiated in 2017, and so getting us to this point has been quite a little bit of a long haul. And so to discuss this further is Mo Hatef, Senior Deputy CAO from my office, and Seth Wurzel, consultant who's working under SJAFCA on this project. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mo and Seth. Thank you.
Thank you. Like Jay was saying, we are very excited to bring this project forward to you today, as it has been several years in the making. I will briefly review what an Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, or EIFD, is, and then I will go over the project within our county. I will then turn it over to Seth Wurzel from LWA, SJAFCA's lead consultant on the project, who will provide additional information on the EIFD, the proposed EIFD, proposed allocation, and governing board composition. Then we'll bring it back to your board for any questions, and the county, Chris Elias, Executive Director for SJAFCA, and Seth and his team are all available to answer any questions. So what is an EIFD? An EIFD is a newer financing tool that was created around 2015 that uses a portion of property tax increment revenue to fund regional projects of community-wide benefit. Tax increment is additional property tax revenue that comes as a result of increased assessed value from new development or improvements, or increased assessed value on property as a result of property turnover. A portion of that tax increment will get allocated to the EIFD. Important to note and stress to the public is that an EIFD is not an additional tax on property owners. It is setting aside an incremental tax portion of an existing tax that is collected. So it is not adding an additional tax to property. The Public Financing Authority, or PFA, serves as the governing board of an EIFD that is established. Seth will go over the proposed composition of the PFA in greater detail in the presentation. What you are being asked today is to support the formation of the EIFD by adopting the resolution of intent to participate in the EIFD and support the establishment of the PFA by appointing Chair Nguyen and Supervisor Miller on behalf of the county to the PFA board, along with confirming the two public at-large members, Mr. Mike Morowit and Mr. Steve Dresser. We are not agreeing to dollar amounts or apportioning property tax today. The PFA will be tasked with these items and they will come back to you at a future date for approval. So we're going to throw a bunch of acronyms and project descriptions towards you, but it's important to note that today it's essentially to adopt this resolution of intent to participate. So what is the project? The project is called the Mossdale Tract EIFD and covers approximately 5,000 acres of land spanning across Manteca, Lathrop, Stockton, and the unincorporated parts of the county. Now, several of you have probably already heard of this, so I'll just briefly go through the project. As a result of Senate Bill 5, flood improvements are required within this district boundary to provide 200-year flood protection. These flood improvements must be constructed by 2028. Or development projects in the area could be halted. The total project costs are estimated to be approximately $270 million, and as a part of the region's efforts to comply with SB 5 requirements, led by SJEFCA since 2017, like Mr. Wilverding mentioned, the cities of Lathrop, Manteca, Stockton, and the county have worked together to establish an EIFD and other funding mechanisms to fund the project, which Seth will walk you through. On January 13, 2022, the City of Lathrop was first to establish and adopt a resolution of intention to establish the EIFD and establish a PFA to govern and appoint 2 Lathrop council members and 2 public members at large. Each participating agency has taken a similar item to their councils, concluding with the county's actions today. So Lathrop, Manteca, and Stockton all took actions to their city councils, which were approved. Considering the $270 million project costs, multiple sources of funding are proposed for this project to repay bonds issued to fund construction of the needed flood improvements. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Seth, who will briefly review the various funding sources, the proposed allocation rates among the participating agencies, and repayment plan, since the county is pledging the largest revenue source amongst the participating agencies. And we'll walk through the PFA membership and upcoming tasks. And now I'm going to turn it over to Seth.
Thank you, Mo. Chair Nguyen, members of the board, I'm Seth Rizal with Arson Rizal & Associates. I'd like to start my presentation off by making reference back to SJEFCA's adopted strategic plan. SJEFCA's strategic plan lays out several priority actions related to the Mossdale Tract, but most importantly, its primary objective is 200-year urban level of flood protection by 2028. As well as presenting adequate progress toward that goal until improvements are complete. The implementation of the funding mechanisms that we're discussing today are integral to maintain adequate progress and allow development to continue at this time. As Mo mentioned, the Phase 4 work that SJEFCA is currently trying to finance is estimated to cost $270 million, and this reflects SJEFCA's adopted policy on climate adaptation as well. The program is almost entirely locally funded at this time. And the slide on the screen here lays out the sources of funding. There are 4 identified sources of funding at this time, and this was what was presented back in June of 2021 with the last adequate progress report submitted to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. We have an existing assessment in place that is funding the Phase 3 improvements by Reclamation District 17. There's expected to be some net revenues available to fund Phase 4 improvements from that funding mechanism. We have a regional development impact fee program, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, that is intended to be updated. We have the identified overlay assessment district that would cover over the existing RD17 assessment, and then the proposed EIFD, which is highlighted on this slide and is the subject of our item today. The assessment district and the EIFD are intended to issue debt, and that's the final source of funding that would cover the proposed $270 million project. Next slide. The Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, as Mo mentioned, is not a new tax, but it is an allocation of future property taxes generated from increased assessed value. EIFDs are flexible and can allocate a portion of the new property tax revenues to fund eligible improvements. The percentage of tax increment does not need to be all and can vary from participant to participant. The allocations will ultimately be documented with an infrastructure financing plan, which is going to be prepared by the Public Financing Authority, the governing entity of the EIFD. The table here shows the proposed allocations that have been developed by SJAFCA and member agency staff over the last several years, and is reflective of the assumptions contained within the annual adequate progress reports that have been submitted by SJAFCA to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in order to maintain adequate progress. The IFP will be prepared for consideration by the PFA board. However, before the PFA board can take actions to officially form the EIFD, each participating entity, including the county, will need to approve that infrastructure financing plan. So this item will come back to your board for approval once that financing plan has been developed. The proposal that has been developed and reflected in SJAFCA's financing plan is shown here. The 4 different allocation rates, the base rates are shown, and the county has been proposed to fund an additional 37% of its tax increment between formation of the EIFD in 2022 and in 2029 after the project is complete and all of the costs of the project are incurred by SJAFCA. As Mo mentioned, 2028 is the date that the flood protection needs to be in place, but we expect that there will be another year's worth of expenses, and so the initial years that we've identified go through 2029. The resulting impact of that higher allocation, that 37%, is proposed to be repaid back to the county. So essentially the impact to the county's general fund from that additional allocation is proposed to be repaid back to the county through future impact fee revenues collected after 2029. The impact fee revenues that are collected between now and 2029 will be used to finance the project directly on a pay-as-you-go basis. The repayment provisions associated with that impact fee are going to be part of an impact fee update that I mentioned previously that will come back to the Board of Supervisors as well. So the board has already approved the collection of an impact fee. We propose to update that impact fee to address this repayment and the connection to the EIFD. Next slide, please. So full participation in the EIFD is subject to approval of the infrastructure financing plan by each participating entity. That infrastructure financing plan will contain several sections in it that identify the parameters of the EIFD, how much each taxing entity will contribute, and more importantly, it will include several analyses that support the financing plan, as well as a fiscal impact analysis for each participating entity. So the future impact to the county's general fund as a result of participation in the EIFD will be subject to more detailed analysis and will be presented back to the board as part of the policymaking action of approving the infrastructure financing plan. The chart here on the board reflects the tax allocation increment from the county that's proposed to be provided that I previously discussed. The light brown line on the chart represents the maximum amount of tax increment that could be allocated to the EIFD to help fund the 200-year improvements, and the darker brown line below it represents the projected tax increment allocations from the county over time needed to support the financing of the improvements. The blue bars on the chart represent the amount of tax increment that would be allocated from the county. What's important to glean from this chart is the difference between the shading of the blue bars. The light blue bars, the total height, represent the total tax increment based upon the maximum tax allocation rate, and the darker blue bars show the rates that are expected to be collected, or the amount of tax increment that's expected to be collected to support the financing. You can see that prior to 2029 in the chart, the maximum rate is needed to help finance the project during its implementation. But after the project is complete and bonds have been issued, the total share of tax increment needed to service the debt will step down over time. The bottom line is that the financing plan for the project is not dependent on the higher level of tax increment over the long term. As assessed value grows and more tax increment is generated, less of it as a percentage is needed to support the financing. That's the way we've structured this EIFD and the financing plan for all of the participants. So I'll now talk a little bit about the PFA membership and the governance of the EIFD. As Mo mentioned, it's governed by the Public Financing Authority, and membership is made up of the representatives of each of the entities and a minimum of 2 public members. Our approach is to maximize the administrative efficiency of the PFA by having its membership overlap with SJAFCA's JPA membership as much as possible. The attached resolution that's here for consideration appoints 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. As Mo mentioned, Supervisors Wynn and Miller currently sit on the SJAFCA board. We're recommending that you appoint the same members to the PFA as part of the resolution. In addition, the public members are selected by all of the participating entities. So each of the resolutions that have been presented to each of the participating entities would essentially be approving the selection of public members by Lathrop. So with that, ultimately, the membership of the PFA will overlap with SJAFCA's membership, allowing for administrative efficiency and allowing for meetings of the PFA on the same days as the SJAFCA board meeting at the same time. And we propose to schedule all those meetings immediately after the conclusion of the SJAFCA Board of Directors meeting. So as noted here on the slide, the next steps are for the board to consider the attached resolution of intention to participate in the proposed Mosdale Tract EIFD and the newly formed Public Financing Authority, and appoint and confirm members as outlined in the board letter. As Mo mentioned, the cities of Lathrop and Manteca and Stockton have each taken these actions. And the first public PFA meeting is scheduled for February 17th, this Thursday, again at 10 a.m. immediately following the conclusion of the SJAFCA regular board meeting at 9 a.m. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time. Okay.
Actually, through the chair, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, sure.
I just want to confirm so it's going to be the property tax that's going into this, right? So, I mean, I guess each of the city have to agree to it, which they have. So, property tax is usually used for the general fund for, police and fire and stuff like that. So what if, is there going to be, it sounds like there isn't, you guys looked at this, but, working in a city and seeing how tight our budgets are, reduction of that going to the general fund to pay for those services, how are folks going to make that up?
This will be addressed as part of the fiscal impact analyses. What we look at is the incremental amount of taxes generated from new development, and a portion of that incremental new tax would be what is allocated to the EIFD. So it wouldn't be...
What do you mean a new tax?
The incremental taxes generated from new development.
Okay.
So if there was a subdivision, for example, of 10 new homes that each were $500,000 in value, there'd be an increase of $10 million of new tax increment. That portion of that tax increment is what is allocated to the EIFD. The fiscal impact analysis will look at what the cost of service is for those 10 new homes and what the net fiscal impact is as a result of allocating a portion of that new property tax revenue to the EIFD.
So it's just going to affect new development, not existing property tax?
It's going to affect the provision of service as a result of new development
But is it going to, the property tax that's coming from, is it going to be from new development, or is it going to be all the city's property tax?
Supervisor Rickman, through the chair, if I could jump in here. So in concept, how this is supposed to work is very similar if you were familiar with the old redevelopment agencies. It's just a diversion of existing tax with the goal of increasing the overall assessed value in the project area. So in the simplest of terms, if it was $100 worth of value right now, and there's a 1%, so we're having $1 that's there available, and now you're going to increase that by, let's say, 5-fold. Well, now you're going to go up by $5, and so if you have a percentage of that diverted to the EIFD, you're still going to be much further ahead, because the services that will be utilized for those incremental homes will be less cost than the increase in the assessment value of the property.
So it's just going to affect the cities of Lathrop, Manteca, Stockton, and not going to affect the other cities, correct?
It will just be in the project area that you saw up on there, but it will affect existing properties.
Well, I'm talking about for the tax sharing of that, the use of that property tax, diversion of that property tax.
It will just be in that area. It will be for the tax rate areas that are.
That's fine. I mean, I imagine the cities looked at this and, they can run their own cities as they see fit. I'm just curious, as, being working city government and seeing how tight our budget is all the time. And, public safety is always very important, and making sure we have the adequate funding for what we actually, absolutely need just on a day-to-day basis. But again, I'm sure the cities have that figured out, so I'll leave it to them. Just curious. That's all I have. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair, may I also add something?
Sure, go ahead.
Supervisor Rickman, to also answer your question as far as the city's impacts. So we had multiple rounds of discussions with the cities, and we heard from the cities that they were concerned about what this would do to their general fund, just like we are here in the county. And so to be good collaborative regional players, we heard what the cities were saying, and as a result, you saw that redistribution of the percentages. So the county really said, okay, we'll help, we'll pick up on the front end, and then as development continues and the cities are able to pay back, then essentially it will equal the playing field. But we did want to, the cities did express that concern, and I just want to kind of give you some background as far as the county also willing to support those cities in that way too.
So how will the county pay for it? I mean, we're going to get paid back, right?
Correct.
But
yeah.
we have a time frame for that?
Yeah, so there was an initial fiscal impact analysis done, and so far the repayment looks like it'll come for the development impact fee, and the proposal thus far that we've seen, the projections are that it'll be paid back in about 3 years, and it will be in the form of a loan with an interest-bearing yield, correct?
A floating rate interest.
Yeah, floating rate interest, and so we have upwards of, I believe it's about 11 million roughly that they would be paying back, and it is predicted that that would be paid back in approximately 3 years through development impact fee revenue.
So we'll be made whole again as a county.
We'll be made whole, exactly.
All right. Well, again, you guys all know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. So thank you.
Supervisor Villapuja.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to commend you guys for a great job. Sounds like there's a lot of good teamwork. And I want to recognize our Public Works Department, Mr. Balaji. I'm sure you have a hand in this. So seems like a good project for everyone. Thank you.
What else? Like deja vu. All right, so I need a motion and a second.
I would move to approve.
Before, no public comment? Okay, thank you. Just checking.
Then I would move to approve this item.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, move in a second, please vote. Adopted 4-0 with Supervisor Patty absent.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item on the public hearings. Public hearing related to adoption of ordinance amending Division 2, Title 5 ordinance, San Joaquin County by amending sections 5-2101 and 5-2954. and adding Chapter 15 entitled Organic Waste Diversion Ordinance. Ordinance introduced and waived February 1st. This affects all districts. Director Belanger, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen. If you may allow me to indulge, the last item that you took, right, the originator is the person who's sitting right next to you. Dante Namalini just ran into Supervisor Miller one day, talked about this problem and said the county should take leadership on this thing. And then, unfortunately, I ran into her along the way, and she goes, okay, look into this thing. We need to do something about this stuff. And it was a very important thing. And next thing you know, we penalized Mark Miles and the rest of the team for, almost 7-8 months, 7 o'clock every week in this room behind in here. So it all started with the person sitting right next to you. And I'm really proud. It's like almost seeing, a mother giving birth to a baby type of an experience, even though I don't have one. But I'm so happy to see your board, do that.
Speaking as a mom, it's not quite like giving birth, but it is very satisfying to see this finally come to the board. It is a very good project. It's going to benefit a lot of people, tens of thousands of people of our residents that are currently there behind those levees, but a lot more people. It's going to allow communities like Lathrop especially to grow. And so this is a good project. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And special credit to Jay when he was an auditor working on this thing, and Mo, phenomenal heavy lift by Mo on this thing. And we would be failing if we didn't recognize her efforts into this stuff, actually. So thank you. With that, we will move on to this item. Thank you, Supervisor Nguyen, Chairman Nguyen, for allowing me to indulge you in this tidbit behind this item. My note said good morning, but good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. We're here today to request your board consider revising portions of the county code and adding a whole new chapter, Chapter 15, regarding organics waste diversion to address the components of the state Senate Bill 1383. As Public Works elaborated in a presentation that we gave in last May of 2021, SB 1383 is far-reaching, and it mandates that organic materials be diverted from the landfill. Public Works continued to work since that presentation with multiple county departments in preparing these revisions to the county code that is going to be presented for your approval today. Your board actually introduced and waived reading of the ordinance on February 1st of this year. And my Deputy Director of Operations, Mr. David Tolliver, is here to give you a short presentation, only 10 slides, giving you the highlights of what the code revisions are. And we're also supported by our environmental team and our solid waste staff, which did equal heavy lifting on this thing. Mr. Tolliver?
collection systems have a range of increases from 20 to 172%. Staff anticipates a rate increase in the range of 30 to 50% in the county. SB 1383 requires that we strengthen our existing infrastructure for edible food recovery and food distribution. Local jurisdictions are responsible to implement edible food recovery programs in their communities. And even in communities with existing infrastructure, there are new record-keeping and inspection tasks that need to be implemented. The Environmental Health Department will take the lead in this area. And so what are the next steps? The next steps for the county include amending our residential waste collection contracts, and we are currently having preliminary discussions. The contracts will be revised to match the ordinance and will require the collectors to produce compliant collection systems, provide the required education and outreach, and conduct route reviews and inspections for container contamination violations. We'll be returning to your board for approval of the amended contracts once negotiations are completed. An additional important step for the county is developing a long-term solid waste strategic plan, and this will include a needs assessment. This will determine how the county's solid waste facilities will adapt to meet new requirements and to the increased demand for services due to population growth. This assessment is currently in progress, and Public Works staff anticipates coming back to your board in the fall.
Thank you, Mr. Tolliver. Chairman Nguyen, Supervisors, this concludes our presentation. I want to thank the solid waste team, Desirino and David Gordon, for your efforts on putting together this ordinance, and also our county council's office was very instrumental in helping us to get this thing through. With the adoption of this ordinance, our work actually is just beginning. So as Mr. Tolliver mentioned, once this ordinance is adopted, then we move into the implementation phase, and that's where all the heavy lift is going to be happening, negotiating with the haulers and doing public outreach and working with our environmental folks on the compliance, environmental health department on the compliance issues. So our work just is beginning right now in carrying this far-reaching legislation in complying with that stuff. So at this time, we would be happy to answer any questions your board may have. And once that is done, our recommendation is that you open the public hearing to receive any public testimony, close the hearing, and bring it back to the board for consideration of the adoption of the ordinance. Thank you, Chair Nguyen, and we're happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Okay. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. How you doing? Good to see you. And it's almost evening, right? Maybe we'll reach that. But hey, again, I think everybody realizes, I know we put mailers out that this isn't from us, it's a state. I mean, my God, 30 to 50% increase. You know, what people are struggling just to get gas or buy food because of inflation. It's insanity. But again, it's coming from the state. We don't have any choice. I know I've been to some other city council meetings and watched them discuss this, and they're not happy, and their residents aren't happy. But with that being said, how are we going to enforce this?
That's a very good question, Supervisor Rickman. There are many kinds of enforcement. There is commercial enforcement, which Environmental Health Department will be doing those inspections to ensure compliance. And then on the residential side, we already have on the recycling type of deal, there are cameras on the vehicles. You know, when the garbage is lifted and poured in, actually it scans to see that, you know, if they're taking a recycled bin, you are actually putting the correct components in there, not like mixing up things. And we will be, you know, issuing warnings, and we, meaning the haulers, will issue warnings and citations to those residents who are, you know, non-compliant. But there is going to be a huge outreach component associated with this. A lot of education is going to happen. I can tell you, My wife is one of those offenders. She thinks that everything that is like, paper-like goes into the, or plastic-like goes into the recycling bin. It's not. I had to keep telling her that those things like, cannot go there. It will contaminate. So
you better hope she's not watching this at all.
I'm the one who pulls the can, so I look for any of those non-compliant stuff and remove it. So there is going to be a lot of educational component that's going to be involved in this.
All right, you can see a problem with that too. People rummaging through your trash in the middle of the night and they find a banana in your regular garbage, and
yeah.
So I would like to see develop of appropriate non-compliance penalties. Not necessarily monetarily. What about our staff? I mean, you have to have an appeal process. We haven't seen that. And, the funding and the implementation of it all, how much is that going to be?
Very good question, Supervisor Rickman. One of the things that we are really proud in the Solid Waste Department Public Works is that our loan is about to be paid off. The capital loan that we took about 10 years ago, thanks to Jim Stone, Desi Reno, they worked very hard to get that thing to an end. We thought that, we're going to be loan free and we're going to be good, and comes this, a big mandate for us. So with respect to and also not to mention that the other innovative things that the solid waste folks did in generating revenue, like putting the solar, panels at the Foothill landfill and then optimization, things like that, are helping us financially to address some of these needs. However, additional funding will be required, and this will come in terms of rate increases. There's no doubt about that stuff, right? So we are going to go to the customers asking them for the rate increase, which is happening throughout the state right now.
Right. That's fine. And just as long as we reiterate that it's not us that are mandating, that it is the state, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, of all times to put increases in when people are hurting, and it just seems like it just never ends.
And the staffing, you asked about the staffing. See, this is a double-edged sword actually for us, right? We talked about China's sword when we talked about the AB 689, the recycling legislation. This is similar to that thing, right? When you divert organics from the landfill, then you're reducing the tonnage that goes into the landfill. Yes, that's a great thing. But we collect fees based on the tons, and our overhead is fixed. So no matter how many tons we put, we have those equipment, the inspection, the infrastructure that we have to pay for. All those are going to be fixed costs in there. So that's why the strategic plan that the Public Works Department is undertaken with the Solid Waste Division is going to answer a lot of these questions on what we should be doing to optimize the solid waste operations and such.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Balaji. Thank you both. Thank you, Chair, for your time.
Supervisor Puda, did you have?
Chair, I was up, but Supervisor Rickman took care of all my questions, but thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Just a quick one. So I'm assuming in our landfills then, all the organics get separated and they get composted? Correct? Turned into compost?
Yeah, there is some going to be compost, then some food waste. We are working with the city of Manteca to use their digester facility to generate the compressed natural gas that could feed vehicles. So there are multiple avenues we're looking at, Supervisor.
And so then do we have the ability to sell the compost when it's all done to help keep the fees lower?
There is that ability to do that. However, the economics of how much revenue we could generate would be looked into that strategic plan that we are looking at. You're absolutely correct, Supervisor.
Yeah, I think we should definitely look into it and, try to keep it as low tech as possible. I mean, we have a ton of landscaping companies all around here. A lot of them are the same people that are delivering and dropping off at our landfill. They can fill trucks and, trailers and all that stuff. And we could offset perhaps some of their tippage fees by allowing them to take compost, and then they can sell it to their clients. I just think we should really look into it, because that compost that's like black gold. When you're a real gardener, that stuff is amazing. and you definitely want it. You don't want anything, you don't want bark, you don't want anything, you don't want fertilizer, you don't want any of that stuff. You want the compost. So I think we should capitalize on it if we can, and hopefully help offset some of our costs, and it might help keep the fees a little bit lower.
Thank you.
A question in regards to recycling organic. I assume we're talking mostly about food waste, whether it be in a restaurant setting or a residence. Is that correct?
Correct, Supervisor. So when, Chairman, when there will be, like Mr. Talver showed, will be like 3 different sorting of the garbage, basically the refuse by itself, recyclable material, and then you have the green waste and the food waste, basically. So yes, there will be a 3-cart separation of the waste materials.
So, for example, like in my house, we have a garbage disposal. We put orange peels, all that stuff, and it goes, into the waste system. So the question is, most people have garbage disposal, don't they?
Yes.
And so my question is, how much waste can we expect? I'm sure there's quite a bit. I'm sure Leslie and others have noticed. But if, for example, if every resident, especially if they didn't have installed a garbage disposal, and they were very judicious in regards to making sure they used that for everything that was considered organic or edible or whatever you want to call it, wouldn't that eliminate a major portion or even a commercial operation with a commercial disposal? Wouldn't a lot of that go the water side or the wastewater side as opposed to the landfill side?
Very good question, Chairman Nguyen. If my numbers are right, I was astounded when I found out over 60% of the material that goes into the landfill are organic material. And they are not simple things like, the banana peels or like, carrot slicing, that type of deal. A lot of are like wasted food material also. And that would be a huge load for a garbage disposal if we were to dispose it that way. And there are proper ways to dispose those household organic food waste, with the container method that we're talking about. But most of the food waste generators are going to be like the soup kitchens, like the diners, like, for the homeless people, restaurants. Those are the guys that are going to be generating a lot of these food waste that is going to be handled through these programs as well.
So you're talking about a large food processing facility like a restaurant, cafe, yes, something like that,
yes,
and not the average resident or residents as far as, they finish a meal, they clean off their plates, it goes in the garbage disposal, it doesn't go in the waste can or trash compactor or whatever they have. So these are all things that would be, a consideration in regards to reducing the amount that goes to the landfill, which probably is already there, unless people don't have a garbage disposal and they decide to install one, for that purpose. But again, it's unfortunate because I think, as Vice Chair Rickman touched upon it, it's just an additional cost at a bad time for residents that are already experiencing 7.5% inflation. So, these are things. Any other questions, anyone? Okay. Any comments from the public?
There are no public comments for this item, no written public comments, I should say, and I don't believe anybody's here to speak on it.
Okay, well, I'll just symbolically open the public hearing. See if there's anyone here who wants to speak. Nobody online. Close the public hearing. Okay, so, okay. Yeah, anyway, so any other comments, questions? If not, move forward in a second.
I'll make a motion to accept the proposal.
Okay.
Second.
All right, please vote. Adopted 4-0 with Supervisor Patty absent.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have a public hearing, vacation of Burns Cutoff Road from Jacobs Road to its northern end, District 3.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Let's see if we could load the PowerPoint. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. This item that's in front of you is an item to request your approval to vacate portions of the Burns Cutoff Road from Jacobs Road to its northern end. It's a dead-end road. With me here today is our Associate Real Property Agent, Mr. Brett Mitchell, who will give a short presentation regarding the proposed vacation. Right?
Thank you, and I guess it's good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors. The item before you is a proposal to vacate Burns Cutoff Road, which, as he just said, runs from Jacobs Road to its northern end. A vacation is the termination of the public right-of-way, ending the public's access rights. So let me begin with the background. Burns Cutoff Road runs north for approximately 1.06 miles along the Lower Roberts Island levee in Reclamation District 684 from Jacobs Road until it dead ends near the Deepwater Channel. This roadway serves on average fewer than 100 trips per day. It's a point of access for the farming community, public service and utility providers, along with fishermen on the levee. The infrequent traffic has contributed to Burns Cutoff Road experiencing illegal dumping of trash along the roadway and into the adjoining waterway. Stolen vehicles have been abandoned there. There's been illegal camping, trespassing, vandalism, fires, theft, and other actions detrimental to public health and safety. Reclamation District 684 approached the department and requested the county consider vacating the roadway to address the illegal activity. When proposing a public right-of-way for vacation, several factors must be considered as part of the review process. Are there present and prospective uses that require the county to keep the roadway? Considerations are given to traffic volumes, ongoing and future maintenance costs, and access requirements for public utility services. There are no present and prospective uses that compel the county to keep this roadway. As indicated previously, this is a dead-end road that receives fewer than 100 trips a day. Public access for current recreational use will be maintained by transferring an easement right to RD 684 for general public pedestrian access. This will keep the levee open to fishermen while reducing illegal activities and eliminating the county's responsibility for future maintenance costs. Will activities providers be negatively impacted? No. The county will preserve an easement for in-place public utilities, and the Reclamation District will maintain access for public service providers as well as their local owners. Is the vacation consistent with the general plan? Yes, the Community Development Department reviewed this vacation and found it to be consistent with the general plan. Has the proposed vacation been reviewed according to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA? Yes, this vacation was found to be exempt. Lastly, this roadway is currently still open for roadway purposes, so the county must consider public testimony to evaluate interest. Today's public hearing will allow the board to consider testimony by the public prior to making a determination as to whether public interest supports vacation of the roadway.
Thank you, Brett. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at this time, Public Works recommends the Board of Supervisors to open the public hearing to receive any public testimony, close the public hearing once all testimony is received, and lastly, consider the testimony received and make a finding regarding the vacation of the Burns Cutoff Road. The department recommends, provided no compelling testimony is received, the board vacate Burns Cutoff Road, preserving pedestrian access as described in our board letter. So this concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman. We are happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Any questions?
None.
Okay, all right. Open the public hearing. Do you have any comments?
There are no written public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Anyone here? No? Close the public hearing. I do have a quick question in regards to the current, well, before I do that, let me, Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I have to bring this up, and you know what I'm going to bring up, right?
absolutely I can predict what you're
Exactly. So for the last years, we've had Hanson Road folks wanting to shut down Hanson Road. And so how does this differ from that?
This, how do I say it, apples to oranges would be a simpler example. It's much, much bigger, different. Number one, right, we were able to make all the required findings, number one. And this is exempt from CEQA. And number two, we found the conformity with the general plan, also with the CDD's help, the community development departments. This is a one-lane, dead-end road. It goes nowhere, basically. This is predominantly an access road for the reclamation district. And it was the request of the reclamation district for us to, vacate that and hand over the full responsibility to them. We're not just closing the road and then keep maintaining it. They are taking the ownership of maintaining this road. And also, we have had several complaints of vandalism, fire, theft, and then illegal dumping. And so we spent a whole lot of our money and efforts on this road than is necessary for a prospective public use. And then the other thing is Reclamation District, we have required them to allow pedestrian access. Mostly the public access is for fishing. So we required them to do that, and they agreed to maintain that, and it is part of the vacation resolution. So these are vastly different from the Hanson Road.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Quick question in regards to the, is it just illegal dumping, or are there homeless encampments on this road currently?
No, as far as I know, I have only observed illegal dumping, and the fishermen going there, they start a fire and then it just it goes out of control, that type of deal. I'm yet to observe any homeless encampments along this road. Brett, do you know of anything?
I didn't see any. I was about a half a dozen times.
Dante, manages this district also, so he was always on our ears about this. And the good thing is that it's a one-lane road, and they are going to be taking over the maintenance of this thing as well.
So that means that since we vacated, we're no longer responsible for moving the illegal or hazardous waste dumping that may occur on that road, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. We transfer all that responsibility to the Reclamation District.
Okay, good. Any other questions? No? Okay. I need a motion and a second.
I would move to approve the resolution as presented.
Second motion.
Vote. Adopted 4-0 with Supervisor Patty absent.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, so moving to Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports. Supervisor Lapura.
Nothing to report right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay. By the way, what was the crab feed for?
For St. Jude's, Tony Nocetti.
Okay. I wasn't there, so I knew it was for a good cause.
There was a good cause.
All right. Vice Chair Rickman.
I'm okay, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Just real briefly, I want to respond to just a couple of things that came out earlier in public comment. One, criticism again directed toward my chief of staff, and I just want to make it very clear that I selected her in part because she has a different background and experience here in Stockton from me, and that was part of what I saw as an opportunity for my office. She's also connected into the community in very different way than I am, and especially to many of the marginalized communities. And so highlighting and bringing forward these often unheard voices, it's something I've encouraged her to do, and it is something that's newer for my office, but I see it as a very positive thing to expand the inclusiveness of the county, especially in my very, very diverse urban district. Secondly, as with many other individuals during COVID, I have struggled with a family member that has some very significant immune issues and existing conditions. And so to mitigate his exposure through me to COVID, I have, when possible, worked from my home office. Almost all of my outside agency meetings are still being done remotely. I have always had my county computer in a Chromebook, so I am 100% accessible at all times. Calls are routed automatically to my county cell. And in keeping with the spirit of our county's employee wellness program, to try and encourage our employees to take care of themselves and when they're at work, to get out for a walk and get some fresh air and participate in some of the goal-setting programs that we do for our employees. I have also tried to periodically, when I'm working at home in my office, to get out and take a walk. I'm now being stalked by an individual who is associated with 209 Times, and he has harassed me on several occasions, once at Lincoln Center where he yelled out the window of his car an obscenity at me as he drove by. And the video that was referred to in public comment today was when I was out in my neighborhood taking a walk, and he basically followed me, videotaping me and yelling out the window of his car. So if we're going to have conversations up here about comments and things being politically motivated, I would venture to say none of you gentlemen up here have to put up with this kind of behavior, which is politically motivated. So I'm only putting this out there for the public so that they know I am very much engaged in representing my constituents. I always have been. And if I'm taking a break from remote working, it's not because I'm not working for the day. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say probably all of us have had to reorient our work. And although some would say, well, you know, you're working at home, it's not a big deal. Well, I know Vice Chair Rickman is still working a full-time job, so that keeps him busy when he's not doing other things. But I would add that one of the things that I think a lot of people miss is that by virtue of our Zoom or WebEx or all these other meetings we attend, it does, to be honest, allow a little more participation, because oftentimes in the past, having to appear in person, it was impossible to be two places at one time. I can say that I've been on two computers, two Zoom calls, and a telephone conference call simultaneously.
Absolutely.
And only because the issues on those particular boards were critical and I needed to vote. But when I say that, I'm saying that we all are probably doing more. And what most people don't understand as far as our meetings is that there's preparation, which means, you know, to be honest, in the past, if you couldn't be at one meeting, you focused on the other meeting that you were attending. But now you focus on two. So that kind of increases our workload as far as being prepared. I'm looking forward. More of my meetings are becoming in person, which I think is, and I'll be honest with regards to a lot of the parents speaking, it is certainly much nicer to see people's faces. Yes. And have an opportunity to gauge, I guess, test the audience, so to speak, and there's more engagement, because how many times have we been on these Zoom calls and there's black screens with a picture or whatever. And so I think we're learning. I think coming out of this, I think we'll be better equipped to be more flexible in regards to contacts with the public and certainly them with us. So again, I completely understand, and just because we're not physically in our office does not mean we're not working. In fact, sometimes, as I'm sure all of you do, I put in 12, 14 hours a day just because you start at 7 or 8 in the morning and you go through the day and, even through lunch oftentimes. So anyway, having said that, we will now adjourn to, I guess the question to Mr. Miles is, should I adjourn or we will be returning for a report out?
There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session. The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda.
Okay, then we're adjourned till March 1st. Thank you all.
Special meeting?
Yeah, it's actually the special meeting for the workshop on Tuesday, February 22nd.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
February 22nd. Thank you, Jill.
you